The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on in to a Monday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He is Brad Evans. And I am Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line, you can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. If you text in your question or your take, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Well, it all comes down to this tonight, the national championship, UConn versus Michigan. Can Dan Hurley win his third title in 4 years? We've got the weekend games to react to. Dawn Staley and Gino Auriemma dusting it up and getting spicy on Friday night. At the end of that game, we got a weekend full of baseball to react to. But first, the breaking news of the day is that North Carolina has their new head coach. It is Michael Malone, the former Denver Nuggets NBA champion head coach. He's been out of coaching for just over a year, and now he's back for the first time as a head coach in college basketball. I got plenty of thoughts on it, but I want to get my partner's thoughts first. Mr. Brad Evans, the big noise. Tough weekend for your ILL brother, but how are you doing now on this Monday?
I recovered. I was very deflated yesterday, to say the least. I was a bit crestfallen. There's no question about it, but a tremendous season for the ILL, making the Final Four for the first time in 21 years. I will take it. And we're going to get to a kind of a related note on this because with Michael Malone now in North Carolina, a lot of people didn't see that coming. Started to pick up some momentum, some steam. Kenny Smith actually mentioned it about 48 hours ago that, hey, watch out for Michael Malone. Don't sleep on him. And then Jeff Goodman, our friend at the Field of 68, he started reporting out, hearing some whispers. Tyler Hansbrough works at the Field of 68, former North Carolina great. Also hearing some whispers. That was going down about 12 to 16 hours ago. And then it just gradually picked up momentum and steam all day today. Throughout the day until Pete Thamel of ESPN came out and reported about, middle of the afternoon that it was pretty much a foregone conclusion. A deal was going to be reached between Malone and North Carolina. Now, Malone has some connections to university through his daughter, who is a member of the women's volleyball team for the Tar Heels. And, probably has some associations with, the front office there, the admins, Bubba Cunningham and some of the decision makers, maybe ingratiating himself to those individuals, rubbing some elbows and saying, hey, I'd like to get back in coaching. Yeah, it's been a minute. I've been in the college game. He does have some experience, not as a head coach, but as an assistant for the Oakland Golden Grizzlies, where he actually started his coaching career. Also was an assistant for Manhattan and also Providence College, a guy that is a proud New Yorker. And we did get an additional quote from Jeff Goodman at the Field of 68 about an hour and a half ago. I'm going to read it to you. Talking to a source of Goodman, don't know exactly who that source was, but the source said, when asked about the personality of Michael Malone, he said, quote, his work ethic is extremely maniacal. He's a tough New Yorker who's going to go out, fight, and not take bleep from anyone, end quotes. Again, that one come from Jeff Goodman at the Field of 68. He's a hardened guy, obviously an NBA title winner. Has got deep associations with many top agents in the NBA, including Nikola Jokic's agent, who represents all the itches at the ILL. And I was thinking there's probably going to be some copycats that are out there to construct and build a roster, much like Brad Underwood did this year. And I bet you it's going to be the North Carolina Tar Heels. So probably going to be a blend of top recruits, across the US of A, and also some of those top European pros as well that may have interest coming over, making a bag, getting their name around in preparation for maybe an NBA career. So I think it's an excellent hire. I know Tyler Hansbrough on the field of 68 early day. Pat said he loved it. He thought it was a tremendous and fantastic hire overall. Other people a little bit mid-May about the hire in general, but I think it's about as good as you can get. A lot of people thought it was going to be Billy Donovan, but they weren't really quick to act in a timely fashion to get him away for the Bulls of the season left in the NBA schedule. Maybe they pushed the panic button there, and Bubba Cunningham and the AD, and they're like, hey, we got to get somebody in here now because the transfer portal is now open. Names are flooding in, and we cannot miss an opportunity. We cannot skip a beat in trying to get some of these top-level recruits from other institutions, some of these proven players, and maybe, just maybe, not only compete, but actually beat Duke for once. And I know they split the regular season, but over the long haul. So, again, my 2 cents, I think it's more a B plus higher. It's not a home run. I'm going to give you another twist in this here in a second. But, Pat, I want to hear your thoughts, given your awesome NBA background. Michael Malone, last time we saw him with the Denver Nuggets, now in Chapel Hill. Is this going to be like Bill Belichick on the hardwood or very different?
I think it's going to be different. I'm just going to come out flat out and say, look, I got a little bit of bias, growing up near near New York City. I'm from Central New Jersey. And so Michael Malone's from Queens. I love the hire. I think he's awesome. I think the guy can coach flat out. And a reason why I love the hire more than anything, look at the college game. Does it look more like the NBA now than it ever did before? The answer is yes. There you go. Michael Malone, this isn't like, even 5-6 years ago. And I know the transfer portal and the NIL is going to play a big factor. Like, hire a good GM that knows what they're doing in constructing a roster with the NIL, helping him along with it, right? He's going to have to hire a good assistant coach to be like his top assistant that knows the modern college game. If it just comes flat out to, can the guy coach? Yeah, he can. He's an NBA champion, right? And yes, he did have Nikola Jokic, a 3-time MVP, as his centerpiece, but Michael Malone is an awesome X's and O's guy, watching a ton of Nuggets basketball because they've been in the postseason every freaking year. They know how to operate an offense. Their offense runs so smoothly, and a lot of that was due to Michael Malone. Another reason why? The guy is motivated. Right? If you want to lean into his New Yorker blood, the guy literally got fired 359 days ago, April 8th of last year. He gets fired by the Nuggets. There's a song, it's called Bleep 'Em Down in Dallas. I think Michael Malone's title, if he wants to create his own track, should be Did 'Em Dirty in Denver, because that's what I think happened, right? Whether there was a falling out between him and Nikola Jokic, they fired him and they fired the GM, and I thought he got did dirty. I thought Michael Malone, they fired him with like a week left to go in the regular season. Obviously, there was some kind of split. If Nikola Jokic said, no, do not fire him, he's my head coach, then he wouldn't have fired him. So, look, either way, him and Nikola Jokic had such a great relationship for so long. He was there for a decade. They're a perennial playoff team. They won an NBA championship. The guy is a champion head coach. So you come down to X's and O's. He knows how to do it better than most in the country. The college game more reflects the NBA than it ever has. He'll have no problem adjusting to the speed of the game and the X's and O's of the game and all the little intrinsic stuff that comes along with it. The only thing, and we'll get into this more, Brad, is does he know how to operate through the NIL? Does he know how to operate within the transfer portal? I think that comes down to hiring a staff that knows how to do that and not trying to put it all on his shoulders like Hubert Davis reportedly tried to do. And like other coaches have tried to do when we've seen a few coaches try to make the transition from the NBA to the college level. Michael Malone is a freaking winner. He's as motivated as ever. He's coming to North Carolina. There's not a stage that's too bright for him. Like, you have your question marks about the Dusty May hire a couple of years ago for Michigan. He did it at FAU. He got an FAU to the Final Four. Can he do it at Michigan? Now he's done it at Michigan. He's 3 hours away from playing from a national title. Michael Malone's an NBA champion. There is no stage that's too big for him. The North Carolina brand is not too big for him. He is built for this. I believe Michael Malone will succeed as the North Carolina head coach. Will it come in the form of a championship? I don't know, but I'd be hard-pressed to believe that Michael Malone won't have North Carolina in the Sweet 16, in the Elite Eight, and damn it, in the Final Four multiple times in the next decade. I think he's that damn good of a head coach. I love the hire, 10 out of 10. They went different. They went outside of the North Carolina family. And just because North Carolina tried to get Dusty May, and they tried to get Tommy Lloyd, and they tried to get TJ Otzelberger, and ultimately, and even Ben McCollum, and they got passed up on, doesn't mean that this pivot isn't a good one. I love it. I love that they went outside the box. I think Malone is going to crush it as the North Carolina head coach.
Yeah, I mean, you're giving it a 10 out of 10. If we're going to go with a 10 scale, I guess like an 8 out of 10 for me. It's not a complete grand slam. It's like a solo shot over the fence. Look, I think it's a pretty good move. There are a lot of people right now that are just, baffled by the maneuver from this administration. But, I mean, who do you think they were going to get at this juncture with so many of the big names already pass them up? Did you really think you were going to get Billy Donovan? I think Billy Donovan might have been entertaining it. He might have been flirting with the idea. But just me doing a little detective work and kind of reading between the lines, I think Donovan was essentially torn on whether or not he was going to leave the NBA and return to college, because the college game is entirely different now than when Billy Donovan brought Florida greatness with back-to-back titles earlier this century. NIL wasn't a part of it. The transfer portal was much shrunken by comparison. The style of games was very different, and there's a lot more responsibilities on every head coach in the country and their shoulders. Compare the cushiness of the NBA, where you're going in, you're like, guys got to practice here. You know when time the games are. When the games are over, you shake hands with your boys and you say, all right, men, all right, pros, I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you 2 days on the plane. They go out to the clubs. They kill it. They crush it. They have a good old time. You go home, you sack out, you go to bed. And you come back to it. You don't have to, hawk over everybody's shoulder every single second of the day and make sure they're making the right decisions, the right moves, and making sure they're not breaking any kind of rules or violations overall. So that added weight to the gig at the collegiate level is not nearly as attractive compared to the NBA for some people that are out there. And, I think you're right, man. I think Michael Malone needs to be a guy that has to be a control freak by any stretch of the imagination. He's got to go out there, hire the right staff, and be able to delegate. That is the key word. Let me restate it again. Delegate to his assistant coaches to alleviate the burden, put some of the responsibilities on them for recruiting, for NIL, and help and assist in that roster construction. And again, because of associations in the NBA, the associations with Nikola Jokic's agent, who is pretty much the agent for everybody in the Eastern European circuit, which is all the rage right now in college basketball. Thanks to Illinois, you're going to see a unique team build in Chapel Hill. And you're right, they have to think outside the box if they're going to compete and ultimately defeat their hated rival, that and the Duke Blue Devils.
Number to join the show, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Yeah, you mentioned that. I think that's an awesome point there, Brad. Again, whether the relationship between Michael Malone and Nikola Jokic at the end of his time in Denver a year ago, literally a year ago today, whether or not it had kind of broken down and fizzled, he won an NBA title with him. So you mentioned it. Jokic's agent is the agent for all the Illinois guys and most of the Eastern Europeans. And that is, we're talking about getting professional players that played professionally in Europe, which you can do, and then come and play college basketball. I think that's a huge pipeline that now opens up. Michael Malone's going to say to Jokic and Jokic's agent, hey, can you help me get some of these Eastern European guys? Like what they did for Illinois. We're trying to build a squad that gets guys to the NBA right away. And Michael Malone's reputation is about as high as it can be in the NBA. That's all everybody talks about when they talk about him. So, hey, you want to go play it in the NBA? You want to come here for a year and go to the draft? You come to North Carolina. You want to play for one of the top brands in the entire country? You come and play for North Carolina. There is also reporting about their NIL figures. They want to get to $12 million in NIL resources, and they still need to raise at least $5 million to reach that figure. You don't think Michael Jordan's going to pour in with a couple $1 million here? You don't think Kenny Smith, or you mentioned, you don't think some of the great all-time North Carolina former players are going to pitch in to help out Michael Malone, whose reputation is golden, sterling line gold in the NBA? Yes, they're going to. You want to play? You want a couple $1 million here to play for the Tar Heels? You play for Michael Malone. I think he's going to check just about every box there is in terms of getting players to come to Chapel Hill and reignite this brand that has kind of died and fizzled out over the last couple of seasons. And, you mentioned Billy Donovan. Billy Donovan coached at Florida 20 years ago. The college game has changed. It's kind of the same. Now, look, if Michael Malone stayed the college round, became a head coach, who knows what he would have done? He was an assistant coach there for 8 years, and he did it from the lowest level to the highest level. He was an assistant at Oakland, like you mentioned. He was an assistant at Providence. So he knows He knows the college game. He knows it's not like it's a completely foreign concept to him. But I think the fact that the college game and the NBA game, they've kind of bridged the gap in getting guys ready to play at the NBA level. Look at the pace. I mean, Michigan, they play great defense, and their games still end up at, 95 to 75 games because they just run so freaking fast. And Denver, under Michael Malone, had been one of the quickest paced teams in the NBA for the last couple of years. He literally saw it. He was there as the NBA game changed and as the analytics presented themselves to tell teams, shoot a ton of threes, play as fast as you can, more possessions, more chances to hit shots, better offense is going to win a game 9 times out of 10 versus maybe 6 times out of 10 because the game is so much faster. Michael Malone now brings all of that to a college game that has already started to adopt that. He brings a winning DNA. He brings relationships with him that's going to help him in all the other stuff that he is not used to. And again, I don't know who he's going to hire to be his top assistant. I don't know who he's going to hire to be the GM, but you got the backing of Bubba Cunningham and the North Carolina athletic directing program. And I got to think that money, as much as we debate whether or not there are still blue bloods left in college basketball, I promise you that money's going to speak for itself. So I think this comes a lot down to just how good of an X's and O's coach is Michael Malone going to be. Yep. And I think he is a tremendous one. And that's why I think North Carolina is going to have instant success with him.
Yeah, just the payoff here. The other twist in this, which really shocked me, Ben McCollum was at the top of the wish list for North Carolina. They actually contacted him, and McCollum was debating whether or not he was even going to interview for that gig there in Chapel Hill and decided not to. Michael Montgomery, our outstanding video producer here, proud Iowa graduate. I mean, he had to have just tears of joy as a result of hearing that because Ben McCollum said, I like Iowa City. I'm going to stay in Iowa City. It's a destination job. And he proved it. I cannot believe that McCollum didn't even interview with North Carolina, one of the bluest of blue bloods, in a job that is rarely open, and decided to stay in Iowa City. You know what? I respect it, but I also know this. If Bill Self were to retire the next 1 or 2 years, the first call the University of Kansas is going to make is to Ben McCollum, and I think that gig would be irresistible to the Iowa City product.
Yeah, I mean, I know our video producer, Michael Montgomery, is as happy as a clam knowing that Ben McCollum willingly decided to choose Iowa and stay as a Hawkeye rather than even have a conversation. He could have get flown into Chapel Hill. He could have had the red carpet rolled out for him. Hey, Ben, we got told no by TJ Otzelberger, by Tommy Lloyd, by Dusty May. We don't know Billy Donovan because we can't really afford to wait until the transfer portal or because the transfer portal is already open. He wants us to wait till the end of the NBA season. What do you say? Let's talk North Carolina. And Ben McCollum said, I think I'm good here. I think I'm good at Iowa. So I'm not going to take that as a dig at North Carolina because then they bring in an NBA champion and Michael Malone. I think that's more about Ben McCollum and wanting to raise up the Iowa Hawkeyes, continue to raise them up. I think he's a stand-up guy. We had him on our show last week. I think that makes him even more of a legend already for the Iowa Hawkeyes. But, yeah, look, I mean, again, I think the reason why the Billy Donovan hire didn't happen, Brad, and let me know if you agree or disagree, the transfer portal opened today. I don't think North Carolina said, I think North Carolina said, we can't afford to wait another week for the NBA season to end and then bring Billy Donovan in and have a conversation. We need to get moving now. We need to get transfer portal going. We need to get guys in here. We need to get the recruits in here now. We got to get rolling on next year because we can't accept the mediocrity that has become the standard at North Carolina the last couple of years.
Yeah, I totally agree with that sentiment, man. I mean, John Blackwell, the Wisconsin guard, outstanding player, he just put his name in the portal. I mean, that is the caliber of player right now that is available. Flory Badunga, the big man from Kansas, he's available. Yeah, I mean, there are these guys that are out there, and they may be only out there for a fleeting moment. So, 4 or 5 days down the road, that could be too late from getting the best of the best in the transfer portal. In New York, North Carolina, you've got Brewster's millions to spend in NIL. You cannot afford to sit on the sidelines and wait until your next head coach hire. You got to make a move, and you got to make a move right stinking now, again, because your top priority, you want to win national titles. That'd be all fine and dandy and nice. But in the immediacy, you want to dastardly Duke in the worst way humanly possible. And you know that John Shire is going to go out there and he may get his pick of the litter with some of these guys that are in the transfer portal. So you got to beat them to the punch. That's why you got to make a move. You got to make it now, and it's got to be a cannonball splash. And I agree, it may not be as big of a cannonball splash as you said, 10 out of 10 higher, but 8 out of 10 ain't too bad.
You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we want to get your thoughts on this. Call in 310-840-4910 or text in 310-840-4910. What do you think of the hire? North Carolina's new head coach is the former Denver Nuggets coach and an NBA champion in Michael Malone, fired by the Nuggets nearly a year ago to the date when there was only a week to go in the regular season. They went on to lose in Game 7 in the second round of the eventual champions, Oklahoma City Thunder. Michael Malone's been working as an analyst on ESPN for the last year. Now he's the new head coach in Chapel Hill for the Tar Heels. I love the hire. I think he's going to be A+. I think he's got North Carolina in a Final Four in the next 5 years. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. When we come back, we got to get to all the weekend takeaways, the women's Final Four, the men's Final Four, how UConn took down Brad's Illinois, and what was supposed to be the game of the year was basically over in the first half, despite Yaxel Lendeborg's injury, which is the biggest news for tonight's game. So we're going to wrap it all up here and talk about the men's Final Four when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
We are just right. We are aligned. I believe that if UConn wins this game tonight, you're going to come on the air, and everybody's going to come on the air tomorrow morning and say, is Dan Hurley the modern-day John Wooden? And you know what? When Dan Hurley won his first title in 2023, I said to him, what's next? And you know what he said back to me, Nick? He said, I have a picture of John Wooden in my office. You're always striving to be at the bar. And look, John Wooden was unbelievable, and he's got more titles than just 3. That being said, if we're going to start talking about legacy and the window's wide open. Dan Hurley is, he's still in his early 50s. He's got an opportunity to go down as that type of great. Like, he wins tonight. It's one of the best coaching jobs I've ever seen. They were dead and buried against Duke. They got smashed by St. John's in the Big East Tournament final. And I mean smashed. They entered the Big East Tournament struggling. They lost to a Marquette team that had one of the worst years in Marquette basketball history. By the way, if you're a college hoops bettor or whatnot, and you want to look at a team that's going to have a bounce back year next year, I'm telling you right now, if you be smarter with your friends, Marquette will bounce back next year. They'll be in the tournament. That being said, Connecticut, they looked terrible in the last weeks of February. And by terrible, I mean they just weren't functioning. They weren't making shots. They looked worn down. The fact they're still standing in this game alone is an amazing accomplishment. They win tonight, and you go into Dan Hurley. He's on the Mount Rushmore. Could he surpass? Could he be the greatest college basketball coach? Does it sound crazy right now? Maybe. You beat this all-time Michigan team tonight, and it becomes reality. I think it's fair game.
One of the best teams in the modern era that we've seen, right? Especially in this day and age of NIL and transfer portal, what Dusty's been able to do. And, the other part, let's focus on Dusty a little bit here, because this dude took FAU, and I've been FAU several times. Like, what he did with that program is insane. It was a horrible job. And he got them to the Final Four. And then a couple of years later, flips a Michigan program that was 3-17 and garbage under Juwan Howard and takes them to win a national title. This is a guy that is going to be on NBA teams' radars. Don't know if he'll get one this year, but he will be on the radars because of what he's done and how he does it. He has. Now, I don't know if he can be successful in the NBA. As a former Indiana manager who's never played, who doesn't necessarily look the part, but again, this Michigan team, if they win, how they've done it too with bigs, like nobody did this. Nobody thought this was going to happen. I talked to Nate Oates about it the other day, and Nate Oates said, I'm going to have to change kind of how I play in my personnel because of the way Dusty, has found a way, and other guy, Tommy Lloyd, same thing with bigs.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM Tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
What went wrong on the sideline right now?
I have no idea. But I'm going to let you know this. I'm of integrity. So if I did something wrong to Gino, I had no idea what I did. I guess he thought I didn't shake his hand at the beginning of the game. I didn't know. I went down there pregame, shook everybody on his staff's hand. I don't know where he came with after the game, but hey, sometimes things get heated. We move on.
Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Quick programming note, in less than 15 minutes from now, we're going to talk to the voice of the Michigan Wolverines men's basketball team, Brian Bush, coming up ahead of the national championship game tonight. He is live inside Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, so we're going to talk with the man who calls the action for the Michigan Wolverines in just a bit. But you heard there, Brad, that was Dawn Staley. That was after Friday night's win for South Carolina. They ended the undefeated season of the UConn women's basketball team. They snapped their 54-game winning streak, and they got revenge after UConn blew them out in the national title game last year. South Carolina dominated the second half. Gino Auriemma, in the in-game interview going into the fourth quarter, took a shot at the refs. Said they're beating the bleep out of our guys. Took a shot at Dawn Staley for how she, quote-unquote, rants and raves on the sideline and, how she talks to referees. You would never want to hear that. And then they get into this little kind of verbal dust-up with a second left to go in the game where they thought the ball was going to be inbounded, so they go to shake hands. And he says something to her. She's barking back at him. Their staffs are moving them along, holding them back, trying to get them away from each other. And then the buzzer sounds, and he walks into the tunnel, doesn't shake her hand. I thought it was a loser moment from Gino Auriemma. Yep. That was Dawn Staley's immediate post-game statement. And then Gino Auriemma didn't really apologize in his post-game presser. He then put out a statement on Saturday, and it was, quote, "There's no excuse for how I handled the end of the game versus South Carolina. It's unlike what I do and what our standard is here at Connecticut. I want to apologize to the staff and the team at South Carolina. It was uncalled for in how I reacted. The story should be how well South Carolina played, and I don't want my actions to detract from that. I've had a great relationship with their staff, and I sincerely want to apologize to them." Now, he doesn't mention Dawn Staley specifically, but he does say the South Carolina staff. I got to imagine that we haven't seen the latest out of this rivalry. They're probably going to meet again next year, whether it's in the Final Four, or it's in the national championship game. These are two now legendary programs. Gino Auriemma is the winningest coach of all time, but I thought this weekend was an embarrassing one for him, to say the least.
Yeah, Bush League, completely. And I agree with your sentiment, man. I mean, Don Staley is a fiery competitor and somebody I wouldn't want to, be on her bad side. I wouldn't say that. By any stretch of the imagination, that would be something I would aim to do. But Gino did. And Gino had an opportunity, take a step back, let cooler heads prevail. Not only, after the game, but well after the game in the media interviews when I don't remember which reporter threw him a softball and said, hey, do you apologize for the actions we just witnessed? He goes, no, I have nothing to apologize for. He doubled down on it. And at that moment, he just should have said, yeah, look, it was a heat of the moment kind of thing. No, I crossed the line I shouldn't have crossed. I apologize to Staley. I apologize to South Carolina and all their players. We got beat, and you move on. Don Staley, in that interview you heard at the rejoin, she said, hey, we move on. Eventually, this is a little bit of a bad blood situation. That's what makes rivalries great in any sport. And, they're going to meet again on their hardwood. They're obviously going to clash probably again in extremely meaningful action because they're elite programs and they're in the Final Four seemingly every year. But, yeah, I completely agree that Gino did cross that line. Gino, threw unnecessary punches. And he should have apologized and should apologize directly to Staley instead of kind of a circuitous route in his statement, not, mentioning her name specifically, but just saying, hey, I'm sorry to the staff. Man up, Gino. You're bigger and better than that. I really don't understand why he had to go to an extreme level in that situation with the interview, the, Holly Rowe in game, the finger pointing and all that. Big deal, man. Just, swallow your pride, go out there, coach the game, and be done with it. I said this yesterday with Nick Costos right here on Westwood One Sports, and Nick vehemently disagreed with me, so I want to get your opinion on it. These two teams are always obviously, always scratching and clawing and scrapping for a lot of those top-level recruits. Do you think in some way, because of the tact, more so of a tact, that Don Staley showed, she might be able to get the edge on some of the recruits over Gino in the situation because she was more of a professional compared to her colleague? That was what I argued. And Nick thought I was, off my keister with that. Do you feel similar to Nick in where I stand on this, Pat? Or do you say it's really not that big of a deal? If you're a top level player, you're going to go play for Gino regardless if Gino is your guy.
Yeah, I tend to side with Nick here. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think we largely make it a big deal. We escalated it because it's the winningest coach of all time, and you take all the ifs and buts. Or did he shake her hand? She actually did shake his hand. They have pictures of it in the pregame. There's a video of it, and whatever he was upset about, he was pissed at the refs. He wanted to make a scene. Whatever. He doesn't look good about it at all, and it's our job as sports fans and people that are paid to talk about sports to bring it to the center of attention, to make sure that, we put to bed any narratives and we basically lay out what the truth was, and that Gino Auriemma looked like a sore loser. It was an embarrassing moment for him. I don't think it's going to change much in terms of recruiting. I don't think, again, when you talk about what's going to change? Money. If all of a sudden there was $1 million less in UConn's NIL resources, yeah, it would make a big deal. The fact that Gino Auriemma made a fool out of himself for one moment on an otherwise illustrious, legendary, untouchable career, no, I don't think it's going to change anything in terms of the recruiting. So if there's a player that's 50-50 on South Carolina and UConn and they see that happen, maybe, but what's the chances that actually exists? I don't think it's going to end up changing much, if anything, in terms of their very immediate future recruiting efforts.
All right, well, that's entirely fair. I think it could be, if it is a sliver of a difference for a top-level recruit and they're deciding between those two programs, they may go back and reflect on that moment and choose South Carolina. But you're right, it's probably going to be a rare instance. But regardless, you and I are on the same page. Bush League. Be a better man, Gino.
Yeah, and then how about this? I didn't get a chance to catch most of the game yesterday, Brad. I was in transit to my sister's for Easter Sunday, and boy, that game was over quick. Quick. UCLA deserves all the credit for the entire weekend. They blew the doors off of South Carolina. Blew the absolute doors off them. That game was over really before it ever even began, which was a big surprise. Not only does UConn not win it, they get their undefeated season snapped, and you think, oh, here's Dawn Staley and the Gamecocks again. Nope, then they get crushed, pounced on by the UCLA Bruins. So congrats to UCLA for winning the title over the weekend. All right, we got to split here. We got to take a commercial break because when we come back live from Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis ahead of the national championship game tonight, we're going to talk to Brian Bush, the voice of the Michigan Wolverines men's basketball team. That's coming up next. We got plenty of weekend takeaways, though, from the men's Final Four. But we're going to ask him about Axel Lendeborg. What's the status tonight? And everything the Wolverines need to do to lift their second ever championship in program history. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So the San Francisco Giants this offseason hired Tony Vitello to be their new manager. And this made waves because Tony Vitello was the manager of the University of Tennessee and had zero Major League Baseball experience. Now, there were people, really smart people, and I'm not saying that it can't go well, but really smart people who said, Buster Posey, who runs the Giants, that this is kind of like, an analytically driven move, and they're zigging while others are zagging, and that this could be like maybe the standard bearer in baseball, and the teams might follow their lead. It has not been great thus far for San Francisco, who lost yesterday to the Mets 5-2 to drop to 3-7 on the year, 1-6 at home, and Vitello was ejected during the game for arguing with umpires. Vitello had this to say post-game.
I said one last thing just out of, frustration or being all fired up that was complete nonsense. I think it was misinterpreted a little bit, but you're on the field that long and you're not a player, you're probably out of place a little bit.
What's he talking about? He's basically being like, I should have gotten ejected because I was on the field too long? What? If you're a longtime listener or viewer of the show, you know I love the Yankees. I'm a diehard Yankee fan. Have been my entire life. I am not the world's biggest Aaron Boone fan, to say the least, as the manager of my team. But I'll tell you what, when Aaron Boone gets ejected from a game, my dude gets his money's worth and doesn't care about the consequences. And I don't like Aaron Boone as a manager. Like, if Vitello gets up there postgame and just goes, it was a horse bleep call by the ref, and I'm standing up for my guys, no one says anything about it. The fact that he said, I was probably out there too long, and, if you're not a player, it's probably bad. What? You had his comments after the Giants' sluggish start to the season against the Yankees when they lose the first two games of the year, and he's like, we're pressing a little bit. They're 2 games into a 162-game season. You had Matt Chapman cursing at Schmidt, the first baseman, for not catching the ball last week. And then you had Matt Chapman, in a ridiculous down 5-2 against the Mets, trying to steal second in the 9th inning with nobody out. Why are you? The run doesn't matter. You got to stay on base, leading to Gary Cohen, who does Mets play-by-play for SNY, to say this about Matt Chapman.
There goes Chapman. The pitch is high. The throw by Torrens, and he's out by a mile. What are you doing running on this cat? It caps off a horrible, no good, awful week for Matt Chapman.
The San Francisco Giants are an embarrassment right now. And it looks like it's early. It can change. The Tony Vitello doesn't know what he's doing. Maybe it gets turned around. It could happen as soon as tonight. It's a long season. We're 10 games in. I'm just saying, though, the early returns are not good, and this will become a bigger national story if it continues to go awry. Gino Auriemma crashed out like a lovesick, butthurt teenager after this game. What Gino was really upset about, and it's totally understandable, right? His team came into the Final Four undefeated, and this is not the first time this has happened, by the way. And, even though we all acknowledge UConn is the preeminent women's college basketball program in the history of women's college basketball, and that Gino is the best coach in the history of women's college basketball, and I know they won last year's title, they have not had a lot of success recently in national semifinals and in the Final Four. And I'm sure he's pissed off. I'd be pissed if I were him. That sucks. Undefeated and then get destroyed when you get to the very end to a national semi. I get it. I understand why he's pissed. But to turn it into Dawn Staley didn't shake my hand and that this is not how it goes. Grow up, dude. Grow up. Grow up.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
All right, welcome back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We are just over 2 hours away from tip-off inside Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis for the men's national championship game between the Michigan Wolverines and the UConn Huskies. And here to talk about it live from the stadium is the man that has called every second of this season for the Michigan Wolverines. It's Brian Bush, play-by-play guy for Michigan basketball on their radio network. You can find him on Twitter at Brian Bush, Boesch. Brian, it's Pat and Brad. I'd ask you how you're doing, but I imagine you're as pumped up as these players, man. What's the atmosphere like right now?
Yeah, fired up. I mean, it's the opportunity of a lifetime for me, for them. They put in the work. They've done an incredible job this season. And it's basically a matchup of a team that's trying to go for one of the best seasons ever against a team trying to be the best dynasty we've seen this century, winning 3 out of 4. Just other than that, things are fine.
Well, Brian, I got to assume that the star player carrying a pretty significant injury is a pretty big cloud hanging above the team right now. What's the latest on star player Yaxel Lendeborg? Sprained MCL and an ankle sprain. Has been most of the reporting. Suffered in the first half of Saturday night's blowout win versus Arizona. I got those 2 quick fouls, then came back and suffered the injury. Then he came back in the second half, kind of remarkably, noticeable limp, was able to drain 2 threes, finished with 11 points in 14 minutes, but was clearly not 100%. He says he's playing tonight no matter what. From everything you've gathered, covering the team and calling their games, what can we expect from Yaxel Lendeborg tonight, and how does Dusty May's game plan change if he ultimately can't play normal minutes?
Yeah, it'll be fascinating. He went through a very light shoot-around, and it wasn't because of just him going through it. It was a very light shoot-around for the team as a whole. There was very little that they did that was at 100% speed here at Lucas Oil earlier today. But he was out there for the entirety of it. At this point, it's really a matter of how he feels, his pain tolerance, and as Dusty has talked about, he has to play winning basketball. If he's able to do that, I would expect him to be fairly close to what we expect. He's not 100% by any question. He's been with Chris Williams, Michigan's outstanding trainer, for the last 5 hours or so. They're going to do everything they can to get him ready to go for what will be his final college basketball game, his biggest college basketball game. But I do think that the first media battle, those first 4 minutes, will be very indicative of kind of at least what his potential ceiling and floor would be. But if Yax's anywhere close to 100%, he's about as good as Michigan has.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The guy is going to make himself a fat paycheck there at the next level. Brian, as witnessed on the national television broadcast on Saturday against my Illini in that UConn matchup, Dusty May was taking notes, scouting the Huskies in person. His brilliant off-the-glass assists, putting that in air quotes, from Cadeau to Mara, really punish Arizona. Any guess what he's cooking up against UConn based on the notes that he took in that matchup?
He didn't leave him. That was our radio spot, so he didn't leave him for me, or I would have been able to share, unfortunately. But no, I think Dusty wanted to get an up-close and personal look at this team. He's obviously seen Illinois, so I do think, not that he was thinking UConn was going to win, but I think part of the motivation was to be able to see this team live. He has talked about the fact that he has watched UConn a ton, and if you're a basketball junkie like Dusty is, why wouldn't you watch the team that's won 2 of the last 3 national championships? So, I think in this one, tempo is going to be so crucial. Michigan has played a tempo game of at least 71 possessions in every NCAA tournament game. Since February 1st, UConn has only played 1 game of 71 possessions or more, and it was a home loss to Creighton, who wasn't any good this year. Not saying that that's going to dictate the terms on this. Michigan can absolutely win a slower game. They've done it before. They did a lot down the stretch in Big Ten play. And UConn, if they're hitting threes, would have a chance in a high possession game. But I do think that how this game is played, who dictates the tempo, that will at least be a significant positive for whoever gets that part down in their game plan once the 40 minutes start.
Yeah, I completely concur with that point of view. Brian, Yaxel, Mara, and Kendo, generally speaking, earn all the headlines, but roster compliments like Trey McKinney, Roddy Gale, and Amari Burnett have each played terrifically in this NCAA tournament storied run. Which Michigan glue guy do you feel is the most important tonight?
Yeah, I think it's Roddy Gale Jr. of that group, and everybody's crucial, no question. I think against more teams than not, I would pick Trey McKinney, but Roddy Gale Jr. provides some really strong defense, and I think is a little bit more of a seamless addition if Yax isn't quite able to go 30 minutes or more in this ball game. And Michigan players, coaches have compared this UConn team and how they want to play on both ends to Iowa. Michigan won narrowly in Iowa City late in the regular season, and Roddy Gale Jr. had maybe the 2 biggest plays in that game, a block and a steal in the final minute or so. Gale has been awesome since the turn of the calendar to March. He's really good. He was really good even though he wasn't the most efficient shooter against Arizona on Saturday. I think Roddy has the chance to have his role elevate the most without Yax being completely full strength, and I still think he can make an impact in his 18 to 22 minutes if Yax is pretty close to full throttle.
Nice.
We're talking to Brian Bush here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Brian is the play-by-play guy for Michigan Men's Basketball Radio Network. You can follow him on Twitter at Brian Bush. Got to imagine it's a hell of a next 3-4 hours for him and the team. Brian, we talked to you ahead of the final regular season game against Michigan State when you last joined the show about what a special season this was turning into. Now the Wolverines are one more win away from their second ever title in program history. How much more special has it been now that the only ever other title winners, the Fab Five, are not only involved in this run, they literally did an alt broadcast on Saturday night. Have you had any conversations with the guys from that team?
Well, I have to correct you because the Fab Five did not win the title. It was the 1989 team, which did help, I think, draw some interest for some of those guys to get here. For as great as those Fab Five teams were, they lost twice on that final Monday night. It was the 89 team led by Glenn Rice, and I'm honored to have Terry Mills as my broadcast partner. Terry was so critical to that run, so I get a front row seat. He actually spoke briefly to the team after their afternoon film session here today. It means so much to him. He has said throughout the course of this run that, when you're in it like he was in 89, it's tough to truly appreciate it because you're on to the next, practice, game, workout, lift, whatever it might be. He has really lived vicariously through this group because they've been so special. But this Michigan program, they've had great success in the Final Four. They've gone 8-1. They're 1-6 in the national championship game. The only team to win it was that 89 team in overtime. They won by 1 on a couple of Ramil Robinson free throws. So Terry hopes he has some company with that 89 team with this 26 team coming up tonight.
Brian, my last question for you. I was boots on the ground there in Indianapolis late last week, Thursday and Friday. I saw a sea of orange, which I was proud of, being a University of Illinois graduate. But the second biggest fan base that I saw was clearly Michigan and just kind of a smattering of Arizona and UConn fans. I know Illinois is out of the mix. We know that Arizona also out of the mix. But estimate the crowd. I know we're a couple hours from tip, and it's going to be a while before everybody files in. But do you think it's going to be 80-20, 70-30, 60-40, maize and blue? Based on what you're seeing on the streets, is it going to predominantly be a pro-Michigan crowd? Could this be essentially a road game for UConn?
I do think Michigan will have a pretty healthy advantage. I'll go with 3 categories because there will be some just college basketball fans around. Some Illinois fans probably, the old cancellation policy didn't fare too well. But I would say something along the lines of say 60, 25, 15. 60% Michigan, 25% UConn, and 15% unaffiliated. So we'll see who latches on there. But yeah, I mean, Michigan and UConn are two teams that I don't think a lot of bandwagoners who are supportive of another team would really latch onto. So maybe they're just going to be oohing and ahhing with high-level college basketball. But yes, it's a 4-ish hour drive from Ann Arbor to Indianapolis. I expect there probably are still some folks. There might be some people listening to this right now who are en route from Ann Arbor to Indianapolis to get here. Ticket prices went down with the Illini's loss. I expect plenty of maize and blue here this evening.
Yeah.
Brian, I threw that Fab Five note in there with an error on purpose. I want to make sure you're on top of your game as 100% as you can be. So thank you for making sure that you did your homework and pointing that out.
Hey, you know what? I appreciate you keeping me on my toes, Pat. And you know what? I'll do that to you next time I make a mistake, just to make sure you're ready to go too.
There you go. Hey, we appreciate the time, man. Have a great call tonight. Have an awesome time, and rooting for you guys, man. It's going to be a hell of a game for you and for Michigan fans and for the team. So enjoy it. Enjoy every second. We can't wait to chat with you soon.
Pat, Brad, appreciate you guys. Enjoy the game.
Go in!
There you go, Brian Bush, play-by-play voice for the Michigan men's basketball team. He's inside Lucas Oil Stadium right now. He's got some pregame duties to get to, so wanted to make sure we got him in and out as quickly as we could. So, Brad, what do you think? Yaxel Lendeborg, how close to his normal game do you think we get? Because I got a lot of concerns here, and we're going to give our picks out for this game. But, I mean, I think UConn's going to have a chance to keep this close because I can't imagine, no matter how great Chris Williams and the training staff is at Michigan, I mean, it's less than 2 days removed from what they're saying is an MCL sprain and a low-grade ankle sprain. I mean, he literally was, and he even said it. Yaxel Lendeborg said, he goes, yeah, I admit I might have to be a corner three-point shooter, which is what he was in the second half. And if that game wasn't a blowout, who knows what would have happened there. I can't imagine Yaxel Lendeborg is going to play his normal game. And I think Michigan's going to, they're going to have to adjust because of it.
Yeah, he may be around 75% or so, but, not every single MCL sprain is baked the same. And I think it's more of the mild variety in that department. We got the ankle sprain as well. With him in some form or fashion, probably in terms of like explosivity and lateral agility. So that's the downside for Yaxel, maybe more so on the defensive side. Some of that cutting action when he has a ball in hand. We shall see. But, Matt Norlander of CBS earlier today, he saw in the hallways there, the underbelly of Lucas Oil Stadium, in shorts with no kind of a guard or brace on the knee or wrapping on the ankle. And he was in just slides. He was in sandals without a limp. So take that for what it's worth. But, drilling's going to be flowing. My gut says 75%. You're going to see some limitations, a slight modification to his overall game. But for the most part, I don't think it's going to be an enormous hindrance.
Yeah, and he's not the only one. UConn's point guard, Solo Ball, is dealing with some kind of a foot sprain as well. He was definitely not 100% in the game against Illinois, and luckily Silas Demery and the other guys from UConn were able to hold down the fort without him. So you got two, Yaxel Lendeborg and a unanimous first-team All-American. Solo Ball is a guy that was dealing with a huge confidence hit and then has really started to play like we were accustomed to him seeing, but two major players for these teams dealing with some injuries tonight. It definitely throws a wrench into the game for sure.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we'll see how, if there's any kind of limitation, any kind of drag there for Solo Ball. I'm still, as an Illinois, that dude was getting all the bounces of the world from three. Like, when you were, rolling in three-pointers, rim, backboard, through the hoop, it was your night, and it certainly was for UConn. Congrats to them, but yes, I'm still a very bitter bet.
Yeah, and Brad can unload some more of his frustration when we return because we're going to have all of our takeaways from the games on Saturday. How the hell Michigan blew Arizona out of the water and why Illinois fell short. One big reason. I know Brad's got a couple of them, but we'll hit those when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
the Knicks should try to lose some games here down the stretch and hope that they get the 4 seed. If you're a Knicks fan or a Knicks, and if that sounds disrespectful to Detroit, I don't mean it to be. It's more out of respect for the Boston Celtics with Jason Tatum back. If you're the Knicks and they're in Atlanta tonight, and I think the Hawks are going to beat the Knicks tonight, I'll say that. If it's Knicks-Hawks round 1 in the 4-5, the Knicks will win that series in a best of 7. And then you get Detroit in round 2, and maybe the Pistons win that series. As a Knicks fan, I'm willing to roll the dice with Detroit. I know the Knicks beat the Celtics last year in the second round, and they were going to win that series even before Tatum popped his Achilles. I would rather wait to face Boston until the conference finals than face them in the second round. Let the Cavs deal with Boston in the second round. Let that happen. Also, I'll be honest, I don't really want anything to do with the Sixers potentially. If Philly's fully healthy and a potential 3-6, if I'm a Knicks fan, which I am. If you're the Knicks, and I'm not, but if I were, I want that 4 seed. Like, ask me as a fan, do I want the 4 or the 3? It may sound counterintuitive to want a worse seed. I think I backed myself up really well. The 4 seed is where it's at for the Knicks. I will actually be rooting tonight for the Atlanta Hawks to beat my Knicks. Because I think if the Knicks lose a couple down the stretch and the Cavs win, the Knicks, my Knicks, have a better chance of getting to the NBA Finals. Jesse Minter, and we'll see if this comes to fruition, but is being bandied about like this could be the next Mike McDonald as far as leading the defensive revolution in the NFL, where it feels like the pendulum is swinging, right, from offense back to defense, and Jesse Minter could be one of those guys on the defensive side of the ball. I'm going to say a name that you probably haven't heard in quite some time right now. That name is Nnamdi Madubuike, who's that big body in the middle of the Ravens defensive line, who hurt his neck in week 2. We didn't see him again the rest of the year, and there were rumors his career could be over from the neck injury. Jamison Hensley, who covers the Ravens for ESPN, reported last week that there is growing optimism that Nnamdi Madubuike will play this season for the Baltimore Ravens. And if he's back, with Trey Hendrickson on the defensive line, they have the 14th pick in the draft because the Max Crosby trade, they backed out of it. And we can have that's a separate conversation. Should they or shouldn't they? It doesn't matter. It happened. New coach, better defense, Lamar showing up. The Ravens are going to be awesome this year. And I normally don't say that I think the Ravens can actually win the Super Bowl. This year, I'll say it right now, Monday, April 6th. The Baltimore Ravens will be on my list of teams that can win the Super Bowl this season.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show on any of your predictions for tonight's national championship game on the men's side between UConn and Michigan, or any takeaways from the weekend. We'll take them at 310-840-4910. Huge shout out once again to the voice of Michigan basketball, Brian Bush, who joined us in the last segment to break down the title game, talk about Yaxel Lendeborg's status after his injury on Saturday, and Michigan still blew Arizona out of the water. We're going to get to that game in a bit, but Brad, you are the ILL season ticket holder. You live 10 minutes away from the campus in Champaign. I got to imagine it was a pretty painful watch for you on Saturday evening, and we were just talking about it in the break. You said almost immediately from the start of the game you just didn't have a good feeling about it for a team that's had such a dream run and dominated Houston and took care of Iowa. What happened in this game early on that you just felt, man, I don't feel good about this?
Well, it really mirrored, I think, the first matchup played inside Madison Square Garden. Look, it was a very partisan Illinois crowd. Based on I was not in attendance. I could have gone to the game. I decided not to go to the game. I had to go and watch it in my superstitious spot in my basement, in my chair, a glass of tequila in hand, my wife and my kids nearby, and my corpulent Norfolk Terrier to comfort me. And he did, because I really needed him in the game. And when the game tipped off, we're all buzzed, we're all feeling optimistic, and then about 6-7 minutes in, shots not falling, the pace is being dictated by UConn. It became a root canal, and it was not at all shape or form. And I'm like, I just don't see this going well. Now Illinois came back, had that early deficit, and then, chipped away, and eventually got the lead 22-21. That was their only lead the entire game. And that came out midway through the first half. And I felt, good in that particular moment, but Illinois could not build on that lead. I couldn't extend it even a single digit more. And they spoiled multiple opportunities. I might say it was bad luck, and that part of that was a blame because the rims were just so unkind and ultra tight in the game. They missed a wide open threes, which normally they were hitting throughout the entire season. Nearly 50% else were coming from distance, and they continue to play their style game. A little bit of high-low action. Thomas Sitch missed bunnies. David Mirkovic also missed a couple of bunnies. The alligator arm, a couple of just quick runners that he normally hits. Keaton Vogler, missed some clutch shots, had some terrible turnovers, which he is not known for. Illinois is a collective, a team that really doesn't turn over the ball, and UConn just continuously took advantage when Illinois got those opportunities, and they limited UConn multiple times that game to prolonged routes, and they did not build a lead. So credit to the Steeler resolve of the Huskies. Credit to Danny plan that he had. I thought they had very active hands in the pass lanes. So why Illinois had a seasonally 3 assists in that game. And the one narrative I get more tired than any other narrative that is out there, Pat. After a game, every single fan base, it doesn't matter if it's Illinois, UConn, Michigan, it makes zero difference what fan base it is. I just word out. You jackass, you smart aleck. How do they really get out coached? Because I'd like to hear it. And then they don't know how to explain it. Fans don't. If you call, they have no idea. Oh, yeah, this X and O's. They don't explain it any way that makes any damn sense whatsoever. It's just kind of a blanket statement. Tired. It's dumb. It's inexcusable. Argue that Brad Underwood was slightly out, but for the most part, Illinois played their game. They had their opportunities. just and the basketball guys were unkind. In case in point, which is really game, Pat.
Brad, let me just jump in here. Let me jump in here real quick. Brad's having some technical difficulties, so you give him a chance to reset here. And he was making a lot of great points, and I want to make sure that he has the runway to divulge and hit back against these smart asses that were saying that Illinois got out coached. So we'll do that in just a second. But I think for me, the difference in the game was, it comes down to what modern basketball has come down to: the 3-point land. It was the 3-pointer. UConn hit their most ever in a tournament game in program history. They hit 12 of them. And Illinois, a team that was one of the best 3-point shooting teams in the country, went just 6 of 26. That's 23%. That's not going to win you many games to begin with. And then you factor in that UConn hit the most that they've ever hit in a tournament game. And that was really it. It wasn't Alex Caravan. He looked quite useless, in my opinion, for a large part of the game. He did end up with 4 rebounds, 4 assists. He had a steal and a block. So maybe that's harsh to say that. Offensively, just shooting the ball, what he's supposed to do, he only had 9 points. It was the freshman Braylon Mullins, who will forever go down as a legend for the logo 3 that stunned Duke and knocked Duke out of the tournament. But it was Braylon Mullins with 15 points. He hit 4 threes, including the dagger. As badly as Illinois played, they got this down to a 4-point game with a minute to go. And I thought, oh boy, for a team that just came back from 19 down against Duke, UConn looks like they're feeling it right now. If they don't score on this possession, I thought Illinois was surely going to score and get it to a 1-possession game. And Braylon Mullins hits a 3 that gets it back to 7, and that was it. Solo ball, playing injured. He hit 3 threes, so he had 13 points. So those two guys right there hit 7 threes, and that ended up being the difference. Illinois just couldn't hit the shots. They couldn't, and I thought the rims were unkind. The one shot from Andrei Stojakovic where it literally bounced on every part of the rim and then sat on the heel of the rim for literally what felt like an eternity and didn't go down. That was probably the point where most Illinois fans, including Brad, said, yeah, this just is not our night. And it wasn't. But, Brad, you want to make sure that you point out that you think that Brad Underwood did not get out-coached in this one. And yes, Dan Hurley is a legendary hell of a head coach that has already won 2 titles in the last 3 years, and he's playing for his 3rd now in the last 4. But you don't think Brad Underwood got out-coached?
And I was breaking up on you. So, yeah, the point I make, brought up the Stojakovic of ridiculous around the toilet bowl sitting on top of the rim for the entire eternity, that it did really a microcosm of the bad luck that Illinois suffered from. And a lot of those near rim shots that just simply were not falling, or some of those wide open threes they steadily and consistently hit in the regular season, it just wasn't their night. They only hit 6 threes out of 26 attempts. That's 23.1%. As a team that steadily was shooting around 50% of the shots from one, hitting about 35% of those, and they just weren't falling through cylinder. Meanwhile, as you pointed out, threes. That was the team in the month of March entering the night that was shooting around 27% from 3. So it's like they flipped the roles in the game. Illinois out-rebounded them, had a +9 rebound advantage in the game, had a +2 free throw advantage in the game, gave up 4 more turnovers. Dave Presley, and of course the assist game, everybody was on Illinois, a season low in that game as UConn doled out 14 assists in the game. Reed was awesome. I felt Illinois had to, largely contain, but they did. They shut him down the second half, but he had his way there in the first half, finishing with 17 and 13. Mentioned Mullins. He was incredible. He had the 15 points, that dagger 3 toward the end of the game. And damn Solal, again, as I mentioned earlier on the show, when you all get in front of the rim, hits high off the backboard, and that 3 attempt is falling through, that shows it's not your night. It was UConn's, and that's why they're playing the title game tonight.
Yep, there you go. That'll sum it up for you. Keaton Vogler showed up for Illinois. He scored 20 points. He had the 8 rebounds. Again, I just thought they didn't get nearly enough out of David Mirkovic, who had really become a folk hero, with the cowboy hat, shooting the water gun at the rest of the team. Really had become, one of the glue guys of this squad. He only scored 6 points, just wasn't involved enough. Defensively, again, he had 3 blocks, but you needed this Illinois team to score. We knew how great their defense was when they used it to shut down Houston. We knew how good their defense was when they used it to tame Iowa. But I thought they always needed to do what they did best, and that was flex their offensive muscles. And they just didn't have it. Right? You could try to, people will try to say, oh, it was coaching. Well, people try to say, oh, well, Illinois was nervous and they weren't ready for this game. Sometimes the shots just don't freaking go in. And I think that was, we could try to make this an emotional narrative or anything like that. For me, their shots didn't go in. UConn hit their shots at a record clip from 3, and that was your difference right there. And again, Illinois, they showed fight. They didn't tuck their tails between their legs and submit. They got it back to a 4-point game. But when you needed somebody from UConn to make a shot, it was a freshman. It was a teenager that ultimately sunk the Illinois dream. So, again, it was over 20 years since they last got to the Final Four with Bruce Weber. And, you think, with this team, no matter, guys leaving for the NBA like Keaton Vogler, the transfer portal, Brad Underwood has done a great job. I'm sure they'll be back. You just don't know if they're going to be back. And that's what makes this loss so much more frustrating, because you thought they'd be back right then and there again 21 years ago, and it took them another 2 decades to get back to the Final Four. So it's a frustrating result, to say the least. Let's get a phone caller in here who wants to give a prediction for tonight's game. Number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Paul is next up in Rhode Island on BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Paul, you're on line 1. Paul is on line 1. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate your show. There's so many great teams that are out looking in, but it's that last shot. It's that last shot. And I love UConn. And I do love how the coaches get these kids in, and they do the best they can. When you see kids crying and they've been transferred 2-3 times and they didn't make it, it's sad. But you have to understand that the best teams that have experience in these college playoffs are the ones that win. And I'm going to go with UConn, and I'm going to predict by 12-15 UConn tonight.
Wow.
Is that okay with you guys?
That's okay with me, Paul. You might be on an island by yourself. You might be on you might be on Shutter Island with Leo DiCaprio after this game ends if you're on the wrong side of it. But because Michigan is historically a dominant team. All the advanced their record says it, right? The only couple of losses they had were to the best teams in the country and a Wisconsin team that just went absolutely nuclear. So I don't think many people, if anybody, is predicting UConn to win by double digits. But Brad, if nothing else, our friend Paul in Rhode Island is certainly going bold with this one. He thinks UConn dominates this game. I like UConn. I can't imagine they win this game by double digits.
This is what you call hashtag team Huevos there from Paul. I think he's earned a lifetime membership on that team. As a matter of fact, that is as bold can be, can really be. Dare I say huevos gigantes? I think that honestly applies with UConn possibly win this thing by double digits. Look, Danny Hurley is a mad scientist. He's a madman. He's a genius. He's arguably the best pound-for-pound coach in college basketball. There's no question about it. I just don't think he has the personnel to get this job done. The sheer size of Michigan is going to keep them ultra and highly competitive in this game, even if the Axel is like at 50% health. I still feel that Michigan is bar another better team on paper and visually as well. I think they're the better team, and we shouldn't underestimate the coaching chops and the button pushing of Dusty May. I'm going to wait to give you my official final score projection, but I do feel Paul might have a little bit of bias bleeding through the veins.
Yeah, just a little bit. 310-840-4910 if you want to give your predictions for tonight's game like Paul did. He thinks UConn big. He'll look like a genius in about 4 or 5 hours from now if that ends up coming true. But, Brad, let's get to the other game on Saturday. I called it the de facto national title game. You thought it could have gone to double overtime, hell, triple overtime. 2 top 5 defenses, 2 top 10 offenses, NBA talent littered throughout, and yet it was a one-sided affair, despite Yaxel Lendeborg, getting 2 quick fouls in the first couple minutes of the game, then coming back in and spraining his MCL and spraining his ankle, trying to, dunk through 3 people, and only ends up playing 14 minutes. Comes back in the second half with a limp, sits in the corner, hits 2 threes, only scores 11 points, and yet Michigan led this game by 30 at one point in the second half. They crush Arizona 91-73. This is one of the more one-sided affairs between 2 elite teams that I have seen in a tournament in quite some time. How the hell did Michigan just annihilate Arizona? Because you're watching the game and you're thinking to yourself, Arizona, this is one of the best teams in the country. And yeah, is Michigan just that much better than them? Was it just a bad matchup for Arizona? Did it, like we said with Illinois, did they just not hit their shots? How the hell did Michigan run away with this game? Because I'm still flabbergasted at the result.
Yeah, look, I think it's a brilliance of Dusty May, and a case in point is this, and he admitted this to The Athletic after the game, and they wrote about it, I think yesterday, as a matter of fact, that he came in the game and he saw a wrinkle in the scouting report and the film work that he was doing that he could really take advantage. And it started with the very first play of the game. You go back and you can watch the tape, and it'll tell the story. Ella Cadeau has the ball in his hands. He drives and attacks the rim, and who comes out to guard and challenge him? It's Mount Krivas, the big 7'2" interior stud for Arizona. And on the back end, it wasn't Karchinkov. It was Jaden Bradley for the potential offensive rebound. And who is standing in front of Jaden Bradley? Well, it's Adai Mara, who's at 7'3". So Cadeau, what he does is he misses it on purpose, high off the glass, and it operates as an assist, as a pass to Mara, who then just grabs it and flushes it home. That happened 6 times in the game, 6 times. So Dusty May was able to institute that immediately with profound success and went back to it repeatedly, along with some of the other ball movement in action. Mara was unstoppable, getting downhill in the paint, and that was an area in which Arizona really dominated, that 2-point defense for much of the season. They don't know what hit them, and it just started with Cadeau and that kiss off the glass and went directly into Mara's hands for that dunk flush. That set the tone the entire game, what Michigan was planning to do, how outside the box they were thinking, and they just executed at an extraordinary high level, and that explains why they waxed that ass of Arizona from beginning to end. I know Arizona made it interesting. Yeah, I bet on the live line, Arizona plus 23.5. So thankfully, Michigan was in cruise control late as they won that sucker by less than 20. But man, a dominant performance. Arguably one of the greatest Final Four dominant performances we've ever seen. It rivaled Villanova in 2016. Remember, they beat Buddy Hield's Oklahoma team 91-55 that year in the Final Four. That is far and away the most dominant Final Four margin of victory we've ever seen. This one, maybe the second best, though the margin was shaved down toward the end. Still, it was just pure muscle action by Michigan the entire game, body slamming the opponent in the Arizona Wildcats.
I mean, dude, it was literally like NBA Street, right? NBA Street, the video game where you can throw the ball off the backboard and have somebody catch it and slam it down. That's literally what Michigan did to Arizona. They had no idea what hit him. Adai Mara, you mentioned, 26 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 blocks. He was a phenom. He was a force. Again, a first-team unanimous All-American who's going to be, I don't know, the top 15 overall draft pick in the NBA draft, basically played a third of the game, and they were up by 30 in the second half. I mean, again, I think the biggest thing was the tempo, right? And we mentioned this on Friday when we previewed the game, and I said, I like Arizona. I picked them before the tournament to win the tournament, so of course I was going to stick with it, even though Michigan blew through everybody in their path. Arizona kind of did too. But my one thing I panicked, I think, is Arizona going to panic if they get down and they have to start shooting threes? Now, they didn't shoot a lot of threes this year by nature because they would get whatever they wanted inside. They weren't getting that against Michigan. And so, then they had to start to shoot threes. And Tommy Lloyd said it. He goes, I think we kind of panicked a little bit and started taking some unnecessary shots. There you go. That was it. 6 of 17 from deep. Again, they won the rebounding battle. The turnover battle was only a +1 for Michigan. But, man, I mean, when they started running and they were in transition, Arizona looked fatigued. And I don't know how teenagers and 21-year-olds and 22-year-olds can get that tired in one game when you had a week to prepare for it. But that is how fast Michigan plays. We talk about how the college game looks more and more like the NBA game. Michigan literally put the foot on the pedal, and they were going 100 in a 65, and Arizona, just could not keep up with them. They were getting beat in transition. They were getting beat off of their misses, and they were getting beat down low because, yes, 7'3" is a tough to deal with when you combine that with strength and speed on everybody else around Ade Mara. So he was dominating. It was like a game. It was like a game where you have the sixth grader playing against a bunch of kids that look like they're in second grade at times. That's how dominant he was, despite the fact that Arizona was basically doing what Michigan did to them. They were doing that to teams all season, and they met their maker and they met their match. And I don't know how many times, if you played that game 100 times, I don't know how many times you get the result that we did, but it kind of felt like it was inevitable, 5-10 minutes into this game, because Michigan just, they crushed them. They crushed them, and Arizona did not have that ability to shoot their way back into it. Does UConn? I don't know. I think they could, but Arizona certainly did not.
No, definitely not. And I think Mara was playing on a Nerf hoop or a Little Tykes hoop. I mean, it was just downright ridiculous. He was unstoppable every single time he got downhill. You knew the ball was going to go in, and probably with authority as well. He was slamming home a lot of oranges emphatically in the game. The 26-9-3 had a couple of blocks. And the other guy who's really been the unsung hero from Michigan has been Trey McKinney, man. He's been so kick-ass off the bench. Scored 16 points off the pine in that game. He's been brilliant this entire NCAA tournament. I don't think he gets enough of the flowers, enough of the headlines. Yaxel Lindenborg only played 15 minutes in the game because of the knee injury and the foul trouble he had early on. Scored 11 points. I mean, he showed a dog in him. There's no doubt about it. A prize fighter fight. And he came out and hit those 2 threes in the second half. The game was already decided, but he just wanted to go out there and prove to everybody, I'm the tougher guy. I am a jerky tough on this team, and you're not going to slow me down. Went out, nailed those 2 threes, and then basically rode the pine the rest of the game because Michigan flat out didn't need him. L.A. Cadeau had a double-double, 13 points and 10 assists. He's been incredible in this NCAA tournament run. It's just a wonderful cohesiveness that Michigan has. They have a brilliant and bubbling chemistry, and I think you're going to bear witness to it tonight in the national title game. Paul believes in Rhode Island that UConn's going to win by like a dozen or more. I feel he's off his rocker because Michigan is such a well-oiled machine. They have been spectacular, and they're going to be stunningly effective, I believe, again tonight.
310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. This segment was sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on a commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. All right, we've got plenty of thoughts. We've got plenty of breakdowns, all the key matchups for the Natty tonight. It's still an hour and a half away, so we're going to get back into that game in just a bit. If you have any thoughts, questions, predictions on the game itself, we'll take them all the way up until and through tip-off. Again, at 310-840-4910. But when we return, we got to get to the weekend that was in Major League Baseball, because somebody robbed not 1, not 2, but 3 home runs in a single game, and every single one of them was more crucial than the last. Plus, we got a couple of big games going on right now and starting in a little bit. So some baseball when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
We are just right. We are aligned. I believe that if UConn wins this game tonight, you're going to come on the air, and everybody's going to come on the air tomorrow morning and say, is Dan Hurley the modern-day John Wooden? And you know what? When Dan Hurley won his first title in 2023, I said to him, what's next? And you know what he said back to me, Nick? He said, I have a picture of John Wooden in my office. You're always striving to be at the bar. And look, John Wooden was unbelievable, and he's got more titles than just 3. That being said, if we're going to start talking about legacy and the window's wide open. Dan Hurley is, he's still in his early 50s. He's got an opportunity to go down as that type of great. Like, he wins tonight, It's one of the best coaching jobs I've ever seen. They were dead and buried against Duke. They got smashed by St. John's, the Big East Tournament final. And I mean smashed. They entered the Big East Tournament struggling. They lost to a Marquette team that had one of the worst years in Marquette basketball history. By the way, if you're a college hoops bettor or whatnot, and you want to look at a team that's going to have a bounce back year next year, I'm telling you right now, if you be smarter with your friends, Marquette will bounce back next year. They'll be in the tournament. That being said, Connecticut, they looked terrible in the last weeks of February. And by terrible, I mean they just weren't functioning. They weren't making shots. They looked worn down. The fact they're still standing in this game alone is an amazing accomplishment. They win tonight, and you go into Dan Hurley. He's on the Mount Rushmore. Could he surpass? Could he be the greatest college basketball coach? Does it sound crazy right now? Maybe. You beat this all-time Michigan team tonight, and it becomes reality. I think it's fair game.
One of the best teams in the modern era that we've seen, right? Especially in this day and age of NIL, and transfer portal, what Dusty's been able to do. And, the other part, let's focus on Dusty a little bit here, because this dude took FAU, and I've been FAU several times. What he did with that program is insane. It was a horrible job. And he got them to the Final Four, and then a couple of years later, flips a Michigan program that was 3-17 and garbage under Juwan Howard, and takes them to win a national title. This is a guy that is going to be on NBA teams' radars. Don't know if he'll get one this year, but he will be on the radars because of what he's done and how he does it. He has. Now, I don't know if he can be successful in the NBA. As a former Indiana manager who's never played, who doesn't necessarily look the part. But, again, this Michigan team, if they win, how they've done it, too, with bigs. Nobody did this. Nobody thought this was going to happen. I talked to Nate Oates about it the other day, and Nate Oates said, I'm going to have to change kind of how I play in my personnel because of the way Dusty, has found a way. And other guy, Tommy Lloyd, same thing with bigs.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM tonight is back.
No balls and one strike. And here's a drive out to right from Raleigh. Adele's back near the wall. He leaps, and he caught it! Joe Adele robs Raleigh of what would have been his first home run this year. There's a drive to right. Adele is back. He's at the wall. He leaps up. He got another one! Wow. Joe Adele, what a night!
That is unbelievable. Joe Adele, listen to the crowd.
And here's Crawford with a fly ball to right toward the corner. It's Joe Adele again near the foul pole. Leaping up. Did he catch it again? He fell into the crowd. They called him out. He did it again.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. That was FanDuel Sports Network there. Wayne Randazzo, Angels TV on Saturday night when the Angels beat the Mariners 1-0. And they needed that one run. But they also needed Joe Adele robbing not one, not two, but as you heard it, robbed 3 home runs in the game alone. The Mariners could have easily won this, but Joe Adele personally took 3 home runs back into the park, including one in the 9th inning. One of the more sensational defensive performances we've seen all time in a game that the Angels, again, win 1-0. To the point where the Mariners, Brad, they put on their whiteboard on Sunday, game plan, don't hit the ball to Joseph Adele. Well, it's funny. It's funny because they also got his name wrong. His full name is Jordan Adele. But either way, Don't hit the ball to the guy. He brought them all back in right field, 2 leaping up to the fence in nearly the same spot. And that third one was the craziest because there was a replay to see whether or not it was actually a home run because he fell into the first row inside the foul pole in that short little fence at right field in Los Angeles and Anaheim. But one of the great defensive performances we've ever seen. He literally, there's sometimes it's, he brought back a home run and it's like, the ball probably would have hit the top of the fence. No, these were all going to be gone. He brings back 3 of them, ends up in the first row in the right field seats, and you're wondering whether or not he left the field to play before he caught it. What a freaking game. And that's kind of, put an exclamation point on what has been a slow start for the Mariners. But Joe Adele, almost single-handedly beat them with his glove on Saturday night. What a freaking performance.
Yeah, poor Mike Montgomery, our wonderful video producer here on BetMGM tonight. RIP to your funds, mi amigo. He needed the Mariners on the money line to finish a 3-leg parlay. The first 2 legs already cashed. And Joe Adele said, not so fast, my friend. I'm going to rob you blind. And he did. Poor Michael Montgomery suffered the L, had to tear up the ticket, rolled and smoked it as a result. Because the Halos got the win, and unfortunately for Monty, could not cash that parlay ticket. And I will say this: I don't know about you, Pat. I mean, you played a little, professional baseball in your lifetime, and when I grew up playing baseball as a kid in San Antonio, Texas, and also in Central Illinois for a short time, we all dreamt of those moments. And sometimes we play with our teammates. Toss some balls up and you're trying to rob somebody of a home run and bring it back from over the fence into the field of play. We dream of those moments. And maybe you're lucky enough to experience just one of those in your life. You need a perfect confluence, a perfect alignment of events to occur, not once, but twice and 3 times for that to line up in the same game. And you were able to rob the batter all 3 damn times. Just a historic event, and one people who are in attendance will probably remember the rest of their lives, and a lot of those fan bases are going to remember for the rest of their lives. Just a brilliant flashing of the leather by Joe Adele. Unreal.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying I played a little bit professionally. If you want to call it that, by all means, I'm going to let you run with it. I mean, the closest I ever got was playing in the summer. The Summer Collegiate League, the Northwoods League, where, yes, I did play with many current big league ball players, including your guy, Nico Horner. I did strike out Dalton Varsho. Sorry. Dalton Varsho, big leaguer, cleanup hitter on many days for the Blue Jays. I did strike him out. But no, in high school, I played a lot of right field. I never robbed a home run. I did make a couple of diving catches and jumping catches. I think my claim to fame as an outfielder in high school was we actually played at the home of the Staten Island Yankees against, Briar Cliff Manor, a team from New York. I went to high school in New Jersey, so it was like an interstate battle at the Staten Island Yankees Stadium. And there was about 3,000, 4,000 people at the game, which is about as many people are at the Pirates game right now. And so that felt really cool. And I'll never forget, we won the game. 9th inning, we're up a run. A fly ball hit to me, normal depth in right field. It was probably, 220 feet out into right field. And I caught it. And I'll never forget, we had worked on, getting your momentum into a fly ball so that when you catch it, You take that big crow hop and you throw the ball as hard as you possibly can to either third base or home plate, trying to get a runner to tag out. And so the tying run was on third. I did my full sprint into the catch, timed it perfectly, one hopper, bang, nailed the kid at the plate to end the game. And that was pretty sweet. But no, I never robbed a home run. So I can't imagine how Joe Adell felt doing it literally 3 times, all in the later innings. He robbed Big Dumper, I think, in the 6th. He robbed Naylor in the 8th, and then he robbed J.P. Crawford in the 9th. So, like, every single one was a exclamation point star in the scorebook, one of the top highlights of the night, and he did it 3 times. So that was sensational. Brad, weekend that kind of flew by. We're already 9 or 10 games into the big league season here, depending on the team. But I guess so far, what's been your biggest surprise in the first week and a half of the big league season?
Yeah, it's going to be Chase Laughter, honestly, of the Cleveland Guardians. And the fact that he's gone yard a handful of times already on the young year. Now, he is, according to Fangraphs, the organization's top power-hitting prospect, but he's not shown a lot of that muscle in the minor leagues. A guy, coming into the season, only had 7 home runs at his best minor league campaign and 148 at bats. So extrapolate that out. Yeah, you might think, okay, he's got 15 to 20 home run pop in that lumber, but right now hitting .313 with 5 bombs, 9 RBIs on the season and 32 at bats. He's got an ISO mark, isolated power of 469, which is absolutely off the charts. Whether you're looking at Zibs or streamers, some of the other advanced analytic projections that are out there on Fangraphs, they got to be between 20 to 25 home runs. But this pace, maybe he's going to greatly exceed that. Could be maybe a 30, 35 home run campaign for Chase Laughter. Again, a lot of the scouts out there probably thought, okay, he may have this in him. But if you go back and survey, those same guys right now, they probably didn't see it coming in this immediate of a time frame, which is, from day one of the 2026 Major League Baseball season. So the lefty swinger who's absolutely smashing balls right now along Lake Erie. So far, my biggest surprise of the year, though, we'll see how many home runs he finishes with. Pat, let me ask you this. I'm going to give you an impromptu over-under. Final home run tally for Chase Laughter. I'm going to set a 24.5. What say you? Over or under?
Oh, 24.5? Absolutely over. I mean, he might get there by July. I thought you were going to put it at like 35.5 or 39.5. And I would say, rookie might slow down a bit. No, he's definitely, unless he suffers an injury that forces him to miss, 20, 30 games, he's getting 25 home runs. I think he's got the potential to hit 35 because I've seen some of his home runs so far. They are easy power, Brad. They're easy power. And I know that Cleveland's a big ballpark and they got, the big walls out in the alleys. But, again, easy, very easy power from Chase Laughter. So he's been a treat to watch. My biggest surprise so far has been the Pittsburgh Pirates at 6-3. But not only 6-3, remember, they lost their first 2 games of the season to the Mets. So since then, they've won 6 out of their last 7. They won 2 out of 3 against Cincinnati, swept the Orioles. And I think it's more surprising that they're 6-3 and their ace, the best pitcher in the National League, Paul Skeens, is sporting a 9.53 ERA. Now, again, a lot of that is due to the first start he made of the season against the Mets when they knocked him out in the first inning. Last game against Cincinnati, he only gave up 1 run across 5 innings, but still 2 starts in, and Skeens has an ERA of nearly double digits, and yet the Pirates are 6-3. That's because they've gotten tremendous pitching from Braxton Ashcraft. They've gotten tremendous pitching from Mitch Keller. That not so much of a surprise, but it's been their bullpen. Their bullpen has been tremendous so far. O'Neal Cruz, he was the butt of every joke on opening day, and since then, he has turned into a machine. He's got an OPS over 1,000. Yeah. Brandon Lau's been awesome with the OPS over 1,000, and Ryan O'Hearn, who they got, I think he got traded to San Diego last year, and then they got him in free agency this offseason. He's already clubbed 3 home runs, and he's driven in double-digit runs. So the middle of their order is slashing. They got the exciting teenager Connor Griffin up, who had a double in his first big league at bat. Again, we joked about it because our producer Brandon Combs is watching the game right now against the Padres. It's scoreless in the top of the 4th in Pittsburgh. There's only about 3,000 fans there. And so not packing the ballpark because Bob Nutting is their owner, but they've gotten off to a pretty damn impressive start. They've been my biggest surprise at 6-3 on the young season.
Yeah, and look, the fans got to show up. I understand they're disgruntled and they're absolutely ticked off with ownership. But man, you got a tremendous ballpark. Again, probably one of the top 5 parks in Major League Baseball, if not top 3, if not number 1 overall. And no, offense to my beloved Chicago Cubs, Wrigley is incredible, but PNC looks downright gorgeous on a regular basis with Clemente and that bridge there in the backdrop. The pierogi races and everything else. It's absolutely beautiful there on the riverfront. So you got the picturesque ballpark, and I actually have a product worth watching on the field with the top prospect in the game. Bury the hatchet, Pittsburgh Pirates fans. Get to the ballpark and watch these guys because they are certainly worth the price of admission. And look, if you got to somehow numb the pain with ownership, go ahead and buy a couple of beers. Throw those back. Get a dog and enjoy baseball because you actually got a product you can stomach on the field.
Yeah, I just, again, an owner that has kind of at times spit in your face, metaphorically. Do you want to give that person your money? That's what it comes down to. And I still think there's a lot of Pirates fans that don't want to, and I don't blame them. We got a lot more to talk about from this weekend of baseball. Who's been the biggest disappointment so far of the division leaders? Who's going to finish the week in first place? Some big injuries already. So we'll get to that in just a bit, but we want to do some hot or cold coming up next because we got some great headlines from the weekend that we got to get to. We'll continue to preview the national championship game tonight as well. Any phone calls, get in at 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So the San Francisco Giants this offseason hired Tony Vitello to be their new manager. And this made waves because Tony Vitello was the manager of the University of Tennessee and had 0 Major League Baseball experience. Now, there were people, really smart people, and I'm not saying that it can't go well, but really smart people who said, Buster Posey, who runs the Giants, that this is kind of like, an analytically driven move, and they're zigging while others are zagging, and that this could be like maybe the standard bearer in baseball, and the teams might follow their lead. It has not been great thus far for San Francisco, who lost yesterday to the Mets 5-2 to drop to 3-7 on the year, 1-6 at home, and Vitello was ejected during the game for arguing with umpires. Vitello had this to say post-game.
I said one last thing just out of, frustration or being all fired up that was complete nonsense. I think it was misinterpreted a little bit, but you're on the field that long and you're not a player, you're probably out of place a little bit.
What's he talking about? He's basically being like, I should have gotten ejected because I was on the field too long? What? If you're a longtime listener or viewer of the show, you know I love the Yankees. I'm a diehard Yankee fan. Have been my entire life. I am not the world's biggest Aaron Boone fan, to say the least, as the manager of my team. But I'll tell you what, when Aaron Boone gets ejected from a game, my dude gets his money's worth and doesn't care about the consequences. And I don't like Aaron Boone as a manager. Like, if Vitello gets up there postgame and just goes, it was a horse bleep call by the ref, and I'm standing up for my guys, no one says anything about it. The fact that he said, I was probably out there too long, and, if you're not a player, it's probably bad. What? You had his comments after the Giants' sluggish start to the season against the Yankees when they lose the first 2 games of the year, and he's like, we're pressing a little bit. They're 2 games into a 162-game season. You had Matt Chapman cursing at Schmidt, the first baseman, for not catching the ball last week. And then you had Matt Chapman Like, in a ridiculous down 5-2 against the Mets, trying to, like, steal second in the ninth inning with nobody out. Like, why are you? The run doesn't matter. You got to stay on base, leading to Gary Cohen, who does Mets play-by-play for SNY, to say this about Matt Chapman.
There goes Chapman. The pitch is high. The throw by Torrens, and he's out by a mile. What are you doing running on this cat? It caps off a horrible, no good, awful week for Matt Chapman.
Like, the San Francisco Giants are an embarrassment right now. And it looks like it's early. It can change. The Tony Vitello doesn't know what he's doing. Maybe it gets turned around. It could happen as soon as tonight. It's a long season. We're 10 games in. I'm just saying, though, the early returns are not good, and this will become a bigger national story if it continues to go awry. Gino Auriemma crashed out like a lovesick, butthurt teenager after this game. What Gino was really upset about, and it's totally understandable, right? His team came into the Final Four undefeated, and this is not the first time this has happened, by the way. And, like, even though we all acknowledge UConn is the preeminent women's college basketball program in the history of women's college basketball, and that Gino is the best coach in the history of women's college basketball, and I know they won last year's title, they have not had a lot of success recently in national semifinals and in the Final Four. And I'm sure he's pissed off. I'd be pissed if I were him. That sucks. Undefeated and then get destroyed when you get to the very end to a national semi. I get it. I understand why he's pissed. But to turn it into, like, Dawn Staley didn't shake my hand and that this is not how it goes. Like, grow up, dude. Grow up. Grow up.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Oh, wow. Whoa, whoa. Sorry. Thought I had the volume turned down on my on the Knicks game there. Got that on the other screen here as we welcome you back. The Knicks haven't beaten a team above 500 in over a month, so we'll see if that changes tonight as they lead the Hawks by 1 going into the second quarter. We'll get to some more NBA conversations in just a bit. Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We got plenty of more preview on the national championship game tonight. That's coming up in a bit. Tip-off in just over an hour between UConn and Michigan. Let's get to some hot or cold here on some themes regarding the game and on some of the weekend that was in Major League Baseball. Let's get producer Brandon Combs into the mix to delegate a little hot or cold. Combs, what's going on?
How we doing, boys? Been a long time.
Good.
We don't do a whole lot of hot or cold no more in the first 3 hours. We do a lot of it in the final 2. Not a whole lot in the first 3, so I'm interested to get Brad's takes on some of these. I got some good ones here.
We got some cold going on because I got a nice little pistachio Yasso bar here that I'm polishing off.
It's your old manisms again. Your old manisms again.
Those are
you got
good,
your
man.
frozen yogurt bar. Like,
they're delicious. Don't want to hate on them.
All right, here we go. Hot or cold, Brad? We'll start with you so this Yahoo can finish off his ice cream. Michigan is going to go down as the most dominant tournament team of all time. Hot or cold?
Well, they're certainly in the conversation. It's going to come down to what is the margin of victory. If they get the victory tonight and end the Big Ten's drought of a national title, a first one potentially in 26 years. Again, last team to do was Michigan State in 2000. That was the Mateen Cleaves Spartans squad. Let's say they win. I think they got to get at least 33 points in terms of margin of victory tonight. It's somewhere around there to have the greatest margin of victory over an NCAA tournament run in the history of the NCAA tournament. During my lifetime, again, I'm going to reflect on that Villanova squad that won in 2016 under Jay Wright. That one to me is one of the most memorable and dominant teams in the history of the NCAA tournament, and just solely because of the one game, the 91-55 shellacking of Buddy Hield and the Oklahoma Sooners. And Buddy Hield was an extraordinary college player. For those of you that might have forgotten, that was just an epic kick of the ass, to say the least. But Michigan has had a lot of those epic kicks of the ass so far this NCAA tournament run. So TBD. And for that reason, I got to say cold.
Yeah, I'm going cold. And I don't care if they win the game by 20 points tonight, because I think literally just a couple of years ago, UConn, the back-to-back title winners, that's the most tournament team in a long time. And I'm not talking about the first title, right? Because you could say, oh, they didn't really play any elite teams, right? The highest seed that UConn played in their first national title win was 3-seed Gonzaga in the Elite Eight. Now, they smoked them. But the year after that, 2024, so just 2 years ago, UConn played 1-seed Purdue in the title game, beat them by 15. They played 4-seed Alabama in the Final Four, beat them by 14. They played Brad's Illinois in the Elite Eight. They won that by 25. They played San Diego State in the Sweet 16, a rematch, and they won by 30. So literally it was double-digit win after double-digit win in which they just coasted to victory every single game. That UConn team of 2 years ago is going to be tough to top, and I don't think Michigan is going to. Again, even if they win this one by 20, I don't think we'll look back and say they were more dominant than the Huskies were a couple years ago.
I mean, it's tough, right? 101-80, 95-72, 90-77, 95-62, and 91-73 over a team that a lot of people thought at the beginning of this was going to win the whole damn thing in Arizona, including you, Pat. So, like, I don't know, man. If they go out and they just wipe the floor with UConn, I don't know how you can look at this team and say that they're not one of the most dominant teams of all time, if not the most dominant team of all time, because, 90 points a game in the tournament. I mean, it's been crazy, and they're playing some really good defensive teams, and they're out shooting the teams that can shoot. The way they beat Alabama, the way they beat Arizona, to me, probably the most dominant performance I've seen in all of my time watching.
You should ask this question tomorrow, Combsy.
I probably will.
No, because it's not going to work tomorrow, because UConn's going to be the champions.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. Side wager. All
right. Here we go. The Red Sox 2-7 start is the most surprising start of the MLB season. Hot or cold, Pat?
Cold. I mean, I tried to tell you guys, this team's not a playoff team. Yes, they have great pitching, but they can't hit. They've been limited to 2 runs or less already 4 times this season in 9 games. They can't hit their way out of a paper bag. They don't have the middle of the order chops to do it. Trevor Story can't hit his own weight right now. Willie Abreu is the only guy that's doing any kind of hitting for the Sox. They've got 2 players on their entire roster with an OPS above 850 right now that has the minimum at-bats. They're not a good hitting team, as good as their pitching is going to be. So it's not surprising to me that they're 2-7. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's hot, honestly. Look, I thought this team was going to compete. On the antithesis of Pat, I'm not just saying it for the sake of argument. With that staff that they have, and the anchors, and the innings eaters, and the guys that get a lot of Ks, I thought for sure they were going to be in the running, at least competitive, and a pretty strong bullpen as well. But yes, they're not hitting right now. Maybe it's the chilly conditions there in the greater New England area, but they should heat up eventually. I still think this is at least an 85-win team when it's all said and done. So they're going to right the ship here, and they should be able to do it relatively quickly. But yeah, as a result, where my mind is at, where Pat's head is at, I think it is indeed hot. It's been a bit mystifying, to say the least, that the Red Sox just got 2 wins through 9 games.
Yeah, I think out of all of them, it's probably the most surprising start. I mean, you could look at some of these. Half of the American League is sitting at 4-5 or 5-4. Like everybody's playing mid baseball right now. I think it has a lot to do with the cold weather. But the Red Sox 2-7 is pretty damn surprising to me.
And the Brewers are in first place. Notice how Combs didn't mention that as a surprise. That's because it's not a surprise, and he knew it. All right, we'll take it. When we come back, we'll finish off some more baseball conversation, talk NBA as well on BetMGM tonight.
The Knicks should try to lose some games here down the stretch and hope that they get the 4 seed. If you're a Knicks fan or a Knicks, and if that sounds disrespectful to Detroit, I don't mean it to be. It's more out of respect for the Boston Celtics with Jason Tatum back. If you're the Knicks and they're in Atlanta tonight, and I think the Hawks are going to beat the Knicks tonight, I'll say that. If it's Knicks-Hawks round 1 in the 4-5, the Knicks will win that series in a best of 7. And then you get Detroit in round 2, and maybe the Pistons win that series. As a Knicks fan, I'm willing to roll the dice with Detroit. I know the Knicks beat the Celtics last year in the second round, and they were going to win that series even before Tatum popped his Achilles. I would rather wait to face Boston until the conference finals than face them in the second round. Let the Cavs deal with Boston in the second round. Let that happen. Also, I'll be honest, I don't really want anything to do with the Sixers potentially. If Philly's fully healthy and a potential 3-6, if I'm a Knicks fan, which I am. If you're the Knicks, and I'm not, but if I were, I want that 4 seed. Like, ask me as a fan, do I want the 4 or the 3? It may sound counterintuitive to want a worse seed. I think I backed myself up really well. The 4 seed is where it's at for the Knicks. I will actually be rooting tonight for the Atlanta Hawks to beat my Knicks. Because I think if the Knicks lose a couple down the stretch and the Cavs win, the Knicks, my Knicks, have a better chance of getting to the NBA Finals. Jesse Minter, and we'll see if this comes to fruition, but is being bandied about like this could be the next Mike McDonald as far as leading the defensive revolution in the NFL, where it feels like the pendulum is swinging, right, from offense back to defense, and Jesse Minter could be one of those guys on the defensive side of the ball. I'm going to say a name that you probably haven't heard in quite some time right now. That name is Nnamdi Madubuike, who is that big body in the middle of the Ravens defensive line, who hurt his neck in week 2. We didn't see him again the rest of the year, and there were rumors his career could be over from the neck injury. Jamison Hensley, who covers the Ravens for ESPN, reported last week that there is growing optimism that Nnamdi Madubuike will play this season for the Baltimore Ravens. And if he's back, with Trey Hendrickson on the defensive line, they have the 14th pick in the draft because the Max Crosby trade, they backed out of it. And we can have that's a separate conversation. Should they or shouldn't they? It doesn't matter. It happened. New coach, better defense, Lamar showing up. The Ravens are going to be awesome this year. And I normally don't say that I think the Ravens can actually win the Super Bowl. This year, I'll say it right now, Monday, April 6th. The Baltimore Ravens will be on my list of teams that can win the Super Bowl this season.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call, or you can just simply text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, that's 310-840-4910. All right, we got a bunch of NBA games going on right now, and a couple that have some NBA playoff implications in the final week of the regular season. Knicks and the Hawks, a tight one in the second quarter. Magic and the Pistons, a tight one in the second quarter. Detroit has already locked up the 1 seed, even without Cade Cunningham. We'll get you caught up on those scores. A couple of big games coming up later tonight as well. And we'll get you caught up on a busy Monday night Major League Baseball. But, Brad, let's finish off this conversation we were having about baseball. First week and a half into the season, every team has played about 9 or 10 games. And so right before we broke a couple of segments ago, we were asking each other, what's the biggest surprise so far? You said Chase DeLauter, the young slugger from the Cleveland Guardians, who has already bashed a ton of home runs here on the season, including, was it 3 in the first 2 games? He's got 5 home runs and 9 ribbies already on the season. I said the biggest surprise was the Pirates, who are 6-3, and they've won 6 of their last 7, despite Paul Skeens, the great Paul Skeens, sporting a 9.53 ERA. So let's look at the flip side here. Week and a half into the year, who's been the biggest disappointment so far in your eyes?
It's got to be my beloved Northsiders. The Chicago Cubs caught another L today, giving up because the bullpen has been no bueno, to say the least. Losing in Tampa to the Rays 6-4. And they're a team that had an ultra soft schedule to begin the season, and they just really spoiled those opportunities. Hey, the Washington Nationals didn't win that series. Then play the LA Angels, then face Cleveland, and now they're against Tampa. Entering the day, they were outside the top 15 in WRC plus, number 19 specifically. Though they were number 9 in total ERA at 3.53, the bullpen has an ERA now near 5 on the season. Palencia is one of the best closers I feel in the National League. Absolutely has a scorching smoking heat. Regularly hits 100 miles an hour. A guy that can slam the door. It's the setup guys that are not going to get done in high leverage situations. Motor relief has been god awful to say the least, and the Cubs bats have just underachieved. PCA included, Pete Crow Armstrong. And here's the downside for the Cubs: they have the hardest remaining strength of schedule of any team in Major League Baseball. It is not going to be an easy road for them to make the playoffs, to win the NL Central, which a lot of people felt they were heavily favored. They all believe they're going to be a 90-win team. And, of course, Milwaukee already exceeding expectations. I got to go with the Cubs, man. I'm extremely disappointed. They are now a couple of games below 500 and are dwelling in the basement of the NL Central. I know it's sample size. I know it's a long season, but that to me is indeed a shocker special.
Yeah, I mean, considering the expectations, I can't fault you for that one. Your Cubbies, they have been disappointing to say the least. I'm going to go with a team that had the expectations of being right around a playoff team, but it couldn't have gone worse so far this season. That's the San Francisco Giants. I mean, and it starts at the top with their manager, Tony Vitello, who, I mean, look, they're 3-7. They've been shut out twice already. They've got the worst run differential in all of Major League Baseball, worse than the Chicago White Sox. They are a negative 25 so far through 10 games. To be outscored by nearly 3 runs per game in the first 10 games of the season is pretty embarrassing. And look, you can't rah-rah your way to a playoff spot in a game in a season that is 162 games. Tony Vitello is the guy that came from Tennessee, college coach. He's all fired up, all jacked up. I'm going to scream and yell, and that's going to get us pumped up throughout a 6-month season where you play every single day. It doesn't work that way, pal. All right, he literally admitted after they got brushed off the field by the Yankees in the first weekend, yeah, maybe I maybe I was a little bit too emotional and, trying to maybe too many fiery pregame speeches. He got ejected for the first time yesterday and they lost against the Mets. I mean, again, he kind of looks like a fish out of water through the first 10 games. He's got a lot of learning to do. This team, they look the opposite of inspired. They look uninspired. They look tense. Again, 3-7. Now, they've played a tough schedule. Yankees, Padres, Mets. That looks like 3 playoff teams, but they've been embarrassing. I mean, again, they can't hit. They can't hit. They've been shut out twice.
Yeah.
And again, they have been held to 2 runs or less already 6 times this season. That is not good, and no amount of rah-rah shaking the pom-poms and being loud is going to work in the big leagues. So Tony Vitello has been a disappointment. The Giants have been a disappointment. And I'll give you one better here as well. I got another one. The Mariners as a whole, they've been able to stay afloat so far despite being 4-6 because of their elite pitching staff. Their lineup has been a disappointment, and 2 of the biggest stars in the game specifically could not have been more disappointing to start the season. Big dumper Cal Raleigh and Julio Rodriguez. Here's Cal Raleigh's numbers. He's hitting 132, no home runs, 4 RBIs. As a guy that hit, 63 home runs last year? You're going to have a tough time topping that when you don't have a home run so far on the season in 10 games. That's going to be a little bit tough act to follow. 60 home runs last year, because he didn't break Aaron Judge's record. So no home runs for Cal Raleigh, a 132 average and 20 strikeouts. Julio Rodriguez ain't much better. 154 average, a 404 OPS, no home runs, 2 ribbies. The Mariners have already struck out 200 times this season.
Wow.
200. That might actually be a stretch. Let me double check that because I think I saw it. Maybe I got deep faked on that one. All right, it was half that. 100 strikeouts. They've already struck out 100 times. 10 times per game on average. That's not good. So the Mariners lineup has been disappointing, but specifically their 2 stars, no home runs between them, 6 RBIs, and a boatload of Ks for the big dumper and J-Rod. That's a disappointment.
Yeah, big dumper of the box score, to say the least. I might have a little action on J-Rod a little bit later in the show. I got a feeling, Pat, he's got to break out of the funk starting tonight. Ooh, that's what we call a tease in the industry, folks.
And that's a good one. Okay, let's move on here. So here's your first place teams in the first week and a half of the season. The Yankees atop the AL East at 7-2. Guardians atop the AL Central at 6-4. Astros atop the AL West at 6-4. In the National League, the Marlins atop the NL East at 6-3. I want to make sure we slow the roll on that because they've played the Rockies and the White Sox so far in 2 of their series. The Brewers atop the NL Central at 7-2. And, of course, the Dodgers atop the NL West at 7-2. So, Brad, of these current division leaders, which one or ones do you think will not finish the week in first place?
I'm going to go with the Houston Astros, and the reason being is this. Hunter Brown, we know, just got placed on the IL, so that's not great for them. One of their top-of-the-rotation guys. They're killing it right now with white-hot bats. They're number 1 in Major League Baseball in WRC+, really kind of, exceeding expectations, so I think they're going to regress as a result. And let's look at the staff right now, because Houston has been completely contingent and reliant on that sweet swinging action at the plate because their pitching staff has been abhorrent. Number 27 right now in terms of team ERA at 5.49. So as long as the pitching remains stanky and the bats somewhat take a step back and cool off, I think Houston could ultimately be out of first place as a result. However, they got the Rockies on the immediate horizon. Though they got to play in Denver. So in Colorado, we'll see what version of Colorado does show up there at home. And then they get the Seattle Mariners. So maybe J-Rod and the dumper get off the schneid in that series and do some damage against this, soft-tossing Houston pitching staff. So give me the Astros. I don't think they'll be in first place by the end of the week.
I'm surprised. I thought you were going to take the layup in that one. I like your reasoning. I like your take on it. I thought you were going to take the layup, though. The Marlins. There's no shot the Marlins are going to be in first place at the end of the week. I mean, again, they've played the Rockies and the White Sox in their first 2 series. Then they played the Yankees, a real team. And they got the win yesterday, winning 7-6. They lost the first 2. But the Marlins this week, they play the Reds, and then they play the Detroit Tigers. So those are two pretty decent squads. The Tigers expected to win the AL Central. But look, I mean, I got to give it up to the Marlins. Liam Hicks, their catcher so far, he's got an OPS over 1,100. Their young stud in right field, Owen Casey, has been great. Sandy Alcantara looks like a Cy Young pitcher again, hasn't given up a freaking run in 16 innings so far. Yuri Perez looks okay. He's had one good start, one bad start. But more importantly, it's their bullpen that has kind of held together pretty well so far. But for me, they've played two of the worst teams in baseball in their first three series. They're going to come back down to earth this week. I don't expect the Marlins to be a playoff team, so the fact that they're in first place after a week, maybe that's the banner they hang up in that empty stadium at the end of the year. Hey, first place for 1 week in the NL East, Miami Marlins. And also, the Mets, Phillies, and the Braves, I think, also all have 6 wins already. I know the Mets and the Phillies both have 6 wins, if I'm not mistaken. So they literally have like a half-game lead. So the fact, the idea that they're going to be better than all those teams behind them for another week here when they're actually playing some real competition and not the Rockies and the White Sox, yeah, the Marlins are not going to be in first place at the end of this week.
But Pat, they have the machete. We talked about the new offering that they have there at Marlins Park. That thing is amazing. The giant taco. Again, put that in my mouth right now. For that reason alone, that's why I skipped over the Miami Marlins, because that sweet offering looks absolutely spectacular. And I would put probably a gallon of hot sauce on a dozen of those.
Yeah, and the good news is they're probably, they're going to have plenty left. They can feed it to the players, right? And maybe that's, Mike's secret stuff, Michael Jordan, and oh God, what was the movie? What's the movie? Was it with the Looney Tunes? What's it called?
Yeah, Space Jam. Space Jam.
That's a moment for me to forget. That's a low one. I wanted to call it Looney. I was calling it Looney Tunes in my head.
Looney Tunes. Yeah.
Maybe the Marlins players. I forgot Space Jam. That's a bad one. All I kept thinking of was Looney Tunes. Yeah, Michael Jordan and Looney Tunes. He's got the secret stuff. Maybe the Marlins players will be eating the machete, and then maybe their insides will be going Looney Tunes in the clubhouse.
And you would call that movie then what if you're shoving the machete in your mouth? Face Jam.
Ooh, yeah, very good. Very good.
Thank you.
All right, it didn't take long to get some big injuries here in baseball. Mookie Betts strained oblique, 15-day IL for the Dodgers. Mike Trout contusion after he got hit by a pitch. He's day-to-day. Cade Horton of your Cubbies, it looked like it might have been a season ender. Only 15-day IL. I think that was probably best case scenario. Juan Soto, calf strain, 10-day IL, but he's supposed to be out 2 to 3 weeks for the Mets. And then you mentioned it, Hunter Brown, strain in his throwing shoulder, 15-day IL. What's the biggest injury for their team out of those players?
Well, I'm going to go with Cade Horton, and also, too, Matthew Boyd went on the injured list today as well. It was like a biceps or triceps injury, so it sounds like he's going to miss a minimum, so probably 1 to 2 starts at a max. But Cade Horton, it's still kind of relatively unknown how quickly he can come back. We're all expecting the worst. We thought maybe he's have to undergo Tommy John. So far, he has dodged that, but it doesn't seem like 15 days is going to do it, enough of a time justice-wise to heal. Could be much longer than that. So, again, the injury imp wreaking havoc on the Cubs. It did so last year early on this season, and, it took them a while to really kind of bounce back, and it feels like they're kind of going through the same motions right now. Some early season bad luck. Again, I blame Mother Nature, the weather, because it's bitterly cold in the northern latitudes to begin the MLB campaign per usual, and it stinks.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Soto for the Mets. Again, it's a 10-day IL, but they're saying 2 to 3 weeks, so it was kind of retroactive a couple of days. But look, I mean, he's one of the best hitters in baseball, and luckily for the Mets right now, Mark Vientos can't get out. I mean, he's hitting .476. He looks like Ted Williams right now at the dish. But we talked about the Mets kind of being disappointing to start the season. Also, this past weekend, they were able to take 3 out of 4 from the Giants, so they turned things around. I think that's more so about how the Giants have been completely disappointing. And the Mets kind of have a decently easy schedule for this week. They play Arizona, and they play the A's. But if they go into next week still missing Juan Soto, 3 against the Dodgers, 3 against your Cubbies. You're missing an anchor like that who affects the rest of the lineup around him because of his ability to get on base, his ability to drive guys in. I mean, look, we talked about last year, 2 years ago when the Mets were actually able to pull a miracle out under the rug with that second half season that they had. But they're 6-4. If in 2 weeks from now, when Juan Soto is getting ready to come back, if the Mets are under 500, that's just another slow start for this team that has made a habit out of this. I don't really think they can afford it. So I'm concerned about the Mets' ability to get production without Juan Soto in the lineup. All right, finally, Brad, let's step up to the plate here. Let's make a pick for one of the late games. Yeah. We got the Astros and the Rockies, and I believe that game is starting here shortly. Yeah, in about 25 minutes from now. We got the Braves and the Angels, and you got the Phillies and the Giants. What's one pick in these late games that you like?
Christian Walker, man, absolutely killing the dish right now. I'm going to go for him to get extra base hit at plus 145. He is, of course, facing the Colorado Rockies there in the thin air of Coors Field, going against Ryan Feltner, who he is 5 for 9 against in his lifetime with a pair of doubles and 2 long bombs, over a 2,000 OPS against Feltner. Is Christian Walker, a guy that so far this season batting .324 with a 1,053 OPS. And Felder's been absolutely crushed, especially at Coors Field in his career. 5.87 ERA at home, a guy that gives up a high barrel rate, a high hard hit rate as well. And you look at Walker right now, he has got a 20% barrel rate, 60% hard hit rate. So I think Christian Walker's going to tee off in Coors Field. I'm going to raise a blue moon to him, splitting a gap or maybe take another one over the fence. So for him to get an extra base hit at plus 145, yeah, man, I'll get seduced by the juice on that play.
Yeah, and sticking with that, everything you said about Feltner, I'm taking the Astros. I think they cover the run line here today against the Colorado Rockies. I think the Astros win this game by at least 2. They just reshuffled their rotation with the Hunter Brown injury, so you got Cody Bolton going tonight. He pitched 3 innings last time, and maybe they use him as a bit of an extended opener. He's not a starter, so I trust the Astros bullpen here. You laid out all the facts about Ryan Feltner. And again, the Astros lineup, I mean, Alvarez is on fire to start the year. Altuve's on fire. Correa's driving in guys. Christian Walker, you mentioned him. I mean, they got like half the lineup hitting over 300 already in the beginning part of the season. So I think the Astros take care of business today, and they win this one by at least 2 runs over the Rocks, or as you like to say, the Pebbles, when they're not playing well.
Pebbles.
Hopefully that is the case. Hopefully that's the case tonight. All right, we got some NBA topics we got to get into, including a dramatic swing in the Rookie of the Year odds between Cooper Flagg and Con Knippel. Did one Dookie just steal the award away from another Dookie in the final week of the season? Plus, we'll get into our knees-deep preview and breakdown of the national championship. It is just over 30 minutes away. We'll make our picks. We'll give you the key facts and the keys to this game tonight between UConn and Michigan when we return. 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
We are just right. We are aligned. I believe that if UConn wins this game tonight, you're going to come on the air, and everybody's going to come on the air tomorrow morning and say, is Dan Hurley the modern-day John Wooden? And you know what? When Dan Hurley won his first title in 2023, I said to him, what's next? And you know what he said back to me, Nick? He said, I have a picture of John Wooden in my office. You're always striving to be at the bar. And look, John Wooden was unbelievable, and he's got more titles than just 3. That being said, if we're going to start talking about legacy and the window's wide open. Dan Hurley is, he's still in his early 50s. He's got an opportunity to go down as that type of great. Like, he wins tonight. It's one of the best coaching jobs I've ever seen. They were dead and buried against Duke. They got smashed by St. John's, the Big East Tournament final. And I mean smashed. They entered the Big East Tournament struggling. They lost to a Marquette team that had one of the worst years in Marquette basketball history. By the way, if you're a college hoops bettor or whatnot, and you want to look at a team that's going to have a bounce back year next year, I'm telling you right now, if you be smarter with your friends, Marquette will bounce back next year. They'll be in the tournament. That being said, Connecticut, they looked terrible in the last weeks of February. And by terrible, I mean they just weren't functioning. They weren't making shots. They looked worn down. The fact they're still standing in this game alone is an amazing accomplishment. They win tonight, and you go into Dan Hurley. He's on the Mount Rushmore. Could he surpass? Could he be the greatest college basketball coach? Does it sound crazy right now? Maybe. You beat this all-time Michigan team tonight, and it becomes reality. I think it's fair game.
One of the best teams in the modern era that we've seen, right? Especially in this day and age of NIL, and transfer portal, what Dusty's been able to do. And, the other part, let's focus on Dusty a little bit here, because this dude took FAU, and I've been FAU several times. What he did with that program is insane. It was a horrible job. And he got them to the Final Four, and then a couple of years later, flips a Michigan program that was 3-17 and garbage under Juwan Howard, and takes them to win a national title. This is a guy that is going to be on NBA teams' radars. Don't know if he'll get one this year, but he will be on the radars because of what he's done and how he does it. He has. Now, I don't know if he can be successful in the NBA. As a former Indiana manager who's never played, who doesn't necessarily look the part. But, again, this Michigan team, if they win, how they've done it, too, with bigs. Nobody did this. Nobody thought this was going to happen. I talked to Nate Oates about it the other day, and Nate Oates said, I'm going to have to change kind of how I play in my personnel because of the way Dusty, has found a way. And other guy, Tommy Lloyd, same thing with bigs.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
I got 5 on it. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. 49-10. All right, we're going to get to our championship game preview here in about 5 minutes. But really quickly, as there's a bunch of games going on in the NBA right now, let's just get you 2 score updates here because they're both at the half, both with big playoff implications. My New York Knicks in Atlanta taking on the Hawks. This could be a potential first-round matchup if the Knicks don't figure it out and they continue to fall to the 4 seed. This could be the 4-5 matchup in the first round. The Knicks are currently the 3 seed, but only a game lead ahead of the Cavaliers. And then the Hawks are the 5 seed, and they got a 2-game cushion on every other team 6 and below. So right now at the half, the Hawks lead the Knicks 57-53. Jalen Brunson struggled mightily in the first half. Can't make a shot. He's got 6 points, does have 5 assists, but he's 2 for 8 from the field. Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby both with 13 for the Knicks. They can't stop Nickeil Alexander-Walker, who's going to win Most Improved Player. The guy has been phenomenal in his first year in Atlanta. He's averaging 20.5 points per game. He's got 20 at the half. And the Hawks lead my Knicks 57-53. The other one is the Orlando Magic trying to scrape tooth and nail to get out of the play-in tournament. They're a game behind the Sixers for the 6th seed in the East, with, again, the top 6 teams guaranteed to make the playoffs. The Detroit Pistons, they locked up the 1 seed over the weekend. We know Cade Cunningham's got that lung injury, collapsed left lung a couple of weeks ago. They're hoping to get him back for the start of the playoffs. They're sitting a couple of other starters today as well. So game doesn't mean much for them. Game means everything for the Magic. And Orlando leads at 69-55 right now at the half. Desmond Bane with 16 points. Paolo Banchero, 21 points at the half. So Orlando, in a must-win scenario, taking care of business. But Brad, Con Knippel, Cooper Flagg, the 2 guys that have been battling it out for Rookie of the Year here over the last, for the entire season. Con Knippel leads the NBA in threes. Cooper Flagg has been sensational here over the last couple of weeks. He's battled a couple of different injuries that has caused him to miss some games. And really up until this past week, Con Knippel looked like the odds-on betting favorite at BetMGM to win Rookie of the Year. And I think he's been sensational. I think he deserves it. But all of a sudden here, out of nowhere, Cooper Flagg has become the favorite to win the award, Brad, because on Friday night against Orlando, he had 51 points. And then yesterday against the Lakers, he had 45 points and a near triple-double. And all of a sudden, Cooper Flagg is now minus 200 to win the Rookie of the Year. I mean, that's about as recency bias as you can have. Do you agree with that? Or do you think this is completely absurd that 2 games is going to determine the NBA Rookie of the Year?
People are injecting that recency bias into their damn veins. It is indeed a hell of a drug, and it's absolutely bat bleeping crazy right now that Flagg is favored by, minus 200 or greater. There at BetMGM. At my BetMGM app here in the ILL, it's minus 215, Pat. So that's just crazy to me. How quickly that script flips. And it just goes to show that a lot of people just bleed in that recency bias. And they're like, oh, my gosh, Cooper Flagg, this is practically guaranteed. Did it against LeBron? Oh, the great, the wonderfully walks on water, God of basketball himself, LeBron. It's destiny that he is going to win the NBA Rookie of the Year, but it's full body of work. And if you look at the NBA advanced analytics that ESPN tracks, is they do their version of wins above replacement. So WAR, which is a popular stat that measures your overall team value in baseball, they apply it at ESPN with some of the similar advanced metrics to basketball. I looked it up right before the show, Pat. This is real, folks. Con Knippel is number 14 in all the NBA in total WAR this year. Would you, Pat, like to venture a guess where Cooper Flagg is? Just throw out a number.
I don't know. I'll go with 53rd.
76. 76 in the NBA. He's your front runner over Con Knippel, who's number 14 in total WAR. Okay, you're not satisfied. Break it down a little bit more, would you, Evans? All right, I'll go and give it to you. Con Knippel, number 10. Number 10 in the entire NBA in WAR from an offensive point of view. Defensive, a little bit different. He's number 138 there. That's where Flagg bests him. But Cooper Flagg is only number 95 in WAR, despite a couple of outstanding offensive performances in offensive WAR, and he's number 62 in defensive WAR. It's not even remotely close, folks. Con Knippel should win NBA Rookie of the Year in a romp. And I think people are just overpaying right now for what's happened here the last 3-4 days with Cooper Flagg. You know what that means? Buying opportunity for your boy at plus 145 right now for Con Knippel to win Offensive Rookie of the Year in the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's I said this before about the MVP. Our friends at BetMGM, they don't determine who wins the award; the voters do. And I just don't see how. Cooper Flagg has played 66 games, so he's obviously eligible. Flagg has played almost every single game. He's played 78 games here. He's averaging under 19 points per game, over 5 rebounds, and 3.5 assists. Cooper Flagg averaging a little bit more in all those categories, 21 points per game, 6.5 rebounds, 4.5 assists. But again, you look at the shooting percentages. Con Knippel is shooting a higher field goal percentage, and he's shooting 43% from deep. Cooper Flagg's not a three-point shooter. He's 30% from deep. And so we talk about this with the MVP, doesn't it kind of matter at least a little bit what the Rookie of the Year is doing? Con Knippel has been the second best player. You could even argue he's been the best player on the floor for the Hornets all season long. For a team that's going to make the playoffs, and Cooper Flagg has been the best player on the team for a lottery team. That doesn't matter at all. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, team affiliation association has to matter a ton, quite frankly. He is a major reason why his value to the Charlotte Hornets is one of the primary reasons why they are going to punch your ticket for the NBA postseason. That doesn't really belittle everything that Cooper Flagg has done. Flagg just does not have the supportive cast around him. So as a result, it does buoy his statistical output because they're relying more on him in terms of volume of shots, in terms of his overall responsibilities. This shouldn't be remotely close, folks. If you have a vote, and there's probably no voters that are listening to us right now on BetMGM tonight, but if I had a vote, it would be immediate check in the box for Con Knippel over Cooper Flagg, and I wouldn't even have a single fleeting second thought about it. This should not be a conversation. Con Knippel deserves Offensive Rookie of the Year, NBA Rookie of the Year, and he inevitably should receive it. So if you were buying into the recent line movement, I got a property in the Bahamas I'm glad to sell you.
Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. All right, Brad, let's do it. Let's get into it. 20 minutes away from tip-off in the Natty, Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis, Michigan, UConn. And the Wolverines, at our friends at BetMGM, they're a 6.5-point favorite. The total is 146.5, and yet it feels like to me, everybody and their mother thinks Michigan is going to run away with this game tonight, that they are a dominant team, that they blew out Arizona on Saturday. So how could UConn possibly stand in their way? All they did is won 2 out of the last 3 national championships. They got a guy that's called Dan Hurley, a lunatic, a raving genius, psycho on the sidelines coaching them. But Michigan's got Yaxel Lendeborg. And, he sprained his MCL, and he's got a low-grade ankle sprain that he suffered on Saturday, and they were up by 30 against Arizona, largely without him. He's got, so far, no leg sleeve, no compression sleeve. He looks good to go in warmups. Meanwhile, UConn's point guard solo ball, he's got a foot injury. He's going to play as well tonight. 2 guys, 2 key contributors, one of them being a unanimous first-team All-American, and he's going to be a first-round draft pick in the NBA, that are carrying some injuries going into tonight's game. Can UConn slow Michigan down? That is the number one thing, right? Michigan's a great defending team, but they can give up threes, and we saw UConn thrive against Illinois, but it's can the Huskies stop Michigan's offense? Can they stop 7'3" a day, Mara? Can they stop Michigan's pace when we know UConn wants to play slow in a game that has many more possessions than they might be used to? That is Michigan's house. That's what they want to do. That's exactly how they want to play this game. So can UConn slow down Michigan? Because I don't know how they keep it close if they don't.
I totally agree. And if you need the evidence to back it up, what Pat was telling you, Michigan in the month of March and it bling in April, number 87 in adjusted tempo in their last 10 games. UConn over the same span, number 308 in the nation in adjusted tempo. And Michigan as well, number 16 effective field goal percentage offense. UConn number 184 in effective field goal percentage offense. So yes, tempo is going to dictate who wins this game. I think the 3 ball is a top priority for UConn. They have to shoot even better than they did against Illinois, in which they hit a dozen threes, which for them was a very uncharacteristic display of splishing and splashing, because entering the Illinois game, they were shooting under 27% from distance over the last month. And, I stretched it out since March 1st. They're shooting only 28.8% from way downtown. So it's all going to come down to threes. It's going to come down to tempo. And it's going to come down to those role players that we talked about earlier with Brian Bush, the voice of Michigan Wolverines basketball. And I think the supportive cast of Michigan is just far better than the supportive cast of UConn. Roddy Gale, Trey McKinney, a number of these guys that have come off the bench. Shedder's hit a couple of big shots here this NCAA tournament, season. Can they outplay those guys you don't really think about from UConn? And UConn, too, they got to really rely on Terrace Reed to be a baller and a shot caller. He's got to go out there and match rebound for rebound with Morris Johnson and Ade Mara there in the post. And on top of that, he's got to stay out of foul trouble. If the whistles were to mount and the UConn has to go to their bench and Rybo and lean on the freshmen, they will get spanked. They will get eaten alive. I think that is very much on the table in this game. I agree. Danny Hurley is a mad genius, but so is Dusty May. And what he did in the last game with the kisses off the glass and the tip dunks, essentially, that weren't measuring the box score outside of Mara scoring points. Godot got no credit for the assist, but that was part of their game plan. It worked flawlessly against Arizona. I want to see what tricks he's got up his sleeve in this game to counter all the moves that Danny Hurley's going to throw at him. So as a result, I think Michigan is going to win. And honestly, Michigan may win by 10 plus tonight. That's how confident I am in this team and how confident I believe the Wolverines finally break the Big Ten title drought.
Wow. I tend to be on the opposite here. I think UConn can win this game because you know what, Brad? Yes, Michigan dominated Arizona, right? I think there's a lot of people that are overreacting to that, right? Because, they dominated Arizona. Arizona's a great team. They're not going to do that against UConn. You got to remember, Michigan played a nearly flawless game, right? Now, could they do it again? Yeah, they surely could. Could they hit a bunch of threes and could they get all the pace and the tempo they want? Yeah, they could, right? But what if they don't? What if they don't hit their threes? And what if UConn hits the threes that they did against Illinois? They hit the most in a program in team history, most in a program in tournament history for UConn against Illinois. What if UConn hits those shots again tonight? What if Michigan doesn't hit their threes? Right? And what if UConn does slow Michigan down? Right? Michigan, their two of their three losses this year was against Duke when the tempo got slowed down because Duke plays a very slow tempo. And that flustered Michigan. And the other one of the three losses they had this year was to Purdue, who also slowed them down in the Big Ten title game. So UConn plays a slow tempo. And I know Michigan, they were able to dominate the tempo against Arizona. They forced them to play their game. Well, what if UConn does a great job of running some really slow half-court sets and they limit the shots? Because our producer, Brandon Combs, put into our show chat, do the Huskies need to get into a shootout to be able to hang? I think it's the complete opposite. I think they need to muck this thing up. They need to make this game as slow and as gritty and try to get to the free throw line as many times as possible. A game that disrupts the rhythm, that's the way UConn needs to win. Michigan wants few fouls. They want very fast possessions, and they want transition over and over and over and over again. They think that they can run UConn into the ground. So I think if it's a high possession game, a high scoring game, I think Michigan has the chance to blow this thing open. I do see the realities and the many, many possibilities. You flip this coin, you play this game 100 times, Michigan can blow UConn out in 60 of them. But I do think that in 20 to 30 of them, UConn can not only keep this close and play a slow possession, but can also win this game. That is the key tonight. If it's a game that is played, with 160 points and one team has 90 and the other team has 75 or 80, that's going to be Michigan winning the game. If it's a game in the 60s, UConn will have every opportunity to win it because I think the fewer possessions, the more that the margin for error is increased. And I honestly think that championship pedigree, even though most of the guys on this roster outside of Alex Caravan were not here, I do think that Dan Hurley's got the experience. I don't think they're going to let this game just completely get away from them in the first half unless they just straight up have an abysmal night shooting. I don't see it happening. So I'll go with the upset here, and I might end up looking like a fool for it, but I'm going to go with UConn winning this game, and I'll even give you a final score prediction here. I'll go 72-66 the final in favor of the UConn Huskies. A big stunner tonight in Lucas Oil Stadium. Dan Hurley gets title number 3 in the last 4 seasons, and he gets into a class by himself.
And I'm going to give you my score projection because you and I are just opposite ends of the spectrum in this game. Michigan 78, UConn a not so nice 69. I think they score the cover, and I think the game hits the over as well.
All right, there you go. Brad is going with the Wolverines. I'm going with the Huskies here, and I do think you are spot on. Terrace Reed, I mean, we've said this before, but especially in a game like tonight where he's battling with Ade Mara and Morez Johnson and Lendeborg. If Lendeborg's healthy, I think Terrace Reed has to get like 15 rebounds. And Alex Caravan, who shot the ball pretty brutally against your Illinois on Saturday, Braylon Mullins and Solo Ball saved them. This guy is the most decorated active player in college basketball. He's got 2 titles to his name. He's got the most 3-pointers in program history. In the championship game, you need your veterans. You need the guys that have been here before to step up. Caravan's got to do it. He's got to score 20 points. He's got to hit 4 threes. He has got to be that cool-headed veteran, that cowboy with the gun slinging right out of his waistband, and he's got to be ready to fire it off despite playing a poor game on Saturday. And another reason why I think UConn wins this, Brad, I mentioned it at the start. I just don't think Yaxel Lendeborg is going to be 100%, man. I know it feels like we got Jason Tatum coming back from a torn Achilles with no problem. We got Daniel Jones saying he's going to be coming back from a torn Achilles with no problem. But the guy suffered an MCL sprain and an ankle sprain on Saturday. He was noticeably limping for most of that game. And luckily for them, they played a flawless game and blew Arizona out. If this game is close and you need Yaxel Lendeborg to do his normal duties in terms of being in the paint, being a great defender, being a great rebounder, I just don't know if the human body, I still think, has some limitations here, Brad. So I think Yaxel Lendeborg, if he's limited, that opens the door absolutely for UConn. You agree with me, or do you disagree on that? Even if Yaxel Lendeborg only plays another 20 minutes tonight, you still think Michigan can win this by margin?
Yeah, again, because I think the role players are just outstanding. I think you're underestimating the prowess and the contributions for Trey McKinney, Roddy Gale as well. Those are the 2 key factors. Roddy Gale's been a supreme defender in this NCAA tournament. He's been scoring the rock a little bit more. McKinney is a double figures automatic practically coming off the pine, and he picked up a lot of the slack that Yaxel left on the floor when he only played 15 minutes the last game, and McKinney goes out and scores 16. I mean, he has been tremendous shoot the rock with a silky smooth stroke from way downtown. So all those guys got to play a major factor. But you're right, man. The bottom line is, if UConn is going to spring what some would consider a pretty massive upset tonight, they have to shoot lights out from 3. Period. End of story. Unless Reed is getting Morez Johnson in foul trouble and Mara in foul trouble at the same time, I just don't see how UConn is going to hang. They need those equalizers to fall to stand tall and stand tough. Otherwise, they're going to get absolutely blasted and pounded into submission in this national title game. And honestly, being a Big Ten homer, I'm completely here for it.
310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. Any last predictions you have on the national championship game tonight? When we come back, we'll do some fun over-unders on the game, on the teams, on some players. So you don't want to miss that when we come back. Don't go anywhere. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So the San Francisco Giants this offseason hired Tony Vitello to be their new manager. And this made waves because Tony Vitello was the manager of the University of Tennessee, and had zero Major League Baseball experience. Now, there were people, really smart people, and I'm not saying that it can't go well, but really smart people who said, Buster Posey, who runs the Giants, that this is kind of like, an analytically driven move, and they're zigging while others are zagging, and that this could be like maybe the standard bearer in baseball, and the teams might follow their lead. It has not been great thus far for San Francisco, who lost yesterday to the Mets 5-2 to drop to 3-7 on the year, 1-6 at home, and Vitello was ejected during the game for arguing with umpires. Vitello had this to say post-game.
I said one last thing just out of, frustration or being all fired up that was complete nonsense. I think it was misinterpreted a little bit, but you're on the field that long and you're not a player, you're probably out of place a little bit.
What's he talking about? He's basically being like, I should have gotten ejected because I was on the field too long? What? If you're a longtime listener or viewer of the show, you know I love the Yankees. I'm a diehard Yankee fan. Have been my entire life. I am not the world's biggest Aaron Boone fan, to say the least, as the manager of my team. But I'll tell you what, when Aaron Boone gets ejected from a game, my dude gets his money's worth and doesn't care about the consequences. And I don't like Aaron Boone as a manager. Like, if Vitello gets up there postgame and just goes, it was a horse bleep call by the ref, and I'm standing up for my guys, no one says anything about it. The fact that he said, I was probably out there too long, and, if you're not a player, it's probably bad. What? You had his comments after the Giants' sluggish start to the season against the Yankees when they lose the first 2 games of the year, and he's like, we're pressing a little bit. They're 2 games into a 162-game season. You had Matt Chapman cursing at Schmidt, the first baseman, for not catching the ball last week. And then you had Matt Chapman, in a ridiculous down 5-2 against the Mets, trying to steal second in the 9th inning with nobody out. Why are you? The run doesn't matter. You got to stay on base, leading to Gary Cohen, who does Mets play-by-play for SNY, to say this about Matt Chapman.
There goes Chapman. The pitch is high. The throw by Torrens, and he's out by a mile. What are you doing running on this cat? It caps off a horrible, no good, awful week for Matt Chapman.
The San Francisco Giants are an embarrassment right now. And it looks like it's early. It can change. The Tony Vitello doesn't know what he's doing. Maybe it gets turned around. It could happen as soon as tonight. It's a long season. We're 10 games in. I'm just saying, though, the early returns are not good, and this will become a bigger national story if it continues to go awry. Gino Auriemma crashed out like a lovesick, butthurt teenager after this game. What Gino was really upset about, and it's totally understandable, right? His team came into the Final Four undefeated, and this is not the first time this has happened, by the way. And even though we all acknowledge UConn is the preeminent women's college basketball program in the history of women's college basketball, and that Gino is the best coach in the history of women's college basketball, and I know they won last year's title, they have not had a lot of success recently in national semifinals and in the Final Four. And I'm sure he's pissed off. I'd be pissed if I were him. That sucks. Undefeated and then get destroyed when you get to the very end to a national semi. I get it. I understand why he's pissed. But to turn it into Dawn Staley didn't shake my hand and that this is not how it goes. Grow up, dude. Grow up. Grow up.
From kickoff to the final whistle, you're locked into BetMGM Tonight. Weeknights with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. Tip-off in the Natty is just around the corner, but stick it here with us all throughout the remainder of the show because we'll be giving you updates coming back from every segment, during every segment, and giving you all the key facts and figures that you need to know during the game. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. But before it officially tips off, let's do some final fun over-unders here for the game here, Brad. And let's start with the Michigan Wolverines. Their point total. Actually, I don't know if this is their official point total, but these are numbers that producer Brandon Combs has provided us. So 79.5 points for Michigan tonight. Do you think they scored at least 80 over or under on Michigan scoring 80 points?
I said 78-69 was going to be the final in favor of Michigan. Give me the under. I think UConn will try to dictate pace and establish a Galapagos tortoise tempo. Again, they're 300-plus at adjusted tempo here in games played since March 1st. So, yeah, man, barely got to live in the land down under.
Yeah, and I think UConn pulls the upset, and I think probably the only way they pull the upset is in a slow, ugly, muddy game. So I said my final score was 72-66. If you get a really brutal night, Michigan shooting the basketball and UConn slowing down the possessions, I'm going to go under as well for Michigan getting to 80 points. All right, UConn point guard Solo Ball, who is dealing with a foot injury. He's not on the injury report. He's good to go. He's going to play. But he definitely looked limited in the win against Illinois on Saturday. He did score 13 points, though, and he scored double digits in their last 3 games. So over-under Solo Ball scoring 10.5 points in this game.
It's going to look like another Solo Han encased in carbonite. I'm not a fan of this. 10.5 points? Get out of here. You could have said it's 6.5, and I'm still going to take the under. He's not 100%, and he's not going to get the lucky rolls and bounces like he did when he was 100% against Mailane. I'm not bitter.
Yeah, I'll go under tonight. Again, I think it's mostly just because I think he is not 100%, like you said. And so I think Silas Demery is going to play monster minutes in this one. And they're going to rely on Caravan, and they're going to rely on Braylon Mullins. And anything Solo Ball does out there tonight is going to be trying to facilitate for his teammates rather than scoring. He did hit 3 threes, though, in the last game. So if they can hit him for a couple of spot-up threes where Michigan just says, oh, leave him out there in the corner. We're not going to guard him because he's not a threat. And he buries a couple of threes. That's how he could do it. I don't think it's going to happen. Speaking of injured and sitting in the corner to hit threes, that could be the reality once again for first-team unanimous All-American and first-round NBA draft pick Yaxel Lendeborg, Michigan's star player, dealing with the MCL and the ankle injury. But he has hit 3 threes or more in 4 straight games, and he kind of just sat in the corner in the second half, hit a couple of threes to get the lead back up over 20, and that was most of what we saw for him. So Yaxel Lendeborg, over 2.5 threes. Does he make another 3 3-pointers like he's done in 4 straight games here, Brad? Over or under?
He's got the medical tape on the knee right now as the game just tipped off. He's moving pretty well. I think he hits at least a trio of threes. I know UConn has only got a 30.2% from way downtown in games played since March 1st, but gut feeling, a trio of trays for Yaxel.
I feel like the nerve that keeps going under here, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe he does get 2. I think he's going to be struggling tonight with the injuries, and so he went 3 for 3. How many threes is he going to shoot tonight? I think he's going to go under. All right, let's do 2 more quick ones here. Terrace Reed Jr., does he get at least 11 rebounds? Over under 10.5 boards for UConn star center Terrace Reed Jr.
One of the strengths of Michigan is defensive rebounding. This is way too high. I think he finishes with 8 exactly, comfortably under.
This is the first over I'm going to get here. Again, this is kind of part and parcel of me thinking UConn's going to win the game. Terrace Reed, maybe he's going to have to get 13 or 14 rebounds in order to, spring the upset here for the Huskies. He just pulled down his first one there off of a ball that kind of hit every part of the rim and went out on Ade Mara. So I like the over for Terrace Reed Jr. Finally, the total in the game, 146.5. Over or under, Brad?
Well, I love the over before the tip, but damn these rims inside Lucas Oil. I may regret it, but I'm still sticking with the over.
I'm going to go under as well here. I think it'll maybe touch 140, but that's about it. I think this is a good line from our friends at BetMGM. All right, there you go, Brad. Enjoy the game, brother. We will talk to you tomorrow to break it all down.
Go Michigan!
All righty, I got 2 solo hours coming back, and we got a guest coming here. Sean Marash, my pal from WFAN, to talk Dexter Lawrence requesting a trade. That's up next on BetMGM tonight.
The Knicks should try to lose some games here down the stretch and hope that they get the 4 seed. If you're a Knicks fan or a Knicks, and if that sounds disrespectful to Detroit, I don't mean it to be. It's more out of respect for the Boston Celtics with Jason Tatum back. If you're the Knicks and they're in Atlanta tonight, and I think the Hawks are going to beat the Knicks tonight, I'll say that. If it's Knicks-Hawks round 1 in the 4-5, the Knicks will win that series in a best of 7. And then you get Detroit in round 2, and maybe the Pistons win that series. As a Knicks fan, I'm willing to roll the dice with Detroit. I know the Knicks beat the Celtics last year in the second round, and they were going to win that series even before Tatum popped his Achilles. I would rather wait to face Boston until the conference finals than face them in the second round. Let the Cavs deal with Boston in the second round. Let that happen. Also, I'll be honest, I don't really want anything to do with the Sixers potentially. If Philly's fully healthy and a potential 3-6, if I'm a Knicks fan, which I am. If you're the Knicks, and I'm not, but if I were, I want that 4 seed. Like, ask me as a fan, do I want the 4 or the 3? It may sound counterintuitive to want a worse seed. I think I backed myself up really well. The 4 seed is where it's at for the Knicks. I will actually be rooting tonight for the Atlanta Hawks to beat my Knicks. Because I think if the Knicks lose a couple down the stretch and the Cavs win, the Knicks, my Knicks, have a better chance of getting to the NBA Finals. Jesse Minter, and we'll see if this comes to fruition, but is being bandied about like this could be the next Mike McDonald as far as leading the defensive revolution in the NFL, where it feels like the pendulum is swinging, right, from offense back to defense, and Jesse Minter could be one of those guys on the defensive side of the ball. I'm going to say a name that you probably haven't heard in quite some time right now. That name is Nnamdi Madubuike, who is that big body in the middle of the Ravens defensive line, who hurt his neck in week 2. We didn't see him again the rest of the year, and there were rumors his career could be over from the neck injury. Jamison Hensley, who covers the Ravens for ESPN, reported last week that there is growing optimism that Nnamdi Madubuike will play this season for the Baltimore Ravens. And if he's back, with Trey Hendrickson on the defensive line, they have the 14th pick in the draft because the Max Crosby trade, they backed out of it. And we can have that's a separate conversation. Should they or shouldn't they? It doesn't matter. It happened. New coach, better defense, Lamar showing up. The Ravens are going to be awesome this year. And I normally don't say that I think the Ravens can actually win the Super Bowl. This year, I'll say it right now, Monday, April 6th. The Baltimore Ravens will be on my list of teams that can win the Super Bowl this season.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans for the night, and that means we've got 2 solo hours as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern here. We do that every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, 3 to 8 p.m. Pacific. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Let's get you a quick update here. First couple of minutes into the ball game, men's national championship, Michigan and UConn. The Wolverines lead it 9-4 inside the first 4.5 minutes into the ball game. So we'll keep you posted all the way throughout the game. But let's bring in a gentleman that is near and dear to my heart here as we go to the guest line. He is the third host of the midday show on WFAN alongside Evan Roberts and Tiki Barber. He does One Giant Step, or he'll have to actually correct me on what the new name of the Giants podcast that he does is. He's been on this network, the old version of the network, many, many times. He is my round, lovable friend. He is Sean Marash, and he joins us now. Shawnee, it's great to hear from you, brother. How you doing?
Fantastic, Pat. First of all, it's great to hear from you. So to clarify, One Giant Step and Talking Giants. I host 2 podcasts, 2 different companies, both of which were recorded today in the Dexter Lawrence News. Second of all, I'm going to openly apologize. You text me today, and I had this thought today. It was ironic. I said, I haven't talked to Patty in a while, and then I go to check my messages, and I see you invited me to a bracket tournament I totally missed and never signed up for. So sorry, buddy. How you doing?
That's okay. I mean, look, you got 2 kids. You have an excuse. I don't have kids yet. That'll be a very cold and sad day for me when I am a father. Not for the country, just for me, because the country will actually be better off when I have kids in this world. What'd you say?
I gotcha. I said for the country as well. I also got to admit to you something too, Pat. As I sit here on the phone with you, I figure, you know what, 9 o'clock, perfect. I'm going to turn on the national championship game. It's 8:58. Let me get settled. Maybe I'll catch intros. And the game was already 9-4. So if somebody want to tell me when this game stops starting at 9 o'clock, or am I that lost?
It was 8:50. I mean, it's a weird, don't get me wrong, weird start time. I honestly, though, I'm not too upset because how many times in the past did we find out it was like, this game starts at 9 o'clock, and then it was like 9:13, 9:14. The hockey playoffs and the NBA playoffs, they're the worst. They're the worst. This game was listed. I mean, if you just, open up your old Google machine or any of your scoreboards, 8:50. This game's 8:50 p.m. Eastern. This game started like 8:51.
Hey, I'm happy with it. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying it shows you how out of touch and old and how kids can drain the life out of you. That's all I'm telling you, Pat. So anyway, what's going on, pal? How are you?
Well, they're draining the life out of you, too, because I was hoping to have you on video, but we had to settle for the phone because your wife's having girls' night. Your daughters are, you got the Garfield movie set up for them. You got God knows what going on in your household. But I'm thankful you joined me.
Yeah. Yeah, because, the teachers just needed another week off. We needed spring break now. February break's not enough. The Christmas holiday break's not enough. We got to keep taking these kids and taking them home from school once a month. They've had enough, Pat. But, yes, my wife, because God forbid she thinks I go to work and I just party all day. She doesn't realize I'm working for a living. She's got to go out and have girls' night because she was home all day with the kids. So what a tough life we live, Pat. But this is what we do. How are you?
I'm doing good, and it's there is one of the first pages out of the Sean Marash playbook: attack teachers because they get too much time off. It's like you never left. I love you, man. I miss you. Everything is great. I'm doing great. I hope everything is great with you, with the fan, and the 2 Giants podcasts. I forgot that you joined your buddy Justin to do that. But let's get underway here. I mean, since the game is still in the early going, it's 9-4 Michigan, but Shawnee, give me a pick here for the Natty first. I think UConn pulls the upset. My co-host Brad thinks Michigan is going to run away with it. Who do you have winning the title tonight and why?
So I didn't get a great number, but right before tip, I laid the 7 with Michigan here. And honestly, Pat, I'm going to, I get the history on the line, Hurley, Wooden, everything that's gone along with it. I just think Michigan, pound for pound, was the best team in college basketball for the majority of the season. And it just feels like this is the way the league, I guess it's fair to call it a league with NIL now, but the NCAA is trending now. the best teams find a way to pull out. And I just think that UConn has gone on this magic carpet ride enough, but Michigan's just going to overwhelm them tonight. And also, Pat, just simple gambling 101. When a number feels like it's too high and they bait you in, you know the deal. Usually you just lay the wood, and that's exactly what I'm doing. I wasn't trying to get baited in with the points in UConn today.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see who got baited and who didn't get baited.
Be honest with you too. Yeah, I don't love the women sitting front row in the Michigan gear either. We could do better in the Big Ten, but I digress.
Jeez. I mean, come on. All right. Let's move on before we get in trouble here. Shawnee, what have you thought about March Madness this year in general? A big debate we were having throughout the tournament before in the first weekend. Too chalky with too little upsets? Or are you glad that we got 2 1 seeds in the Final Four and really only Florida going down to Iowa? It was like one of 2 major shocks in the tournament with Wisconsin losing a High Point. The only other, big upset in the whole dance, in my opinion. Do you like it when there's no Cinderella?
I don't like it when there's no Cinderella. Pat, I'll be honest with you. If you're not going to do the Cinderella thing, and I get chalk, and people want to say, well, that leads to better games. When the games were great, they were great, right? I didn't get enough great games throughout the NCAA tournament. And ultimately, we got to Saturday. Michigan, Arizona is not a great game. In the end, Illinois, UConn, not a great game. So if we're gonna ride this out and not have Cinderella stories, I need at least a classic and a half in the Final Four. And I felt like, we didn't have that. And then you have a 7-point number here in the final. That doesn't mean it's going to be a blowout by any means. But look, if the trade-off to no Cinderella means the best teams are meeting each other, Elite Eight, Final Four, championship game, then I need those games to be absolute slugfest dogfights. And did you really feel from the Elite Eight on like we were getting great basketball, like we were getting these awesome games? I didn't get that. So if I'm not getting the awesome games with the better teams, give me the Cinderella. And I think that's what college basketball missed. And I think it took away a lot of the hoopla, to be honest with you, in the first weekend of the tournament, other than the High Point game. We live for that moment. The tournament does get worse as it goes on. It's the rare, weird thing. It's kind of like NASCAR where Daytona starts it off. If we're not getting Cinderellas, you got to have the counter of big games. I just felt like we never got that this year. When the games were good, again, they were good.
Yeah, thank God we have UConn coming back from 19 down with a legendary buzzer beater to beat Duke from Braylon Mullins, because otherwise that last weekend wouldn't have been all that exciting either. Talking with Sean Marash here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I was going to say, even that game felt like it was 2 different games. I felt like the Falcon-Patriots Super Bowl, where was it really a great game, or was it just a great comeback mirrored by 2 different games that happened in the halves? You know what I mean?
That's fair. I mean, but the fact that it's all in one game, I mean, unless you tuned out of the game early on, I mean, you're thinking to yourself, like, there's no way UConn could do it, and they start to chip away. I think the full part of why a lot of people think that 28-3 comeback is one of the great Super Bowls ever is because it was 28-3. So at one point, yes, the Patriots are getting their ass kicked, and you're thinking it's a bad game, but like nobody's tuning out in the first half. So then in the third quarter, right, even in the Super Bowl, you have your chips and your dip and all your other snacks and all that, and then your finger foods, and then you see the Patriots immediately start to build a comeback, and you're like, all right, maybe they give us something, and then it grows and grows and grows, and the deficit shortens. So I don't think so. I think that was a great game. It was a blowout at one point, and then you had a great comeback. I don't separate the two.
Yeah, Pat, this is why we need 3 hours again, because I would totally fight you more on this, but I know we're paused for time, so I'm going to pull back.
You would, and you would get beaten down into submission by me. But we're talking with Sean Marash here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Shawnee is the third host of the Midday Show on WFAN alongside Evan Roberts and Tiki Barber. He also hosts 2 Giants podcasts, Talking Giants and One Giant Step. He's one of my best friends in the business. So, Shawnee, let's get to business here with the G-Men, the real reason I brought you on, as much as everybody's dying to hear your college hoops takes. The real reason I wanted you to join the show. You do the 2 Giants podcast. You're the biggest Giants fan I know. You're on WFAN every day alongside Giants legend Tiki Barber. You know the team inside and out. Dexter Lawrence requested a trade today. He's not going to report to the Giants' voluntary offseason program. Had the worst season of his career this past season, but has been one of the best interior linemen in the NFL. And he's getting $20 million this year. No guaranteed money after this season. So why has Sexy Dexy, Dexter Lawrence, the most valuable player on the Giants' defense, why did he request a trade today?
Okay, well, first and foremost, anybody who's like kind of has the intricacies of following this team, this was the least surprising news of the offseason, but yet most surprising because we kind of thought this was going to happen 3 weeks ago, and it didn't. Look, he is now the 12th highest paid defensive tackle in football. He was miserable last summer going into the season. He felt like he sucked up a lot of losing, which he has, and that he deserved the right to rework his contract, a la like back in the Hard Knocks days with Revis and Rex Ryan and the Jets when he was already under a deal. He's officially out of guaranteed dollars, and he wants to get paid. He's watching a Giant team go spend on all of John Harbaugh's friends from Baltimore. He knows that they don't have another really starting defensive tackle outside of him, major flaw on the roster. And he feels like this should be rightfully his. The bag should be his. They have a quarterback on a rookie quarterback deal, and I think he's right about all of that. That being said, he did a really crappy way of moping through a season last year and putting something on tape that John Harbaugh and company could watch that just wasn't typical Dexter Lawrence. Nobody handled a situation where they wanted to get paid worse than Dexter Lawrence. Now, he did have an elbow injury he was rehabbing from, but he kind of used that as an excuse. At least it felt like it, and there were definitely effort issues. All of that being said, this is a ploy. This feels a lot like Myles Garrett in Cleveland, where something could still get done. Just because he requested a trade doesn't mean necessarily one will happen. But the truth is, Pat, I think you flip a coin. Either he's going to ultimately get this extension and they figure this out, or the Giants, if they get blown away, Quinn and Williams style, where they get a first-round pick plus, I think they might entertain that. And to be honest with you, it might even be better for the long-term direction of the team if they did do that. But ultimately, I think I'd still lean towards I'd be surprised as the hours have gone on since his announcement that he actually does get traded.
So you think it's more likely he signs a contract extension?
Yeah, I think so. I think that, look, if we're just talking about business alone, John Harbaugh just takes over here, Pat. I mean, is it the best interest for John Harbaugh to go out there and the Giants' biggest prized internal guy wants to get paid, and you turn around and you trade him? Is that the message to start like your era of Giants football? And if you really want to follow the breadcrumbs, while signing draft busts back like Evan Neal and Josh Azuto, albeit no guaranteed money, it's a little different. But what kind of message does that send to a room full of guys? And honestly, this is a franchise under a previous regime that has back-to-back years seen Saquon Barkley and Leonard Williams leave and go win Super Bowls. I mean, Xavier McKinney go be a star in Green Bay. They've done a terrible job at keeping their own. And this is their biggest fish that's been in-house. So, I mean, I just think it sets a bad precedent for John Harbaugh to get everything rolling the right way to the rest of that locker room. If they turn around now when this team thinks they're going to be capable of winning something, whether that's 9 games, whatever it is, to turn around and trade Dexter Lawrence, it just doesn't connect the dots for me. That being said, they clearly have had negotiations with Dexter Lawrence. I don't think they were caught by surprise by this trade, request today. I think they probably thought it was coming. They're supposed to meet tomorrow, and they haven't gotten anything done. So, yeah, I think it ultimately gets done, but it's going to get sticky here for a little bit. And I think at least the door is swung open where if there's a Godfather offer, it's also going to be very difficult for the Giants to say no to, but who's making that offer 2 weeks before the draft? That's what I'd be very curious about.
Yeah, 2 weeks before the draft. And also, who's giving you a Quinn and Williams type deal for a guy that's coming off of a half of a sack season? I know interior D linemen, they don't get a lot of sacks to begin with, and I know he was getting double teamed and tripped for a lot of this season, and then teams were like, hey, maybe we don't have to double team Dexter Lawrence, and he still wasn't putting up the numbers. But I think the Giants can honestly, they could play this any way they want. They could play hardball and win because they're going to say to him, hey, we'll do everything we can to try to get you a trade. And then they're going to tell teams, hey, we want a Quinn and Williams type trade package. We want a first round deal. And when nobody offers that up, they're going to go back and they're going to say him, hey man, like we value you highly, so we're not giving you away for peanuts, and nobody's offering a high value for us. So why don't you sit down and let's get a contract here done that benefits both you and us. And I hope that ultimately works out. Because like you mentioned, and it kind of feels like it from both publicly reporting, and you obviously, like I said, know the team inside and out, John Harbaugh is like the czar of this team, right? How much is Joe Schoen actually handling on a day-to-day business when it comes to team personnel?
Yeah, well, and I know this. I mean, I don't think it's any secret. There's a lot of Giant players internally who haven't loved the idea of what Joe Schoen has treated some of their friends and stuff, and I think Dexter Lawrence is one of those guys. I don't think he was thrilled with the idea that Joe Schoen stuck around, so that could play into it a little bit as well. But you're right, it's still a John Harbaugh czar situation. Joe Schoen's been, he'll tell you he hasn't been, but the assumption is he's been at least neutered to an extent, even if you don't like that word. But, we also don't know how Harbaugh actually truly feels about Dexter Lawrence. I mean, Harbaugh doesn't say a bad word about anybody. He might look at a 28, soon-to-be 29-year-old overweight defensive tackle and go, I think this team's going to be really ready in 2 years. I mean, and Super Bowl-type team in 3 years on my plan. What's Dexter Lawrence look like then? We might be reading that situation wrong as well. As far as coming off the down year, though, I just got to push back a little bit. I mean, the year before last year, Quinn and Williams did not have a great year. I mean, he had a decent start to the year this year, and he still got got that kind of offer. I think even off that bad year from Dex, he's that big a presence, was thought as the best D tackle in football 2 years ago. If a team really wanted to give up a first, I think they will get an offer like that. But is 1-1 enough? I mean, or do you need a 2 with that? Do you need a 2 and a 4? That's where I think it becomes Godfather-like, and I don't know that you're going to have a team like that making that readily available. And
overall, Shawnee, what have you made of this Giants offseason? Hiring John Harbaugh from the Ravens. You kind of just touched on the relationship between he and GM Joe Shane. They signed plenty of his friends, Isaiah Likely, Patrick Ricard, which I think is incredibly undervalued. Ricard, I think he's awesome at the fullback position. Getting tackling machine Tremaine Edmonds from Chicago and signing plenty of help for that secondary. Malik Neighbors and Cam Scatterbo coming back. How do you grade the Giants offseason in totality? What are you expecting from Big Blue this offseason? Because I'm expecting a playoff appearance.
I'll tell you right now, it's a big fat incomplete. And if I'm being completely honest, I lean towards I'm disappointed with the offseason. I am. I think Harbaugh is a great hire, and that's what elevates it. I'm not sure they're a better roster today. First of all, they don't even have a starting right guard on their roster right now. They're weak at D tackle, and they
you just put Evan Neal there
with no real plan. Yeah, great, exactly. And they let their best cornerback walk to Tennessee in Cordell Flott. They haven't replaced him. They sent Greg Newsome, who sucked in Jacksonville and sucked in Cleveland. I think the roster as a whole, while they're better at certain areas, right? Like they're going to run the ball better, they'll be better on special teams. I think they're going to win some of those tight games they lost last year. I think the win total will be up, but I'm not ready to call them a playoff team, man. I think the roster itself actually borders on worse than last year because some of the bigger glaring areas have gotten worse. Again, that can be fixed with the draft. That can be fixed with a trade here or there, sign a right guard. Like all of that can change. But as it stands right now, Pat, I'm looking at a 7-win football team.
Wow. I think the fact that, and again, injuries happen every year. So you're going to bake this into your prediction, but assuming you got a healthy Malik Neighbors for a whole year, a healthy Cam Scatterbo for a whole year, a healthy Jackson Dart, assuming he learns how to slide, you're telling me this offense alone isn't going to be in the top half of the NFL, maybe in the top 10? I think they're 10 wins. I think 10 wins, Shawnee. I think out of all the years you've been a pig and you're telling us the Giants are going to win a Super Bowl and then they crap the bed, you're telling me now, with all the optimism that there is to be had, 7 wins?
Pat, they don't have a starting right guard on the roster. They are not rostering a starting position on the offensive line while they're trying to run the ball.
You got to draft it 3 weeks.
They might take Jeremiah Love. Okay, so that's their pick. They also don't have a third-round pick because of the Jackson Dart draft. I'm trying to be realistic. They couldn't stop the run last year. Yeah, they added Tremaine Edmonds. They've done nothing else. And Dexter Lawrence is requesting a trade. They don't have another starting D tackle next to Dexter Lawrence, and they don't have another corner that can cover. Their defense, which was already atrocious, got worse. It got worse. Again, coaching can change that. I totally get it, which is why I'm giving them 7 wins. They are not ready to make a leap to 10 wins yet with this roster. They're just not.
I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised. We're talking with Sean Morash here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. Shawnee is the third host of the WFAN Midday Show alongside Evan Roberts and Tiki Barber, hosts 2 Giants podcasts, One Giant Step and Talking Giants. Shawnee, speaking of the draft, what do the Giants do with the number 5 draft pick? Because I am begging for Caleb Downs from Ohio State, the Swiss Army knife of college football. I am begging for them to draft the next Kyle Hamilton. Please tell me you do not want Jeremiah Love at number 5, because I'm going to go nuts if the Giants draft another running back with a top 5 pick.
Pat, you've known me long enough to know I am so anti-running back in the top 10. It's not even funny. I could build a case where maybe I live with it if they got a first for Dex and they did something else in the draft. Like, I could live with it then, but no, I'm against it. I'm with you, man. Caleb Downs is the flat-out best player in the draft, and I wouldn't overthink it. He could be the Kyle Hamilton type. But if I'm being honest, I'm head over heels, knowing that this team has been atrocious at tackling and stopping the run. If they got Sonny Styles and paired him at linebacker with Tremaine Edmonds, all that stuff I'm talking about getting worse on defense, suddenly it looks a whole hell of a lot better. And honestly, Caleb Downs would help that as well. And that's why, taking Jeremiah Love would be a massive mistake, because everything I just told you about the defense reigns true, and they cannot afford that at all. So give me Sonny Styles, give me Caleb Downs, and the Giants start cooking again on defense.
Okay. All right. I love that. I'm glad that you are actually smart and don't want Jeremiah Love like some other idiots that I've heard, clamoring for him. Clamoring.
I can't.
All right.
Yeah, it's because everybody wants to bet player props and no totals. So.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I want the quick dopamine rush. All right, let's pivot here. We got about another 2 minutes or so. Let's talk about your Yankees. which, by the way, it was said it was locked in, so I guess I could say it. Patty's coming back for a couple more Yankee postgame shows. I got May 29th to the 31st against the A's, so that'll be very good.
Nice. Oh, they're giving me the big series. How about that? Good for you.
Yes. On the way, when they're playing in Sacramento, and I'll be at the fan studios doing the post game, and it'll be at 1:30 in the morning. I can't wait. But no, it's great. They're playing the A's starting tomorrow, but the Yanks are 7-2. And look, I mean, yesterday a little bit of a sour note to end the weekend, losing to Miami in the way that they did, but still one of the greatest starts in Major League Baseball history for a pitching staff. They don't even have Garrett Cole or Carlos Rodon yet. I saw you tweeted, and I know you couldn't. You've gotten better. You still can't help yourself all the time. You said 98 vibes, as if this team's going to win 114 games. Are you absolutely nuts? Can you maybe wait for 1 month of the season to go by before you start saying that this team is going to, be the next great dynasty? You had to do it with your New York Rangers a couple of years ago. You said they were going to have a Golden State Warriors season. We saw how that worked out. But overall, pretty damn good start for the Yanks, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could say of a pattern. No, it is, dude. Think about it. They have Cam Schlittler, who's an emerging ace. I mean, you might be talking about him in the same breath as Skeens and Skubal soon enough. Max Fried, I know he didn't have the best day yesterday, and they still haven't played with Garrett Cole, with a Max Fried, Cam Schlittler. They have 3 aces, dude, and that's all going to force the back end of this pitching, a Ryan Weathers, a Luis Heel, to fill up some of those holes in the bullpen as the season goes on. I mean, and the bench is loaded. This is as complete a Yankee roster, I have to be fair, in a long time. Now, the problem is, the left side of the infield can't hit for crap, and Trent Grisham is going to be proven to be a 1 year, brilliant year last year, and that's kind of it. They're going to have to upgrade that offense at the bottom of the order, and when you have a rotation like that, and you take away pitching as a true need at the trade deadline, it's going to make Brian Cashman's job easier at the trade deadline to figure out some of that stuff. The team's loaded. They just are, and I've been a Debbie Downer in the past. I think the team's going to eventually run away with this AL East, to be honest with you. They basically already buried the Red Sox, and I think they have the Blue Jays basically seeing red. That's a mission for them this year. The Yankees are going to be the top seed in the AL, and it's going to be, who do they see in the World Series? And, the 98 Yankees wouldn't lose to the Dodgers. Will this Yankee team? Probably. So we'll see.
9 games in, and they have somehow already buried the Red Sox. Never change, Shawnee. Please
back.
Never change.
Boston's not touching them. They're 5 games back already.
Well, I mean, we're 9 games in. I agree with you. I didn't think Boston was going to be a playoff team. We talked about it earlier on the show, but to say that they've buried them, it's April 6th. It's April 6th.
Listen, I'm not telling you the Rays, the Orioles, or the Jays are buried yet. Boston is done. They won't sniff first place again this year. And the Yankees have buried them, and I give them credit for that. Buried them by Easter. Very hard to do. No resurrection coming for these Red Sox.
All right, I love you. I'll get you out of here. I've rubbed you for 23 minutes. I'll let you go watch a national title game or the Garfield movie or whatever you're going to watch. Thanks for being with me, and we got to catch up off the air soon.
All right, Pat. I'll talk to you. Goodbye.
There you go. Sean Morash, third host of the WFAN Midday Show alongside Evan Roberts and Tiki Barber. You can listen to it on the Odyssey app. He also hosts One Giant Step and Talking Giants. Check out both those podcasts to hear Sean's thoughts on Dexter Lawrence, anything else Big Blue, getting ready for the draft, and as we get ready for the season. 310-840-4910. I still, though, I want to just grab him and I want to shake him. And he brings out my New Jersey, New York City accent, when I start getting angry with him. So I apologize for that. All of a sudden I turn into a different man. All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back. We'll get you updated on the game. It's a 1-point game right now. UConn and Michigan. We got a good one going, but stick here with us because we'll get you all the updates you need. Plus, talk a little NBA as well when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
We are just right. We are aligned. I believe that if UConn wins this game tonight, you're going to come on the air, and everybody's going to come on the air tomorrow morning and say, is Dan Hurley the modern-day John Wooden? And you know what? When Dan Hurley won his first title in 2023, I said to him, what's next? And you know what he said back to me, Nick? He said, I have a picture of John Wooden in my office. You're always striving to be at the bar. And look, John Wooden was unbelievable, and he's got more titles than just 3. That being said, if we're going to start talking about legacy and the window's wide open. Dan Hurley is, he's still in his early 50s. He's got an opportunity to go down as that type of great. Like, he wins tonight. It's one of the best coaching jobs I've ever seen. They were dead and buried against Duke. They got smashed by St. John's in the Big East Tournament final. And I mean smashed. They entered the Big East Tournament struggling. They lost to a Marquette team that had one of the worst years in Marquette basketball history. By the way, if you're a college hoops bettor or whatnot, and you want to look at a team that's going to have a bounce back year next year, I'm telling you right now, if you be smarter with your friends, Marquette will bounce back next year. They'll be in the tournament. That being said, Connecticut, they looked terrible in the last weeks of February. And by terrible, I mean they just weren't functioning. They weren't making shots. They looked worn down. The fact they're still standing in this game alone is an amazing accomplishment. They win tonight, and you go into Dan Hurley. He's on the Mount Rushmore. Could he surpass? Could he be the greatest college basketball coach? Does it sound crazy right now? Maybe. You beat this all-time Michigan team tonight, and it becomes reality. I think it's fair game.
One of the best teams in the modern era that we've seen, right? Especially in this day and age of NIL, and transfer portal, what Dusty's been able to do. And, the other part, let's focus on Dusty a little bit here, because this dude took FAU, and I've been FAU several times. Like, what he did with that program is insane. It was a horrible job. And he got them to the Final Four, and then a couple of years later, flips a Michigan program that was 3-17 and garbage under Juwan Howard, and takes them to win a national title. This is a guy that is going to be on NBA teams' radars. Don't know if he'll get one this year, but he will be on the radars because of what he's done and how he does it. He has. Now, I don't know if he can be successful in the NBA. As a former Indiana manager who's never played, who doesn't necessarily look the part. But, again, this Michigan team, if they win, how they've done it, too, with bigs. Nobody did this. Nobody thought this was going to happen. I talked to Nate Oates about it the other day, and Nate Oates said, I'm going to have to change kind of how I play in my personnel because of the way Dusty, has found a way, and other guy, Tommy Lloyd, same thing with bigs.
Goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to my guy, Sean Marash, for joining us last segment to talk March Madness, to talk the national championship, to talk Giants, and to talk Yankees. One of my best friends in the industry. So that's always great to catch up with him. And now that I do this show and he does his show at the Fan, I rarely ever see him on ever anymore. So it was good to catch up. Sometimes you got to just chat with your friends. Sometimes those are the best conversations, when people that actually know sports on a professional level and you can chat with them. It's great. My one best friend, again, I was talking about him the other day. Jesse Deffler picked Iowa State to win the bracket challenge. He's in first place in the BetMGM Tonight Show bracket challenge. The only problem is he picked Iowa State, so he's going to end up finishing outside of the top 5 no matter how this game goes tonight. First place. Guy doesn't watch a lick of sports. He was in first place in the bracket challenge. Unbelievable. But, try to talk sports with him. That conversation lasts all of 5 minutes. So, huge shout out to Sean Watson.
It works every time.
There you go. All right, so let's get you an update here on the Natty. Under 5 minutes to go in the first half. UConn, the underdog, they lead Michigan 25-23. Huskies look good so far. They have slowed Michigan down. They've slowed this game down. Again, there's only 48 points to go around, and we just got over 4 minutes left to go in the first half. So this kind of slow-paced, you call it a rock fight because both teams are shooting under 40%. This is the kind of game UConn needed to play to have a chance, and they're in front by 2. Yaxel Lendeborg hasn't done much of anything. The good news for Michigan, he's played every second in this game so far. I haven't seen him come out of the game. The bad news, he's got 2 points. Hasn't made a shot. He's only taken 2 shots. Doesn't have a rebound. Doesn't have an assist. Doesn't have a steal or a block. So he's out there. He's running up and down the floor, but he's not doing a whole lot in terms of impacting the game. So that's something that Dusty May is going to have to figure out here sooner rather than later. If they're putting him out there just as like a hustle decoy and for heart and spirit, it ain't working. Or he's just going to have to start shooting the ball. Again, he's only taken 2 shots. So Yaxel Lendeborg with the injury, sprained MCL and the low-grade ankle sprain on Saturday in the win over Arizona. His status was a huge talking point. It was the biggest talking point leading into this game. Played every second, only 2 points. Morez Johnson's leading the way for Michigan. He's got 8 points on a couple of gritty putback attempts. He's also got 3 rebounds as well. So Morez Johnson leading the way. Elliot Cadeau's got 7 points, but he's got 2 fouls, so he's on the bench right now. Ade Mara, the big 7'3" center, he's only got 2 points. So Michigan's big men struggling so far. For UConn, I said it. I said this guy needs to step up and be the veteran. He needs to play like the most decorated active player in college basketball, men's college basketball. Alex Caravan, 8 points, hit a couple of threes early on. He's got 4 rebounds as well. Terrace Reed Jr., UConn center's got 4 rebounds. And Braylon Mullins hit his first shot of the game after an 0-for-5 start. He's got 3 points. It was a three-pointer. But other than that, he struggled to begin. So it's a defensive battle. But UConn, this is the game they wanted. This is the game they needed. So far they look good. Don't touch that dial, though. Stick it right here with us. We'll keep you updated on the entire game throughout. So again, they're in a TV timeout. Under 4 to go in the first half. UConn leads Michigan. Let's pivot here because we've got some other NBA games as well that are heating up and coming down to the final second here. My beloved New York Knicks are trying to hold on. They lead the Atlanta Hawks 106-105. There is 1 second remaining in the game. Basically, if the Knicks inbound the ball properly, they're going to win it because CJ McCollum just hit a 3 for Atlanta to cut it to a 1-point game. But again, there's only a second and a half left. So assuming the Knicks don't turn the ball over on the inbound and they hit free throws, this game should be over. And that would be a big win for the Knicks. Again, if they want to still have a very slim chance of catching the Boston Celtics for the 2 seed. But at most, you want to guarantee yourself, I would think, a top 3 seed. I don't know. I've kind of been at war with myself over actually what position I want the Knicks to finish in the Eastern Conference. Because in terms of winning a championship, or in terms of winning the Eastern Conference, I think the Knicks' best route is to avoid the Boston Celtics. And yeah, I'll pump my chest when it needs to be pumped, and I'll flex and I'll brag and I'll let my ego do the talking. But if I'm being a real fan, if I'm being a realist, I don't want the Knicks to play the Celtics in the second round. I'd much rather them play the Pistons. Yes, Detroit, who has owned the Knicks most of the times they've played them so far this regular season. But with the question mark around Cade Cunningham, with the collapsed lung that he suffered a couple of weeks ago and what kind of shape he'll be in to start the postseason, even though it would be the second round, I still think the easier matchup for the Knicks would be to play the Pistons and not the Celtics. So I was saying it last week, I kind of wouldn't be too upset if the Knicks got the 4 seed. Does that mean they would play the Pistons in the 1 seed in the second round? There's no reseeding in the NBA playoffs, but I don't want to watch my team lose. And so the Knicks trying to finish off the Hawks here, 106-105 with a second left to go. And Atlanta's in a dogfight themselves. They've got a 2-game cushion over 3 separate teams, the Sixers, the Raptors, and the Hornets, all gunning to make the postseason and avoid the play-in tournament. So Atlanta, they lose this game tonight. All of a sudden, it's only a 1.5 lead over the Sixers and the Raptors. And it's going to come down to the final last couple of games for both of those teams. All right. It was a big one tonight for the Orlando Magic. They've got everything to play for. Again, they're also one of those teams trying to avoid the play-in. They probably have to win out this week in order to grab a top 6 seed in the East. And the Pistons locked up the 1 seed over the weekend. As I mentioned, no Cade Cunningham. They've rested a couple of other starters tonight. The Magic led by as many as 25 points in this game. The Pistons cut it down to a 4-point game with 3 minutes left. But then the Magic just went on a massive run. It's a 14-2 run. And so this game is officially over. There's 30 seconds left, but the Magic lead at 123-107. Paolo Banchero with 31 points. Desmond Bane with 25 points. So the Magic are going to get a massive win, again, in their pursuit of getting out of the play-in tournament. And the Pistons, they've already got the 1 seed locked up, so this game means nothing to them. This week means nothing to them. It's really just about fine-tuning things and seeing if Cade Cunningham is good to go in 12 days from now when the first round of the playoffs officially begins. The Spurs and the Sixers, that's another big game tonight. This is last chance for San Antonio to catch the Thunder. It's a 3-game deficit in the standings, but since the Spurs own the tiebreaker over the Thunder, it's technically only a 2-game lead for OKC. That being said, San Antonio's got to win out and hope that the Thunder win at most. They'd have to hope that the Thunder win at most 1 more game, which is unlikely. But if it's going to happen, Spurs have to win every game. They lead the Sixers 76-70 right now, midway through the third quarter. Again, Philadelphia also trying to avoid the play-in tournament in the East. And big injury news in this game, Victor Wembanyama, he left the game at one point to go back to the locker room with what was called an arm injury. Can we get producer Brandon Combs in here? Combs, if you can pop in right now. Do we know if Wemby has come back in this game yet? Because I see that he's played 16 minutes. It's midway through the third quarter. So I would assume Wemby has come back here, but I'm not positive. So can you provide some info if you know whether or not Wemby has re-entered the game?
So I am looking it up right now to see if he's re-entered. I haven't seen it because I've been looking for the injury. I haven't seen anything with him being injured, but I'm looking at the.
I got you. So I like Underdog NBA. I think they're a good Twitter account. So Victor Wembanyama rib injury is what they're calling it officially now. Won't return Monday. He's out for the rest of the game. Luke Cornett started the second half in place of him. He was still in the Spurs locker room. And so that could be very, very scary for the Spurs. That is something that you will want to keep monitoring over the next 24 hours here. He's not going to come back tonight. Again, the Spurs, like I said, statistically, very minimal chance that they catch the Thunder for the number 1 seed. So initially they're calling it an arm injury. Now they're saying it's a rib injury. There's a good chance Wemby doesn't play another game the rest of the regular season. There's only 3 more games after tonight. They can't really risk him getting re-injured. Again, they're saying it's a rib. Don't know what the nature is. You would hope it's not a cracked rib or any kind of damaging to the bone itself. But this also alters the potential MVP debate because he was trying to pump his chest and say that he deserved to be the MVP. And if Wemby doesn't play in these last 3 games, I think it's officially gone and over with. You know, SGA is going to win it, and that's going to be that. And I think Wemby had just reached the 65-game threshold. No, he wasn't even there. This was his 63rd game tonight, so he needed to play in another 2 more games after this. So this is actually a massive development. Victor Wembanyama, what was initially called an arm injury, now it's a rib injury, not returning to the game against the Sixers. The Spurs lead by 10 midway through the third quarter. If he doesn't play in 2 of the final 3 games, he's not even eligible for the MVP award. That would be, oh boy, that would be something else. That would be a very big disappointment. And I'll tell you what, there has been other folks that have talked about wanting to get rid of this 65-game threshold with the injury to Luka Doncic, which he's also ineligible unless they get some kind of special exemption because of the hamstring injury. We know that Jokic is on the cusp of not being eligible for the awards. If Victor Wembanyama can't play the rest of this regular season and the 3 games that remain, then you're probably going to see that rule get done and rid with. So we'll keep you updated on if we get any injury news on Victor Wembanyama, but not returning to this game tonight against the Sixers. And then one other game to keep you posted on here. The Nuggets at home against the Trailblazers. Another one with playoff implications. Portland they're in the play-in tournament no matter what, but they could either be the 8 seed or the 9 seed. And that's a massive difference. You get the 8 seed, you're playing for a chance to be the 7 seed. If you are the 9 seed, then it's win or go home. Then you have to win 2 games to get into the postseason. And if you lose that first one, you're out. So massive game for the Blazers. And the Nuggets right now, they're the 4 seed, but they got the same record as the Lakers, and they're 1 game ahead of the Rockets. And right now it's Portland, without a couple of their starters, leading the Nuggets in Denver 40-34. No Shaedon Sharpe, no Jeremy Grant for them, but they lead the Denver Nuggets 40-34. So we'll keep you posted on all those NBA scores. And when we return, we've got some breaking news. We've got some big news. And it regards Shaquille O'Neal and Westwood One Sports. We're going to give you that breaking news when we come back. We'll keep you posted on the March Madness Men's Championship game. We'll keep you posted on some baseball scores as well. And we'll get to your phone calls at 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So the San Francisco Giants this offseason hired Tony Vitello to be their new manager. And this made waves because Tony Vitello was the manager of the University of Tennessee and had 0 Major League Baseball experience. Now, there were people, really smart people, and I'm not saying that it can't go well, but really smart people who said, Buster Posey, who runs the Giants, that this is kind of like, an analytically driven move, and they're zigging while others are zagging, and that this could be like maybe the standard bearer in baseball, and the teams might follow their lead. It has not been great thus far for San Francisco, who lost yesterday to the Mets 5-2 to drop to 3-7 on the year, 1-6 at home, and Vitello was ejected during the game for arguing with umpires. Vitello had this to say post-game.
I said one last thing just out of, frustration or being all fired up that was complete nonsense. I think it was misinterpreted a little bit, but you're on the field that long and you're not a player, you're probably out of place a little bit.
What's he talking about? He's basically being like, I should have gotten ejected because I was on the field too long? What? If you're a longtime listener or viewer of the show, you know I love the Yankees. I'm a diehard Yankee fan. Have been my entire life. I am not the world's biggest Aaron Boone fan, to say the least, as the manager of my team. But I'll tell you what, when Aaron Boone gets ejected from a game, my dude gets his money's worth and doesn't care about the consequences. And I don't like Aaron Boone as a manager. Like, if Vitello gets up there postgame and just goes, it was a horse bleep call by the ref, and I'm standing up for my guys, no one says anything about it. The fact that he said, I was probably out there too long, and, if you're not a player, it's probably bad. What? You had his comments after the Giants' sluggish start to the season against the Yankees when they lose the first 2 games of the year, and he's like, we're pressing a little bit. They're 2 games into a 162-game season. You had Matt Chapman cursing at Schmidt, the first baseman, for not catching the ball last week, and then you had Matt Chapman in a ridiculous down 5-2 against the Mets, trying to steal second in the 9th inning with nobody out. Why are you? The run doesn't matter. You got to stay on base, leading to Gary Cohen, who does Mets play-by-play for SNY, to say this about Matt Chapman.
There goes Chapman. The pitch is high. The throw by Torrens, and he's out by a mile. What are you doing running on this cat? It caps off a horrible, no good, awful week for Matt Chapman.
The San Francisco Giants are an embarrassment right now. And it looks like it's early. It can change. The Tony Vitello doesn't know what he's doing. Maybe it gets turned around. It could happen as soon as tonight. It's a long season. We're 10 games in. I'm just saying, though, the early returns are not good, and this will become a bigger national story if it continues to go awry. Gino Auriemma crashed out like a lovesick, butthurt teenager after this game. What Gino was really upset about, and it's totally understandable, right? His team came into the Final Four undefeated, and this is not the first time this has happened, by the way. And even though we all acknowledge UConn is the preeminent women's college basketball program in the history of women's college basketball, and that Gino is the best coach in the history of women's college basketball, and I know they won last year's title, they have not had a lot of success recently in national semifinals and in the Final Four. And I'm sure he's pissed off. I'd be pissed if I were him. That sucks. Undefeated and then get destroyed when you get to the very end to a national semi. I get it. I understand why he's pissed. But to turn it into Dawn Staley didn't shake my hand and that this is not how it goes. Grow up, dude. Grow up. Grow up.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Alrighty, welcome back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We're going to get to your phone calls here in just about 2 minutes, but there is 2 seconds left in the first half. Michigan leads UConn now 33-29. It's been back and forth the entire first half. It's been a defensive battle, but UConn has been getting called for a ton of fouls. A ton of fouls. They got called for 12 fouls, I believe, in the first half. Michigan only 5. And so the Wolverines were down for a good stretch of this first half, but Silas Demery was off the floor for most of the first half. You had other UConn players in foul trouble. Basically, everybody on UConn's got at least 1 or 2 fouls so far at halftime here, as Michigan just launched a half-court buzzer beater that they wanted a foul called on it, because Elliot Cadeau basically ran right into one of the UConn defenders and then threw up a shot, and Dusty May is mystified that there was no foul called, but tough to get that call there. But anyway, yeah, UConn got called for 11 fouls, 2 on Terrace Reed Jr., and so he played 14 minutes in the first half. 2 fouls on Silas Demery. He only played 7 minutes in the first half, and 2 fouls on Solo Ball. He only played 10 minutes in the first half. For Michigan, Yaxel Lendeborg's got 2 fouls, and yet he played every second of the first half, and he's only got 4 points. And Elliot Cadeau's got 2 fouls. He played 12 minutes. He's got 7 points. So Foul trouble could become a big issue here in the second half, but it is as tight as it could be. Michigan with a 4-point lead over UConn, 33-29. How about this? The Wolverines did not hit a single three-pointer in the first half. Not one. UConn hit 5 of them, but the Wolverines got to the free throw line 12 times, and UConn only got there 6. So there you go. Free throw shooting, a big reason why Michigan's got a quick lead, a 4-point lead here at the half. All right, massive breaking news here that we are going to bring to you right this moment. Shaquille O'Neal and TNT Sports are launching Dunk Man. It is the world's first professional dunk league, and it debuts this summer. Dunkman is giving elite dunkers a platform to compete for the Dunkman World Championship. I'll read you some of the press release here about some of the details. But Shaquille O'Neal, Authentic Brands Group, and TNT Sports, in partnership with Eli Lilly and Company, will launch Dunkman, the world's first professional league in the sport of dunking, in summer of 2026. It's a global league building on the success of last year's Dunkman television series, and it'll transform dunk competitions into a fully realized professional sport, providing top dunkers from around the world the chance to platform to showcase their talent. And so this is the first time the world champion will be crowned. There will be 5 live events, including 1 world championship with 24 athletes from around the world competing for the largest dunk history prize of $500,000. And again, that's in partnership with TNT Sports. So we are happy to bring you that breaking news here tonight on BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. That is huge. You're going to have a first ever, basically, World Dunk League. You got $500,000 prize. Shaquille O'Neal is bringing it. So, again, we all talk about how the NBA Slam Dunk Contest and the All-Star break has gotten a little, a little stale, if you will. Well, Shaq is upping the stakes. You're going to have a dunk competition, a Slam Dunk Contest league. The best dunkers around the planet. You don't have to say, well, man, I wish that LeBron James was going to do the dunk contest one time. Why can't Jason Tatum come back from a torn Achilles, but in years past, why can't Jason Tatum do it? Why can't SGA do it? Why doesn't Giannis do it? Why don't the best players in the world do the slam dunk competition? Well, now you've got the best dunkers on the planet doing the slam dunk league, Dunkman. And so that's going to be awesome. You're going to see some absurd stuff. We thought Blake Griffin jumping over a car was sick. Wait until you freaking see this. Just wait until you see this. So there you go. Dunkman coming your way in summer of 2026. All right, we do have some callers on hold, but I don't want to rush them because we got about 2 minutes left here. So I know that one of the callers is a friend of the show, Ross in New Jersey. So if you can hold on, we'll get to the calls in a little bit. So with the last couple of minutes here remaining in this segment, let's get you caught up on some baseball scores. And how about this? If you thought the Blue Jays were struggling after getting swept at home this past weekend, swept on the road this past weekend by the White Sox, the Blue Jays, who also lost 2 games to the Rockies, and you would think that after 9 games of playing the A's, Rockies, and the White Sox, that the Blue Jays, they'd have to have the best record in baseball. They're 4-5. Swept in Chicago by the White Sox. You'd think they'd be hurting, right? You'd think they want to be motivated. World Series rematch. 3-game series that starts tonight. And the Blue Jays are getting annihilated by the Dodgers 14-1. 14-1 Dodgers in Toronto right now in the top of the 9th. And more importantly, Max Scherzer left the game after just 2 innings. He didn't get rocked. He gave up 2 hits and 2 runs. But Max Scherzer removed from his start against the Dodgers after 2 innings. And MLB.com, it says, it's as of now, it doesn't say there's a injury reason, but apparently there's been a flu bug going around the Blue Jays clubhouse. So that is a factor. But as of this moment, I don't believe there's been a legit injury concern or injury reason given as to why Max Scherzer left the game after 2 innings. But the Dodgers are destroying the Blue Jays 14-1 right now. So that's definitely worth a mention there. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll get you caught up on some other baseball scores that have gone final, a couple of other games going on right now coming down to the wire, and we'll do hot or cold and your phone calls when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
The Knicks should try to lose some games here down the stretch and hope that they get the 4 seed. If you're a Knicks fan or a Knicks, and if that sounds disrespectful to Detroit, I don't mean it to be. It's more out of respect for the Boston Celtics with Jason Tatum back. If you're the Knicks and they're in Atlanta tonight, and I think the Hawks are going to beat the Knicks tonight, I'll say that. If it's Knicks-Hawks round 1 in the 4-5, the Knicks will win that series in a best of 7. And then you get Detroit in round 2, and maybe the Pistons win that series. As a Knicks fan, I'm willing to roll the dice with Detroit. I know the Knicks beat the Celtics last year in the second round, and they were going to win that series even before Tatum popped his Achilles. I would rather wait to face Boston until the conference finals than face them in the second round. Let the Cavs deal with Boston in the second round. Let that happen. Also, I'll be honest, I don't really want anything to do with the Sixers potentially. If Philly's fully healthy and a potential 3-6, if I'm a Knicks fan, which I am. If you're the Knicks, and I'm not, but if I were, I want that 4 seed. Like, ask me as a fan, do I want the 4 or the 3? It may sound counterintuitive to want a worse seed. I think I backed myself up really well. The 4 seed is where it's at for the Knicks. I will actually be rooting tonight for the Atlanta Hawks to beat my Knicks. Because I think if the Knicks lose a couple down the stretch and the Cavs win, the Knicks, my Knicks, have a better chance of getting to the NBA Finals. Jesse Minter, and we'll see if this comes to fruition, but is being bandied about like this could be the next Mike McDonald as far as leading the defensive revolution in the NFL, where it feels like the pendulum is swinging, right, from offense back to defense, and Jesse Minter could be one of those guys on the defensive side of the ball. I'm going to say a name that you probably haven't heard in quite some time right now. That name is Nnamdi Madubuike, who's that big body in the middle of the Ravens defensive line, who hurt his neck in week 2. We didn't see him again the rest of the year, and there were rumors his career could be over from the neck injury. Jamison Hensley, who covers the Ravens for ESPN, reported last week that there is growing optimism that Nnamdi Madubuike will play this season for the Baltimore Ravens. And if he's back, with Trey Hendrickson on the defensive line, they have the 14th pick in the draft because the Max Crosby trade, they backed out of it. And we can have it. That's a separate conversation. Should they or shouldn't they? It doesn't matter. It happened. New coach. Better defense. Lamar showing up. The Ravens are going to be awesome this year. And I normally don't say that I think the Ravens can actually win the Super Bowl. This year, I'll say it right now, Monday, April 6th. The Baltimore Ravens will be on my list of teams that can win the Super Bowl this season.
Shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Hour number 5 starts now. We're with you every Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Going to get to your phone calls here to open up hour number 5 in just a minute. Phone number to join is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Just a quick reset here on the big headlines of the day. If you're just joining us, Michael Malone is the new head coach at North Carolina, the former head coach of the Denver Nuggets, a 2023 NBA champion. He got fired almost a year ago to the date, right before the playoffs started by the Nuggets. Now he's going back to college where he was an assistant coach in the 90s, and he's going to be the head coach for the North Carolina Tar Heels. So you got that. You got Dexter Lawrence requesting a trade from the Giants, coming off a miserable season, which he only had half a sack for most of his career. He's been a top 5 interior defensive lineman. So that's big news. Got a bunch of NBA scores, baseball scores to catch you up on, but really quickly, the men's national championship game at halftime, Michigan leading UConn 33-29. The biggest headline coming into the game was the injury status of Yaxel Lendeborg, the unanimous first-team All-American. It's going to be a first-round NBA draft pick, probably a lottery pick. He's played every second so far in the game, but he's only got 4 points at halftime. And so Michigan also has not hit a single three. So I guess you could look at that from one of two ways. One, it's great news because Lendeborg is healthy enough that he hasn't come out of the game yet, and Michigan's up by 4 despite not hitting a three. The bad news is Lendeborg has played every second, and he's only made one shot. And, Michigan hasn't hit a single three. So if UConn can stay out of foul trouble in the second half, they'll have every opportunity to win this game. But they do have 3 starters that have 2 fouls or more, including their center, Taris Reed, who's got 6 rebounds, their point guard, Solo Ball, who's got 8 points, and their other guard, Silas Demery, who doesn't have a point. He had 2 quick fouls. That's probably the biggest concern for the UConn Huskies. So there you go. Second half not starting for probably another at least 10 minutes or so. So you got some time. Lock on in here. We're going to do hot or cold in a minute, but as promised, let's get to your phone calls at 310-840-4910. Ross is in New Jersey next up on BetMGM Tonight. Ross is on line 1. Go ahead, brother. What's up?
How we doing, Pat? Happy Natty Day, man.
Yes, sir. How have you enjoyed the game so far, brother? I appreciate you holding on.
Yeah, no problem, bro. It's a pretty solid game. I think you look back. I was just going through previous games. I think you look at last year, Houston was up at halftime, and obviously that game came down to the wire. You had UNC blew the big halftime lead against Kansas. Last 2, the UConn games in between, obviously UConn blew those 2 teams out of the water. I don't know if you look at our bracket group, bro. Your guy, I was 1 of 2 people in the entire group that called the national championship. Now, I do have Michigan winning it. I also took the points at UConn. I took the 7.5. But with the bracket, bro, I got the championship right on it.
Congrats to you, dude. So you have Michigan and you have UConn. Now you have the Wolverines winning it, or you have UConn winning it?
I got Michigan winning it. It's funny too, because on the tiebreaker is not really going to mean much because you brought up that guy who's got Iowa State. He's going to lose first place either way because there's 3 of us that had Michigan. There's a guy that's got UConn as well. So either way, somebody's going to take the crown because of today. But with the tiebreaker, I had Michigan blowing them out. It was like a 20-point final score I put. And then I took the points today with UConn because, and this is kind of my mindset going into the bracket. Another thing, too, that Demon East region, we're talking about teams to the likes of Duke and Shire, Patino and the Johnnies, Michigan State and Izzo, Kansas. We're talking about this region going in. The only thing I got wrong in that whole region was South Florida over Louisville. The rest of it I was money on. But my kind of mindset going in was, bro, you could give Dan Hurley a team of plumbers, and he'd still probably take him to the Elite Eight, much less a team where he's still got Caravan. He brings in, Mullins and Solo Ball. These guys, Taris Reed, who you kind of got to think's got a have a chip on his shoulder, kind of like we had the storyline with Zuby against Kansas. Now you got Terrace against his former team with the Wolverines. And I just think, man, all this guy does is win. Even last year, we're talking about the 3 national championship appearances in 4 years. That 1 year, he brought the eventual champions closer to the wire than anybody. In Florida, they were all being a first weekend elimination, but they brought Florida closer than anybody else did. So all this guy Hurley, bro, he's just got winning and some in his DNA. And I think, everybody talks about recency bias. I think there's kind of like the opposite of that with Hurley. Like, aside from John Wooden with the 10-plus consecutive titles he had in a row, I mean, how do you not put Hurley in the Coach K, Calipari conversation, even beyond them? I mean, this is absurd what the guy's doing. And also, too, one last thing, bro. I think a lot of people hesitate to put UConn, the program, in the blue blood conversation because, like, prior to 99, they hadn't had, like, the success of the Dukes and the UCLAs, Kentuckys of the world. But the fact that they have 6, this would be 7 if they pull out today's win, and the furthest one back is only 99, so they have 6 of their potential 7 championships in the turn of the century, bro. I feel like that's even more impressive than the other blue blood. So either way, man, Hurley's just on another level, but I do have Michigan winning. I did take UConn on the 7.5 spread, though.
Yeah, look, congrats to you, Ross. I hope that for your sake, for the BetMGM Tonight Show Bracket Challenge, that Michigan does win, because I think you'll end up winning it or you'll finish in second at the worst. I think the person ahead of you, the name of the bracket is Asher Barzy, and I think they're actually in the 99th percentile of all of the 5 million brackets worldwide. And I think they had more points than you. And I think if Michigan wins, they'll win the BetMGM Tonight Show Bracket Challenge. But I think you're going to come in second as long as Michigan wins, which is pretty damn good. You got the Natty game correctly picked. That's awesome. I like that you're going with UConn here. To answer your question, the best point you made, how do you not put Dan Hurley in the Coach K, Roy Williams, Izzo conversation? I think the only thing that is keeping him from that is longevity, right? I mean, Dan Hurley has only been a head coach since 2010 at the college level, when he came to Wagner. And then he went to Rhode Island. He's only been at UConn since 2018. So lifetime, Dan Hurley, actually, if he wins this tonight, I believe this will be his 200th victory of his head coach college coaching career. He's gunning for win number 200 because he got no, that's my mistake. He's gunning for win number 200 tonight with UConn. He's got 350 total career victories, which doesn't even put him in the top 250 of men's all-time college coaches. So that's the only reason why he's not in that conversation, is because he's only been doing it for about 15 years in total, and he's only been doing it with UConn for the last 8 years. I think if he coaches at the college level for safely another 20 wins, he's probably going to be inside the top 50 of all time. He might be inside the top 20 of all time. And then he's in the names with Bill Self, with Rick Barnes, with John Calipari, with Adolph Rupp and Dean Smith and Bobby Knight, who had 902. Dan Hurley's got 350. And yeah, if he wins this game tonight, that's 3 national championships in the span of 4 years. And you mentioned it. Last year, they took number 1 seed Florida down to the wire and lost by a bucket, and Florida ended up winning the Natty. So where could they have gone last year if they didn't lose to Florida? That's the only reason he's not in that conversation with Coach K and the greatest coaches of all time, is just because it's longevity. Those guys coach for 40, 50 years. Dan Hurley has only been doing it for 15 years, and he was with Wagner in Rhode Island for half of that. So, I mean, you look at just a short span stretch of dominance. Yeah, Dan Hurley is right there at the top with almost about anybody. And nobody's going to ever do what John Wooden did. Nobody's ever going to do that again. Again, you look at the modern day legends, the modern day Hall of Famers like the Coach K's and the Jim Boeheims and even Jim Calhoun, who was with UConn for, 26 years? Dan Hurley is right up there for short span dominance. Those guys, without a doubt. If he wins this game tonight, he's the greatest coach of the decade, without a shadow of a doubt. And yeah, he probably, without a doubt, becomes the greatest active college coach right now in the game, if he's not already there. He wins this game tonight, where Michigan is so much better on paper, they've got such a better roster, more NBA talent, then yeah, you bet your ass, Dan Hurley, you build a statue outside of Gamble Pavilion right now. All right, phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, still at halftime, Michigan leads UConn 33-29. Let's get to a little hot or cold here with my guy, producer Brandon Combs. Let's get Combs in the mix. Combsy, what's going on, brother? Let me get your thoughts here. What have you thought so far in the first half of this game?
I think that UConn's done a great job of shutting Michigan down. Michigan 0 for 8 from beyond 3 was kind of crazy. Not Michigan basketball, but they still exit the first half with a lead. I think that's a win for Michigan. And if they come out and start hitting some shots, they're going to be just fine. I still think Michigan wins this game. I think it's going to be tighter than I originally thought, but I still think Michigan finds a way to win this game.
Okay. All right. By the way, because I didn't see it until just now because I had the Natty on. I was watching my New York Knicks earlier, but I turned it off because I thought they had the game wrapped up. CJ McCollum, I told last time I gave you guys an update on the game, the Knicks were up 106-105 with a second to go. They inbounded the ball. They got fouled. They made both their free throws. It was 108-105. CJ McCollum of the Hawks hits a ridiculous half-court shot buzzer beater. The only problem is the ball was still in his hands as the buzzer went off. They wave it off. He doesn't get the credit for a half-court buzzer beater that would have forced overtime. Thank God I didn't watch that live because I would have absolutely lost it. But CJ McCollum, half-court buzzer beater, waved off, and the Knicks end up winning because of that. You talk about a sweat. Talk about a freaking sweat, man.
That's crazy.
All right, what do you got for me for hot or cold?
All right, let's stay in the NBA. Con Knipple is the rookie of the year, and it shouldn't even be that close. Hot or cold?
Hot. I agree. We debated this earlier on the show. I can't believe just because, don't get me wrong, 2 insanely nuclear games from Cooper Flagg where he scored 51 points on Friday against Orlando and then nearly had a 45-point triple-double against the Lakers yesterday. That's sensational. 2 games doesn't flip him from what was like 10-1 a week ago to being a minus 2-1 favorite. That's ridiculous. Con Knipple leads the NBA in three-pointers this year. You can make the argument in terms of his value that he's the most valuable player on the Charlotte Hornets, who are a playoff team, and Cooper Flagg is playing for the Mavericks, who are going to be in the lottery once again. I don't know if it shouldn't even be that close, but Con Knipple should definitely win Rookie of the Year. I am shocked that it seems like because of the odds that Cooper Flagg is going to win Rookie of the Year. I think that would be a joke.
Yeah, I think this was a gross overreaction to the games that Cooper Flagg has just had. And it's just the market, right? Like, the market doesn't dictate who's going to win this award. The voters might still do the right thing, and Con Knipple win this thing in a landslide. And that's not to say Cooper Flagg hasn't had a great season, because he has. I think he's got better numbers than Con Knipple by a small margin in just about every category. But that's the thing. Con Knipple is playing for a play-in team, or maybe even a playoff team. They might end up as the 6th seed by the time that this is all said and done. So for me, I think a guy doing the same thing, basically, that another guy is doing for a lottery team, but doing it for a team that has a chance to go to the playoffs is a completely different thing, and it puts them on another level. That's why, for me, I don't even think that it's close. I think Con Knipple deserves Rookie of the Year over Cooper Flagg.
Yeah, you and I are in agreement in that. We'll see. There's one more week to go here of the season. The Charlottes have everything to play for here. The Mavericks don't have much to play for. I got to imagine Cooper Flagg, now that he's got a legitimate chance, he's seemingly the favorite to win Rookie of the Year. He's probably going to play every game this week for Dallas. So it's going to come down to the wire. Con Knipple's going to have to go off here these last couple of games of the season. All right, hot or cold, let's talk about baseball. Let's get your Cubbies in the mix, Combs. Another tough day for the Chicago Cubs. They lose to the Tampa Bay Rays 6-4. They're now 4-6. Hot or cold, Cubbies will be under 500 after April.
Man, look, with all of the injuries that they're dealing with now you've got not only do we have Cade Horton on the injured list, now we've got Matthew Boyd going on the injured list. They say it looks like he'll be out for the 15 days, but he'll be back as soon as that's ready to go is more precautionary than anything. But with those injuries, I got to hope that the depth can take it. But the schedule, man, look, after Tampa and Pittsburgh over the next 5 games, unless they go 5-0 in these next 5 games, and even if they do, they're only 3 games over or 4 games over 500. They've got the Phillies, Mets, Dodgers, and Padres to round out April. Like, it's an absolute gauntlet for the Cubs from April 13th to May 13th. And it's so tough. I'm going to go with hot because and just completely hope that I'm wrong. I really do. But with the baseball, that's the thing, man. I always tell you, I am honest about my teams. You think that I'm a homer. You think that I'm going to pick my team no matter what, which is why I know you put this in there. But I'm also a realist. And with this team and where Jed didn't build the depth was in the rotation. That was my biggest concern. And the bullpen, your biggest addition to beef up the bullpen was Phil Maton, who gave up another bomb today, by the way. Jamison Tyon's giving up home runs like he's Oprah. I don't think that this Cubs team right now, as presently constructed, is going to be as good as people thought, and it sucks. It is hard to watch right now. Look, it's cold right now. It's still cold baseball. We're only 10 games in. This might end up being a gross overreaction. I hope in July I can look back at this and be like, man, remember when only 10 games in and I thought that this team was going to be no good? Man, what a dope I am. That's what I hope I can say come July. But with this schedule and with the injuries and with the lack of depth that Jed has been able to build in this rotation and in this bullpen, I think the Cubs are in real trouble here in April and May. They could find themselves falling out of this thing quicker than I would have ever expected them to.
Wow, that was a very honest take. I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
I told you before. Yeah, am I a homer? Do I love my teams? Yes. But when they're good, I'll tell you they're good. And when they're bad, I'll tell you they're bad, especially when it comes to the Cubs and especially when it comes to Jed Hoyer, who I've said many of times has the smallest pair in baseball GMs. He does not go out and make the big moves. He does not go out and make the splash moves. Boy, would this rotation look different if Zach Gallen was in it, would it not? And I was clamoring for that all offseason. You got to go get Zach Gallen. You've got to shore up this rotation. And now look at you, Jed. Now look at you. You're calling up Javier Assad and some guy named Riley. What are we doing?
Some guy named Riley. Yeah, it's hot for me. I asked the question because they're your favorite team, but Brad also said they're the biggest disappointment for him so far in the young baseball season. You lost a series to the Nationals. You lost a series to Cleveland. You lose today to Tampa. You dropped the game. You got shut out by the Angels a week ago. And I think it's more so, forget about the pitching. I mean, Ian Happ, he's feast or famine. He either strikes out or hits a home run or hits an extra base hit every at-bat. But, his average is only 200. He's got 18 strikeouts already in 40 at-bats. Alex Bregman's hitting $150. Your guy PCA is only hitting 211 with an OPS under 500. He doesn't have a home run yet on the season. Michael Busch hitting $176. Dansby Swanson hitting $125. Nobody on this team is hitting. Nobody. Except for Miguel Amaya.
I'm less worried about that, though, Pat. I'm less worried about that because it's cold. The sticks don't. I mean, they're playing in 40 and 50-degree weather right now. The sticks don't get. The baseball's starting too soon. I mean, April 9th used to be the average start date for Major League Baseball. We've still got 3 days until that date hits. That used to be the average, and now we're starting at the end of March. It is too cold. It's bad product. The product that's why you got so many teams. Look at the American League. Tell me how many teams are either 6-4 or 5-5 or 4-6. It's pretty much the entire damn league. It's bad baseball. It's bad product right now. You don't think that the Cleveland Guardians or the who's the other team that I have up there too? That's the Miami Marlins. Like, we don't think that those teams are going to be in first place for very long. It's because right now it's just bad product. And the bad product is because you're playing in cold weather for a vast majority of these games.
You know what I hear? I hear excuses. You act like they're not the only cold weather team.
I agree. It's cold for both teams when they're playing. I agree. But that's why I'm saying I'm less worried about the bats than I am the pitching staff. This pitching staff, to me, still isn't up to par. It was my biggest concern heading into the season. And I just didn't expect that it would rear its ugly head 10 days in.
All right. Well, we've got plenty of more to do with hot or cold. We only did a couple because we had a phone call in the beginning of this segment. So we'll take a short break. And we'll finish off with a bunch of more juicy hot or cold questions with producer Brandon Combs. Right now, Michigan leads UConn 40-33. They're getting a couple of and ones. UConn still in foul trouble. Silas Demery just picked up his third foul. He's sitting on the bench. And so the Wolverines are starting to pull away. Does UConn have a run in them? We'll get you an update when we come back a couple of minutes into the second half in the national championship game. We got more hot or cold on the way. We got your phone calls on the way, 310-840-4910. Hot or cold hitting the biggest topics of the day and of the weekend from the world of sports. I'm Pat Boyle. We're coming right back. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
We are just right. We are aligned. I believe that if UConn wins this game tonight, you're going to come on the air, and everybody's going to come on the air tomorrow morning and say, is Dan Hurley the modern-day John Wooden? And you know what? When Dan Hurley won his first title in 2023, I said to him, what's next? And you know what he said back to me, Nick? He said, I have a picture of John Wooden in my office. You're always striving to be at the bar. And look, John Wooden was unbelievable, and he's got more titles than just 3. That being said, if we're going to start talking about legacy and the window's wide open. Dan Hurley is, he's still in his early 50s. He's got an opportunity to go down as that type of great. Like, he wins tonight. It's one of the best coaching jobs I've ever seen. They were dead and buried against Duke. They got smashed by St. John's in the Big East Tournament final. And I mean smashed. They entered the Big East Tournament struggling. They lost to a Marquette team that had one of the worst years in Marquette basketball history. By the way, if you're a college hoops bettor or whatnot, and you want to look at a team that's going to have a bounce back year next year, I'm telling you right now, if you be smarter with your friends, Marquette will bounce back next year. They'll be in the tournament. That being said, Connecticut, they looked terrible in the last weeks of February. And by terrible, I mean they just weren't functioning. They weren't making shots. They looked worn down. The fact they're still standing in this game alone is an amazing accomplishment. They win tonight, and you go into Dan Hurley. He's on the Mount Rushmore. Could he surpass? Could he be the greatest college basketball coach? Does it sound crazy right now? Maybe. You beat this all-time Michigan team tonight, and it becomes reality. I think it's fair game.
One of the best teams in the modern era that we've seen, right? Especially in this day and age of NIL, and transfer portal, what Dusty's been able to do. And, the other part, let's focus on Dusty a little bit here, because this dude took FAU, and I've been FAU several times. Like, what he did with that program is insane. It was a horrible job. And he got them to the Final Four, and then a couple of years later, flips a Michigan program that was 3-17 and garbage under Juwan Howard, and takes them to win a national title. This is a guy that is going to be on NBA teams' radars. Don't know if he'll get one this year, but he will be on the radars because of what he's done and how he does it. He has. Now, I don't know if he can be successful in the NBA, as a former Indiana manager who's never played, who doesn't necessarily look the part. But, again, this Michigan team, if they win, how they've done it, too, with bigs. Like nobody did this. Nobody thought this was going to happen. I talked to Nate Oates about it the other day, and Nate Oates said, I'm going to have to change kind of how I play in my personnel because of the way Dusty, has found a way. And other guy, Tommy Lloyd, same thing with bigs.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Michigan's starting to go on a run. It was a 4-point game at half, and the Wolverines have opened it up to a double-digit lead. It's now 48-37. Elliot Cadeau, the former North Carolina Tar Heel, has just drained a massive three to put the Wolverines up by 11. It's their first three-pointer of the entire game. I'll tell you what, UConn is they're not getting the benefit of the doubt when it comes to the whistle. Foul trouble is the biggest reason why UConn has gotten out of rhythm. That and the turnovers. I mean, they've got 5 turnovers already in this half. And I just saw a graphic on the game. They got 5 turnovers in their last 8 possessions. So they got 9 turnovers for the game. Michigan's only got 5, but the foul count is ridiculous. I feel like Gino Auriemma. I need to do an in-game interview and just start ripping curse words on national TV here. UConn's gotten called for 15 fouls. Michigan's gotten called for 6. And I'm watching the game, as I'm doing the show here, and this is a physical game. UConn's getting into the paint or trying to get into the paint nearly as much as Michigan is, and the Wolverines are getting a whistle almost every time. UConn's barely getting any whistles at all. They're not getting any whistles.
Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying.
I'm not crying. Solo Ball's got 4 fouls. He's on the bench. He was having a great game, 8 points despite having a foot injury. Silas Demery's basically been rooted to the bench because he's got 3 fouls. He ran through an illegal screen before. The Michigan, I think it was Ademora, put out his leg and nearly tripped them, and Silas Demery gets called for the foul. He's got 3 fouls, and Tarris Reed, who's got 7 points and 10 rebounds, he's got 3 fouls. He can't afford to get another. I mean, this is ridiculous. The refs they've called, they're wearing maize and blue. Dusty May paid the refs. Michigan's getting every call in the book, and UConn's getting nothing. This is just ridiculous at this point. This was a close game, and they're starting to call everything in favor of Michigan. Cram it up your cram hole, LaFleur. Yeah. UConn's, they're crushing themselves with the turnovers. But anyway, it's an 11-point game. Under 13 minutes to go. UConn's got to get on a run now. 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. We'll get you caught up with some other NBA and baseball scores in just a bit. But let's get back to hot or cold here with producer Brandon Combs. Let's get him back in the mix. Combs, what do you got for me?
All right, hot or cold? The White Sox are going to be the biggest surprise of the season in terms of win total.
I will go with cold. Again, kudos to the White Sox. They just swept the Blue Jays in Chicago this past weekend, winning a game in extra innings on Friday, beat them 6-3 on Saturday, shut them out yesterday to the tune of 3-0. They got a tremendous pitching performance from Mr. Davis Martin, who went 6 shutout innings and had 6 strikeouts. I think that's probably more about the rut that the Blue Jays are in. Again, they were getting annihilated 14-1 by the Dodgers just a couple of minutes ago. The White Sox are 4-6. It's 10 games. They can easily go on a slide where they have a stretch where they're 5-20 in a month. And so I don't think they're going to be the biggest surprise in terms of win total. I think it's going to be the Pittsburgh Pirates. You mentioned Combs. You said the Pirates were a playoff team before the season started, didn't you? You were all in on them.
I did.
I think that might be one that you nail. I think that might be one that you nail. I think the Pirates have the chance to win 85 games this year. That would probably be a big surprise. I think the White Sox, if they win 75 games, is that like a big surprise? I don't think they're going to win more than that. So, no, I'm going to go cold.
75 for a team that won 42 2 years ago and won 60 last year. It'd be a pretty big improvement, a 15-game improvement. Look, I think that they can be. And not only that, they're playing well right now, and this lineup is good right now, but it's only going to get better when Kyle Teal comes back and then when they call up Sam Antonacci. This lineup is going to get better with those two in it. And there's just something about this team, man. They're pitching really well right now. They had a close game tonight against the Baltimore that ended 2-1. They almost came back. They scored a run on Ryan Helsley, who's one of the better closers in the game. This lineup can hit, man.
Terrible
They're
last year with the
scrappy.
Mets.
Well, they're the Mets. But this lineup, they're scrappy, man. They don't give up. They can hit. They can pound. They take a lot of pitches. They see a lot of pitches, I should say. There's just something about this team, man. Even tonight, I think they had like 5 or 6 walks tonight on this team. So
they have the worst. They have a negative 29 run differential, negative 25 run differential. They've given up 61 runs in 10 games.
I understand that, but they also when they started the season, they went up against the Brewers, who were just phenomenally hot.
You said it's not a playoff team.
And then they went up against the Marlins, who are also playing really hot. They gave up a lot of runs early, but since they came back home, they have not done so. 5-4 win, a 6-3 win, a 3-0 win, and then a 2-1 loss. This team's pitching staff, as they continue to go, is a lot better than people think, and this lineup is only going to get better. This White Sox team, like I said, not a playoff team by any stretch of the imagination, but 75, 76 wins is a lot more than what people thought that they were going to have, and I think that that's where they're going to get to with this roster.
All right. Well, 75, 76 wins. What was their win? Just year from last year win total
60.
Improvement. Their win total was 60 last year?
Yep. And the year before that was 42.
What was their win total set at
improvement.
this year's? Their win total for this year was 67.5.
Yeah. But what are you looking at? Pacoda?
No, BetMGM.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Same difference.
Screw Pacoda.
What the market said is what the market set. People didn't think that this team was going to be a 10-game improvement. They didn't think it was going to be a 5-game improvement from this team. They thought they were going to be the same team with another 100-loss season. I don't think that that's the case. I think 75 wins for a team that hasn't lost less than 100 games in 3 or 4 years now is a huge improvement.
Okay.
I agree, though.
All
Pittsburgh's going to the playoffs.
Look, I will crown you. I will. I don't know if I'll kiss the ground you walk on, but I will shout you out from the mountaintops if the Pirates make the playoffs. I think that was a good take by you. The White Sox, I think at most they win 75. So if they win 70 games and they go over their win total by 2 games, is that really that impressive of a season when they play in a crap division anyway?
But I think they win 75, 76. I think that's what this team has in it.
Okay, let's move on. Michigan leads UConn 48-39, 11.5 to go in the game. Hot or cold, UConn storms back and wins the Natty.
Cold. I mean, I'd love to see it just because I mean, I don't have a dog in the race. I've got a couple of friends. I got a buddy who is a diehard Michigan. He's Michigan alum, diehard Michigan fan, goes to all the games. He's actually at the national title game right now. So I'd be happy for him. But look, I love chaos. I would love to see a team come back and erase this deficit. Especially like I love Danny Hurley, man. I really do. I'd be happy for him if his team was able to do this again. What was the deficit that they erased the other day? Was it 19 points in the Elite Eight that they erased? So I would love to see it happen again because I think I know the post-game press conference from Dan Hurley would be epic if they do it again.
Yeah, I'm going to go with hot just because I picked them to win the game. I thought they'd pull the upset. Michigan looked like they were just about to issue the death blow, and then UConn got a putback bucket, and now they've got the ball right now. Michigan did just swat the ball in like the third row, but coming out of the TV timeout, UConn's got it. So look, if they can keep the game within 6 with like 3 minutes to go, I think maybe Michigan might feel it, and maybe you get a couple of Braylon Mullins dagger threes to pull off another, upset to go down with one of the all-time tournaments for Dan Hurley's team. It wasn't like the last two where they basically ran roughshod throughout the whole thing. I'm pulling for the Huskies to come back. 9 points seems like a lot, but again, they can hit some threes. Michigan's only hit one all game. It's going to be a slow grind for the Wolverines. They're going to have to do it slowly but surely. And if you're talking about not hitting threes, if they keep getting the whistle, sure. They keep going to the free throw line every trip, every possession they have, sure. But hopefully the refs, they start calling some fouls in favor of UConn here.
I mean, I'm not gonna cry. I'm not one to worry about the officials. Hit your shot. Official won't matter. But that's just me.
All right, let's do another one or two.
You ready? All right, let's go with this one. The Pirates will be in first place when they come to Wrigley this week. Hot or cold?
All right, let me just quickly get the standings up here.
Game back.
And so the Pirates are in third place right now at 6-4. The Brewers are 8-2. And you're saying the Pirates are going to be in first place when they come to Wrigley later this week?
Yeah, well, they were a game back today.
And
Pirates lost tonight, and the Brewers won.
All right. So they got 2 games to make up 2 spots. They got 2 games to make up 2 games. So basically, they have to beat San Diego 2 more times. They have to beat San Diego twice in a row, and they need the Brewers to lose to the Red Sox 2 in a row. Now, it's Mizorowski going tomorrow from Milwaukee, but it is Garrett Crochet. So, all right, let's say Red Sox win that game. I don't think the Brewers have announced the starter yet for Wednesday. Sonny Gray going for the Sox. So I'll give you the Red Sox, who have been terrible, but I'll give you the Red Sox winning 2 in a row. Or if the Brewers losing 2 in a row, can the Pirates win 2 in a row? You got Skeens tomorrow. I'll give you that one. Keller versus King, I say unlikely. So going into the day, it felt more plausible. Now, I don't think that they're going to win 2 in a row and the Brewers will lose 2 in a row. So I'll go cold. But hot or cold, the Pirates win the series against the Cubbies this weekend in Chicago with the starting pitching matchups expected to be Mlodzinski versus Imanaga, Ashcraft versus Cabrera, and Chandler versus Tyone.
So I will go cold because I think the Cubs win that series, and here's why. It's going to be cold this weekend here in Chicago. The wind's going to be blowing in, and that's the only time that I trust Imanaga and Tyone. It's when the wind is blowing in and it's cold and you can keep the ball in the ballpark. Tyone today pitching on the road gives up home runs. Imanaga, anywhere outside of Wrigley, I don't trust. So I think the Cubs can win that series here in Chicago. Man, this Pirates team is so damn good, though. And I hate to say it, but they're so much fun to watch. I'm sitting there watching. They're losing today, and O'Neal Cruz is out there on third base, mixing it up with Manny Machado, joking around, having fun, messing with the pitcher as he's running down the line because Manny Machado's playing so far off of third base. They're just loose. This team wants to win. They're hungry. They're talented enough, and they're loose. It's a scary team to have to deal with. But I'm gonna trust my Cubbies because I still love them. Okay. I hate them, but I love them.
All right, let me give you one more here, and let's do it in terms of another one of your hometown teams here. How about the Chicago Bulls, who today have fired not only VP Arturas Karnisovas, AK as you like to call him, they also fired GM Mark Eversley. Was this all part of the plan to get Billy Donovan to stick around in Chicago? The VP of basketball is gone. The GM of basketball is gone. Hot or cold, the Bulls will make the first round of the playoffs next year.
So here's the thing. I want to go hot because I think what's going to happen is they are going to give Billy Donovan control over the roster. I think they're going to allow Billy Donovan to basically be the GM. Now, they're going to hire somebody to be in that role or whatever that can work in conjunction with Billy Donovan. But I think he's going to be able to say, hey, I want this guy, I want this guy, I want that guy. Go get him. And they're going to spend some money this offseason. And it's a slippery slope with a Reinsdorf owns team because they don't usually spend money.
Yep.
I think that's the only way you were able to keep Billy Donovan from going to North Carolina. And I trust Billy Donovan to be able to put together a roster. I do trust Matas Buzelis. I love this kid a lot. I think he's going to be a tremendous player. I think he's a piece that you can build around. I think Josh Giddey has finally molded into something that people thought that he could be as a secondary piece. You go out and you get a bona fide superstar in free agency, if you can, and you draft well, anything can happen. So I'll go with hot, but it's a loose hot. Like, I don't trust this hot because I got to see what the Bulls do with the front office and whether or not they actually give Billy Donovan control over this roster.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think you got rid of the Wicked Witch, right? AK. I mean, Is there many more people in a front office in the city of Chicago that you hated more than him?
Yeah, look, that's a loaded question because there's a lot of front office people here in Chicago that I can't stand because they just, I mean, the way that the fan base in this city is treated by front offices in every damn sport that we have. Like, we know you're not spending money because we still fill the stands. Like, that's the thing that kills me is that we know that you're not spending money because we still fill the stands and we still go. And it's our own fault, but they treat you like you're dumb. They treat you like, we had biblical losses and we have if we don't spend this, we could spend it here. And we the Cubs, we're just as worried about 2034 as we are about 2025. Get the hell out of here with that. I can't stand front offices like that. I can't stand GMs that want to build around the Rays model when you are in the third largest market in the country. I hate that mentality, and we have too much of it in the city with all of the GMs all around this damn city. Drives me nuts.
I agree with you. I agree. And as much as I do want to go hot because I think Josh Giddey, he's only 23 years old. And I think Giddey is a walking triple-double. I think he's a great playmaker. I love Matas Buzelis as well. I got to see what they do in the offseason. I got to give you the classic, dodge the question here, even though I came up with it. Anthony Simons, they got him as a rental. He's going to be a free agent. Is that somebody they want to sign? Do they want to sign Colin Sexton? Do they want to sign Zach Collins? So you might have 70% of this roster completely gone by the end of the season, and you're basically building around 2 to 4 guys here. So, yeah, I got to see what they do in free agency. They're going to have a boatload of cash to spend. You have all the second-round draft picks in the world that you could ever imagine. So I got to see what they do with it. But the fact that they did get rid of 2 guys that were pretty incompetent at their jobs, I think that's a pretty damn good start. And so I think at worst, maybe the Bulls go back to being the play-in Bulls next year. They'll be in the play-in tournament, but I don't know about the first round of the playoffs. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll finish off with your calls, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. 7 minutes to go in the national championship game. Michigan leads UConn 52-45. Every time you think the Wolverines are going to pull away, the Huskies come storming back. So we'll get you one final update, get you an update on the NBA and the baseball scores, and we'll finish off with 1 or 2 last things on the hot or cold docket. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
So the San Francisco Giants this offseason hired Tony Vitello to be their new manager. And this made waves because Tony Vitello was the manager of the University of Tennessee and had zero Major League Baseball experience. Now, there were people, really smart people, and I'm not saying that it can't go well, but really smart people who said, Buster Posey, who runs the Giants, that this is kind of like, an analytically driven move, and they're zigging while others are zagging, and that this could be like maybe the standard bearer in baseball, and the teams might follow their lead. It has not been great thus far for San Francisco, who lost yesterday to the Mets 5-2 to drop to 3-7 on the year, 1-6 at home, and Vitello was ejected during the game for arguing with umpires. Vitello had this to say post-game.
I said one last thing just out of, frustration or being all fired up that was complete nonsense. I think it was misinterpreted a little bit, but you're on the field that long and you're not a player, you're probably out of place a little bit.
What's he talking about? He's basically being like, I should have gotten ejected because I was on the field too long? What? If you're a longtime listener or viewer of the show, you know I love the Yankees. I'm a diehard Yankee fan. Have been my entire life. I am not the world's biggest Aaron Boone fan, to say the least, as the manager of my team. But I'll tell you what, when Aaron Boone gets ejected from a game, my dude gets his money's worth and doesn't care about the consequences. And I don't like Aaron Boone as a manager. Like, if Vitello gets up there postgame and just goes, it was a horse bleep call by the ref, and I'm standing up for my guys, no one says anything about it. The fact that he said, I was probably out there too long, and, if you're not a player, it's probably bad. What? You had his comments after the Giants' sluggish start to the season against the Yankees when they lose the first 2 games of the year, and he's like, we're pressing a little bit. They're 2 games into a 162-game season. You had Matt Chapman cursing at Schmidt, the first baseman, for not catching the ball last week. And then you had Matt Chapman, in a ridiculous down 5-2 against the Mets, trying to steal second in the 9th inning with nobody out. Why are you? A run doesn't matter. You got to stay on base, leading to Gary Cohen, who does Mets play-by-play for SNY, to say this about Matt Chapman.
There goes Chapman. The pitch is high. The throw by Torrens, and he's out by a mile. What are you doing running on this cat? It caps off a horrible, no good, awful week for Matt Chapman.
The San Francisco Giants are an embarrassment right now. And it looks like it's early. It can change. The Tony Vitello doesn't know what he's doing. Maybe it gets turned around. It could happen as soon as tonight. It's a long season. We're 10 games in. I'm just saying, though, the early returns are not good, and this will become a bigger national story if it continues to go awry. Gino Auriemma crashed out like a lovesick, butthurt teenager after this game. What Gino was really upset about, and it's totally understandable, right? His team came into the Final Four undefeated, and this is not the first time this has happened, by the way. And even though we all acknowledge UConn is the preeminent women's college basketball program in the history of women's college basketball, and that Gino is the best coach in the history of women's college basketball, and I know they won last year's title, they have not had a lot of success recently in national semifinals and in the Final Four. And I'm sure he's pissed off. I'd be pissed if I were him. That sucks. Undefeated and then get destroyed when you get to the very end to a national semi. I get it. I understand why he's pissed. But to turn it into Dawn Staley didn't shake my hand and that this is not how it goes. Grow up, dude. Grow up. Grow up.
Scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Last couple of minutes, then we'll turn things over to Linnell Willingham here for Westwood One Sports Night as he'll take you to 3 a.m. Eastern, finish up on the NCAA Championship on the men's side, and all the reactions and the takeaways from that game. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Last chance to get in on the phones, 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Michigan leads UConn 54-45. Under 6 minutes left to go as Silas Demery can't make a three. UConn, Michigan's only got 1 3 on the entire game, but UConn ain't much better. I think they're 5 of 26 now from deep, and it's now an 11-point game. So it looks like it's just about almost closing time. Huskies, they need a big run, and they need it now. So Michigan closing in on a title. The other big news of the night, Victor Wembanyama left the game in the Spurs and Sixers game, which the Spurs ended up winning by 13, but he left it in the first half with what they initially called an arm injury. Then they said was a rib injury. And here is Mitch Johnson when asked if he has an update on Victor Wembanyama's rib injury. He said, quote, "No, I think it would be a positive that he felt like he could come back, and he played the last 4 or 5 minutes in the first half. So that's a positive from my perspective." But again, Wemby left the game. He needs to play 2 out of their final 3 games here this week to be eligible for postseason awards, Defensive Player of the Year. Whether he's first or second team All-NBA, he's probably going to be first team All-NBA. And then also the MVP, which is just about in the bag for SGA. I've been saying it for weeks. I don't really think there's anything Wemby can do, but again, he's got to play in 2 of their final 3 games, and the Spurs still with a very slim mathematical chance to get the 1 seed away from the Thunder. So that is massive news that we'll check back in with you on tomorrow to find out if Victor Wembanyama is going to miss any of the last 3 games of the regular season for the San Antonio Spurs. But another game that has big implications, the Nuggets getting blown out at home by the Trailblazers, 99-85 with less than a minute to go in the third quarter. This would be massive for Portland. Again, they're trying to get the 8th seed, which would mean that they would have 2 cracks of getting into the NBA playoffs. If they get the 9 seed, which is what they currently are, then it's win or go home against the Golden State Warriors and a healthy now Steph Curry. So Blazers taking care of business. Tumani Kamara's got 28 points for them. And for the Nuggets, Jokic has 23 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists. Jamal Murray with just 6 points. Only 6 points for Jamal Murray. So the Nuggets will have to produce a big comeback here. Otherwise, that would be a tough loss for them as they are in a massive logjam with them, the Lakers, the Rockets, and the T-Wolves. But specifically, Lakers, Nuggets, and Rockets all separated by 1 game for the 3 through 5 seeds in the Western Conference. So that's a big result. Knicks ended up holding on to beat the Hawks. Mentioned that before, 108-105. Magic crushed the Pistons, 123-107. That was a big win for the Magic. And the Cavs were down big early against the Grizzlies. They end up coming all the way back to win by 16. The Grizzlies probably went into tank mode in the second half. So there you go. All right, 5:21 left to go. Michigan leads UConn 56-48. That'll just about do it for us here on the show. Thanks to everybody that tuned in. Thanks to all the callers. Thanks to our guests, Brian Bush, the play-by-play voice of the Michigan men's basketball team. He's on the call right now, and he might be calling a national championship victory here in the next 15 minutes or so of real time. Thanks to my guy, Sean Marash, who joined us. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thank you to video producer Michael Montgomery. Thank you to Chloe Pratt. Thanks to Max Sheedy. Thanks to Zach Kroll. Thanks, of course, to my co-host Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. You can keep up with me on Twitter at PatBoyle44. It's back to a double-digit lead for the Wolverines. So Brad and I will join you tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, and we'll likely be talking about the second ever national title in Michigan men's basketball program history. But we'll see you until then. Linnell Willingham is up next. This has been BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
the Knicks should try to lose some games here down the stretch and hope that they get the 4 seed. If you're a Knicks fan or a Knicks, and if that sounds disrespectful to Detroit, I don't mean it to be. It's more out of respect for the Boston Celtics with Jason Tatum back. If you're the Knicks and they're in Atlanta tonight, and I think the Hawks are going to beat the Knicks tonight, I'll say that. If it's Knicks-Hawks round 1 in the 4-5, the Knicks will win that series in a best of 7. And then you get Detroit in round 2, and maybe the Pistons win that series. As a Knicks fan, I'm willing to roll the dice with Detroit. I know the Knicks beat the Celtics last year in the second round, and they were going to win that series even before Tatum popped his Achilles. I would rather wait to face Boston until the conference finals than face them in the second round. Let the Cavs deal with Boston in the second round. Let that happen. Also, I'll be honest, I don't really want anything to do with the Sixers potentially. If Philly's fully healthy and a potential 3-6, if I'm a Knicks fan, which I am. If you're the Knicks, and I'm not, but if I were, I want that 4 seed. Like, ask me as a fan, do I want the 4 or the 3? It may sound counterintuitive to want a worse seed. I think I backed myself up really well. The 4 seed is where it's at for the Knicks. I will actually be rooting tonight for the Atlanta Hawks to beat my Knicks. Because I think if the Knicks lose a couple down the stretch and the Cavs win, the Knicks, my Knicks, have a better chance of getting to the NBA Finals. Jesse Minter, and we'll see if this comes to fruition, but is being bandied about like this could be the next Mike McDonald as far as leading the defensive revolution in the NFL, where it feels like the pendulum is swinging, right, from offense back to defense, and Jesse Minter could be one of those guys on the defensive side of the ball. I'm going to say a name that you probably haven't heard in quite some time right now. That name is Nnamdi Madubuike, who is that big body in the middle of the Ravens defensive line, who hurt his neck in week 2. We didn't see him again the rest of the year, and there were rumors his career could be over from the neck injury. Jamison Hensley, who covers the Ravens for ESPN, reported last week that there is growing optimism that Nnamdi Madubuike will play this season for the Baltimore Ravens. And if he's back, with Trey Hendrickson on the defensive line, they have the 14th pick in the draft because the Max Crosby trade, they backed out of it. And we can have it. That's a separate conversation. Should they or shouldn't they? It doesn't matter. It happened. New coach. Better defense. Lamar showing up. The Ravens are going to be awesome this year. And I normally don't say that I think the Ravens can actually win the Super Bowl. This year, I'll say it right now, Monday, April 6th. The Baltimore Ravens will be on my list of teams that can win the Super Bowl this season.